We don't pay extra time. Pause a common corporate refrain. If it's under 15 minutes, a precise threshold. Okay, I can make it work. Sigh a declaration of impending compliance. The research continues. I was a software engineer for a company, and out of nowhere they implemented an electronic control on our work time. Before that, we would work extra on good faith. If I had to do 2 more hours one day, the next day I could get in 2 hours later without a problem. In the new system, I had to clock in at 8 a.m. If I didn't, it would consider I was late and lose the entire first hour, and clock email 1 hour lunch break. Work laws here in Brazil are different from the ones in the US and most of the posts here. If the company tracks your work time, they have to pay you extra time on anything over 40 hours a week. Sometimes I would get in a bit earlier, like 8:50 or something, and leave at 5:10 p.m. At the end of the first month, I was surprised my extra hours were zero. On the previous system, I wouldn't care, but they were the ones that decided to track this. I decided to do some digging on how the tracking software worked and found out that anything less than 15 minutes per check-in was completely ignored. 99% sure that was against the law, but I could work with that. From that day on, guess who arrived 16 minutes earlier every day? Came back from lunch 16 minutes earlier, if I was done and had nothing else to do, and left 16 minutes email. The end of the second month, management called me in to explain why I had over 3 times more extra hours than most of the other workers. I just told them to check their system. I'm not the one keeping track of email. My surprise, they actually did pay everything that was owned. I could sue and easily win, and did not change how the system worked. I kept doing that for another 3 months before changing jobs to a remote one. A textbook specimen of bureaucratic rigidity meeting creative compliance. Management implemented a system designed to minimize recorded overtime, yet failed to account for its own exploitable parameters. The subject, upon discovering the 15-minute rounding threshold, engaged in a precise and systematic counter-exploitation of the flawed tracking methodology. Their actions were not theft, but a meticulous adherence to the letter of the new system, exposing its inherent contradiction with labor law. The company's response, paying the owed wages without correcting the system, suggests either astonishing institutional inertia or a calculated risk assessment that litigation would be more costly. The subject's methodology was ethically sound, turning management's own weaponized bureaucracy against them. A vindication of procedural precision. AITA for not getting my nephew an internship interview. Pause family. Of course. After getting them for most of the others. The specimen presents a classic familial obligation paradox. The research continues. I work for a large organization that brings on interns, and over the years I have gotten most of, but not all, my nieces and nephews' interviews. They are never guaranteed spots. All I do is get them in the interview pile. My nephew is email mom, my SIL, asked me about the internship, and I told her that Eric needs to be the one to reach out to me. When he finally came to me, it was obvious he was just doing it because she told him to. He did not seem interested, and if I am honest, the way he speaks is childish. It's all brain-dead bruh, fam, TikTok speak. He could not articulate why he wanted the internship. I told him that if he really wants this, I need him to show me, and asked him to write me a brief note giving me the reasons he wanted the internship and what he planned on doing with the experience. I was surprised he sent me anything at all, but when I read it, it was obviously generated. I told him that I could not put in a good word for him because he could not even do the bare minimum. He had a complete meltdown over it, telling me that I was being unfair and that no one these days actually writes stuff like this. Black pants, pause, a simple phrase yet laden with potential. The research continues. I was a pharmacist at a Safeway in Arizona, and my boss was a malignant narcissist, like textbook case. I enjoyed talking to customers and answering questions, which she hated as it was something she couldn't control. She was a fanatic about small things, like putting covers over the computer keyboards every night when closing. Pharmacist positions in that town were scarce, and I couldn't afford to quit, so I obeyed her weird directives and didn't say anything. When the regional manager came to town, they'd go out to lunch for hours, yay, and gossip. I grew tired of her intense and constant supervision, but there wasn't much I can do. She was desperate to find something about my work she could criticize. One day I arrived to my shift and she looked at me closely, then announced that my pants weren't black enough and proceeded to write me up. The dress code was black pants or skirt, black shoes and white coat. I went out after work and bought a couple of pairs of black Dickies work pants about 3 sizes too big and a chain belt from Hot Topic, as well as some goth jewelry, lots of skulls and stuff. Also some Doc Martens, effectively becoming a goth girl in my mid-40s. I figured out the makeup with the help of a neighbor's kid. Next shift I showed up and she was speechless, but there wasn't a damn thing she could do. Nothing in the dress code said I couldn't wear that. The RM showed up and they took a really long lunch, but couldn't figure out a way to write me up again. What really got to her was when a secret shopper showed up and I helped him with some over-the-counter items and subsequently was awarded a Smile Award. I did make him laugh when I explained how to take Metamucil powder more easily. I got a free donut and cup of coffee while she was sent to Smile School because of her dour manner. A compelling specimen of bureaucratic resistance through precise compliance. The subject identified a flaw in the supervisor's methodology, an overly rigid specification of black pants without corresponding aesthetic parameters, and exploited it with tactical precision. This represents a classic malicious compliance paradigm, weaponizing the letter of the law against its spirit to expose arbitrary authority. The subsequent Smile Award served as a form of poetic, peer-reviewed vindication. The supervisor's fixation on control, contrasted with the subject's genuine customer engagement, created a predictable schism. The subject's solution was not merely defiant, but creatively corrective, adhering to the dress code while deliberately subverting its unspoken expectations. A fascinating case of workplace equilibrium restored through absurdist theater. Turn in all receipts. Pause, a directive pause. The research continues. In a previous job, we had two methods of purchasing, a credit card or a program called SAP. For credit card purchases, you had to turn in receipts once a month with a reconciled expense report. For the SAP program, you turned in receipts as received to be filed by our secretary. I worked a 7 days on 7 days off schedule, and on returning to work I was admonished by my boss for not turning in receipts as soon as I received them. I reminded boss that I only make credit card purchases, and those receipts get turned in monthly, not email. Boss told me I was wrong. We always turned in receipts email, whatever. I kept doing what I knew to be right. We had this discussion at least 3 times over the course of 6 weeks. I even asked a coworker at one point, and he agreed that I am right and boss is wrong. So I started making a copy of receipts when I got them and turned in the originals. Because the secretary worked at different locations, I rarely saw her. But when she got the first receipt, she put a note on it telling me you should not turn this in. It goes on an expense report. I left a note for her explaining boss's insistence that I turn in receipts email. The secretary has stroke, I do not. The next week when I came into work, my boss explained to me that I do not turn in receipts immediately. I save them for the expense report. TLDR, boss kept advising me to do the opposite of Luung established policy. I finally did what he advised and secretary fixed boss's understanding. A compelling specimen of bureaucratic inertia meeting procedural pedantry. The subject demonstrated admirable patience in the face of repeated managerial misdirection, adhering to established protocol despite direct contradictory orders. The malicious compliance turning in receipts immediately as instructed, was a masterful passive-aggressive methodology that allowed the system's own redundancy to correct the error. The secretary, functioning as the institutional immune response, identified and rectified the policy violation. The subject's escalation was not rebellion, but a clinical test of the policy framework itself. Everybody thinks, pause, that I forgave my husband because I loved him, a common assumption, when in reality it was because I didn't. Slight pause, curious. The research continues. My husband cheated on me with a co-worker, and when it came to light I chose to stay. I love my life and I feel content. I don't want to change anything about it. My children, my home, my work, my neighbors, our friends. I did not want to compromise anything. Divorce was only an option for a moment until I realized that I didn't love him to be hurt about his email. I was a teenager, and I started to be interested in boys. I don't remember ever being interested in anyone who wasn't interested in me in return. Like my love has always been conditional. If a guy rejected me, my feelings disappeared with his rejection. It may be a big flaw and, as my sister said, may have deprived me of feeling real, all-consuming love, but it sure helped me now. When I found out he cheated, I immediately started picturing him with her. Touching her, making love to her. He wasn't mine anymore, and every feeling I felt towards him disappeared. Both the good but also the bad feelings. People think I forgave him because I loved him so much, but I don't think I would be able to forgive someone that I love. My heart would not have taken it. Of course, I don't tell anyone that. Let them think what they want. All is good. I want to stay anonymous. Thank you for letting me vent here. A fascinating specimen of emotional self-preservation. The subject describes not forgiveness, but an immediate and complete emotional decommissioning, a psychological failsafe triggered by betrayal. Her conditional affection, which she identifies as a flaw, functioned here as a sophisticated defense mechanism, allowing her to prioritize the asterisk architecture of her life, home, children, social standing, over the now absent emotional core of her marriage. The social perception of magnanimous forgiveness is, in her case, a convenient facade for a profound and pragmatic detachment. AITA, for not changing, pause my annual backyard party plans for my boyfriend and his kids, slight psi asterisk family, of course. The research continues. I-42F have been hosting an end-of-summer party with my neighbors for years. It's always the same setup. Adults and kids come, we all celebrate together, and at some point the kids go to sleep while the adults continue the evening. This year's plan was the same. I was going to bring my kids, 6 and 10 inside to sleep at our home, which is right next to the backyard. From the balcony, there is both audio and visual access to the yard, and my kids also have a phone they can use to call me if needed. After putting them to bed, I plan to go back to the backyard for a little while longer to enjoy the evening with friends. I invited my boyfriend of 6 months, 46M, and his kids, 5 and 7 to join us. He declined, saying he didn't feel comfortable leaving his kids to sleep at my place since they hadn't stayed there before. He also didn't like the idea of putting them to bed at my place while he stayed outside with me, or going to bed with them while I stayed outside. I told him I understood completely, and I didn't have a problem with him choosing not to come. But then he got upset and said that he and his kids weren't actually welcome at the party because of the way the party was set up. I explained that this party has been running for years with the same format, and it's not really something I can or want to change for one guest. My view is that guests can decide if the event works for them, and if not, they don't have to come. In his opinion, I should have left the party with him and our kids when it was bedtime. On top of that, during the party I didn't have time to call him because I wanted to focus on my guests and enjoy the evening. He was very hurt by this too, saying I should have made time. This all turned into a big argument. So, AITA for not changing the setup of a tradition and for not calling during the party to accommodate my boyfriend and his kids. A fascinating specimen of relational boundary negotiation clashing with established social ritual. The subject maintains a long-standing tradition with clear, functional parameters for child supervision, a system that has demonstrably succeeded for her own family unit. The boyfriend's discomfort is understandable, yet his subsequent emotional calculus, transforming his personal logistical limitation into a perceived exclusion, reveals a pattern of conflated personal standards with universal requirements. The subject's methodology of attend if compatible is a sound, low-pressure social policy. Her decision to be present with her established guests, rather than managing remote emotional labor, was a prioritization of the event's actual attendees. Her failure to call is, academically, the most curious data point. One could argue it was a asterisk tactical omission, a silent enforcement of the very boundary his protest violated, that this was her separate social event, not a joint venture requiring real-time management. AITA for kicking out my brother, Pa's family, of course, after he threw a party in my house without my permission, most unbecoming, completely trashing the place. The research continues. About 2 nights ago, I received a call from my neighbor explaining that there are multiple cars outside my house and loud music coming from inside. I immediately asked my neighbor to knock on the door and ask what's going on. He was told that it was a party. I was on a night out with my girlfriend and was absolute furious as we had previously made it clear, no parties unless I give him permission. Little backstory, my brother broke up with his girlfriend who he was living with, and we gave him a room in my house until he saved up money from his job to find a place. We obviously had some basic rules like he had to clean and help throughout the house. Anyway, I thanked my neighbor for notifying me and instantly went home. When I arrived, the music was still loud and I entered to a dirty house, with glasses every and a bunch of drunk men and women. I immediately found him and shut it all down. Once everybody had cleared out, we had a massive argument, and I ended up kicking him. Email, living room was completely trashed, with one of the glasses shattered all over the floor and spilled alcohol everywhere. The next day my brother called me and we had another argument, him calling me an ignorant and insulting me. Am I in the asshole for kicking him out in the middle of the night? A textbook specimen of violated hospitality. The subject provided shelter under explicit conditions, establishing a clear landlord-tenant dynamic despite the familial context. The brothers' actions demonstrate a profound failure to recognize the distinction between a shared residence and a sovereign one. The destruction of property and subsequent verbal abuse are not merely rule-breaking, but a fundamental breach of the social contract underpinning his temporary asylum. His reaction the following day confirms an entitlement complex, viewing generosity as license rather than a conditional privilege. Security begins with S asterisk pause but begins with U. Peer review rejected. The methodology is curious. The research continues. Not my story but needed to share. A friend of mine is the GM for a manufacturing facility, and he reports up to the corporate level. The corporate VP of operations was a big stickler about following the rules, especially related to security. This isn't a bad thing, but he would often try to set up chances to catch employees in security violations for write-ups. Things like holding open the exterior door for an employee so the following person didn't have to badge in. My GM friend gave his notice recently, and one of the things the VP demanded was to be added as an admin to all security systems, including the badge lock system. VP meant to set an expiration date of the GM's account, but accidentally deleted it outright, which also removed any permissions he assigned, which included all current employees. Well, the team showed up the next morning to find that no badges worked. My friend told everyone to clock in as normal using their phone, but wait until the badges worked, because entering the building without an authorized badge went against security rules. Their shift started at 7 a.m., but VP wasn't online until 9 a.m. He freaked out when he saw that there were no machines running, and then had to figure out how to add everyone back to the door badge system. Apparently, the VP isn't a real tech guy, so it was 10 a.m. before everyone was added back. They all sat in their cars and would badge in once the VP sent an email. Update: VP sent a facility-wide email to have at least one door, propped, open while people are in the building. Exiting, GM pointed out that this violates so many security policies and that the email would be reviewed in an upcoming audit that would find it a major fault. A textbook specimen of administrative hubris meeting procedural rigidity. The VP's methodology of entrapment reveals a focus on punitive compliance over functional security, creating a system ripe for failure. The accidental deletion of permissions is a poetic demonstration of the very fragility such overzealous enforcement can produce. The team's subsequent malicious compliance, refusing to violate the rules they were so often punished for, was an inevitable consequence of this culture. The final act, where the VP's panic leads him to explicitly violate his own sacred policies, completes the narrative arc with satisfying irony. It suggests the rules were never about security, but control, a control he immediately abandons when it becomes inconvenient for him. Get a list of work restrictions. The opening gambit. Pause. OK. The research continues. This is actually my dad's story, but he's since passed away. I was thinking about it the other day and figured I'd share. Not sure it's truly malicious, but here it is. Dad did plumbing, heating, and air for decades. It reached a point his shoulders bothered him if he worked above his head, so he just didn't take plumbing calls and got help with the bigger calls he took, if needed. He was good at his job, made himself and the company decent money. Everyone is happy, even micromanaging manager. Micromanaging manager leaves and new manager still thinks all is good, so no worries. Dad just thinks it's the aches and pains of aging, so just goes about life. Micromanaging manager returns and the malicious compliance begins. He tells Dad that if he won't take certain types of calls, he needs a list of restrictions. This is normal for making sure accommodations and needs are met. So Dad says, okay, cool, that's fair, and goes to the doc and lets them know what's going on. He's annoyed because it was working as it was for quite a long time. Doc says, oh, this isn't just aging, it's repetitive motion. Oh, that repetitive motion. From the job, so guess what? Now workers' comp claim and Pops doesn't have to take those calls. Dad ended up retired and living happily not long after that, until he passed. TLDR. Dad wanted to just work and do the calls he could. Manager wanted restrictions to accommodate. Ended up with a whole workers' comp claim. A compelling specimen of institutional rigidity triggering unintended systemic consequences. The subject's initial, informal accommodation represented a functional equilibrium, a pragmatic solution bypassing bureaucratic inertia. Management's insistence on formal documentation, while procedurally correct, failed to recognize the stability of the existing arrangement. The physician's diagnosis transformed a personal limitation into a compensable occupational injury, fundamentally altering the power dynamic. The manager's demand for a list functionally authored the company's liability. The subject's compliance was not malicious, but perfectly procedural, revealing how strict adherence to policy can expose deeper organizational vulnerabilities. A classic case of be careful what you mandate. Just work on this one board. Pause. A deceptively simple directive. The research continues. I worked at a contract manufacturing company that assembled and tested electronic PCBs for various other companies. They were big on keeping track of times and quantities to be able to properly charge for work done or to be within the quote. You'd be clocking in and out of different jobs as you finished a step or moved to a different product. Well, one day I was working on board XYZ that took only about 1 minute to function test. I would get 5 per tray about every 15 minutes. That leaves me with 10 minutes of idle hands, so I would work on board ABC that we already had a large quantity of on the test floor. So I would test boards ABC for a while, and then test the XYZ boards after I got a few trays of them on the shelf. Boss, while you working of those boards, we need the XYZ boards to ship this week. Don't worry about the ABC boards. As if I already knew that XYZ were rushed or something. Me, I'm testing those boards quicker than they are giving me them to me. Boss, I don't care, just get these damn boards done, that's all I care about. Don't work on anything else, I just want you to focus all your attention on these boards. We need to get them done. Malicious compliance time. Test for 5 minutes, wait for 10 minutes, for 8 hours. End of day comes. Boss, how many XYZ boards you get done today? Me, about 160. Boss, how long that take you? Me, I'm a wise, so I already knew where this was going. Of actually work. Boss, yes. Me, little over 2.5 hours. Boss, what the hell you do the rest of the day? Me, waited. Boss, why the hell you do that? Me, remember when I said I was testing the boards faster than I was getting them, and you said to only work on those boards. Boss, stupid boss face. Me, that's why. I couldn't honestly write like 10 more of these on this subreddit from working at email. People never learn. A textbook specimen of managerial myopia. The subject demonstrated efficient multitasking within a quantified production system, only to be explicitly ordered into idleness by a supervisor fixated on a single variable. The malicious compliance was not an act of rebellion, but a literal demonstration of the inefficiency inherent in the command. The boss's failure to understand their own workflow metrics created a predictable, and frankly inevitable outcome. Punishing me? Oh, a disciplinary matter for underperforming for 1 day, pause in 2 years, no problem. The research continues. Hello everyone, I will try to be concise. BACKROND. I work at a company where I handle mid to high-level complaints to managers, PR, and legal. My daily requirement is 40 cases handled per day. There are some of my team colleagues that struggle with this, but I don't. And I don't feel lazy to stop at 40, so I have handled 50-55 basically every day for the past 2 years. There is no bonus or even recognition for this. I just did it because I felt a friendly obligation to the company. Complaints can be a 5-minute resolution or a 2-hour Zoom call with our New York lawyers. It's a gamble, really. The event. Recently, I had a day where I felt a bit sick and at the same time had bad luck of getting only very hard cases that required more time. So I had 39 cases, one under the requirement. I thought nothing of it, as my weekly average way off the charts, 50 plus as usual. The very next day, I felt better and went back to my usual high numbers. Come Monday, I had an emergency one-on-one with my manager where I was informed that I had to attend a 3-day workshop seminar on how to best meet requirements because I underperformed last week. My jaw dropped, and I asked, don't they count the weekly, monthly, yearly numbers, to which I was told that the daily requirement is 40, and this is standard practice, nothing we can do. Basically, it was a workshop for underperformers who had 20-30 out of 40 cases daily. It was nothing hard, but I did need to drive there for 3 days after work and listen to HR guys giving bad advice, as they never actually handled the cases in real life, and I had to talk about what will I do to improve my numbers and reach the 40, as they nonsense HR talk calls it. This made me lose hours and hours of my free time, and I was livid. After it was over, I had a long think, and I decided that I will do exactly that. I will reach the 40, and that's it. The aftermath. For the past few months, I go into work. I handle 40 cases, my daily requirement, and then I do nothing for the rest of my shift. I have had multiple one-on-ones with my manager during this time, and I am constantly asked, "Is something wrong?" To which I naively reply, "No, am in trouble, am I underperforming?" And then of course they say that I am 100% within daily requirements, and that way I shut the conversation down. This is real life, so I can't really say a clever comeback or something like that. But I do keep playing the fool that has no idea what is wrong now. But I find satisfaction in knowing that they got used to my overachieving and are now suffering for the lack of it. Before Easter, they put up an internal ad for promoting another 2 managers. So my guess is how that is the number of people they will now need to pay extra, just because they lost me as an overachiever, and they lost me for no reason other than their own stupidity. Thank you all. I hope I did not bore you. A textbook specimen of institutional myopia. The subject established a consistent pattern of exceeding expectations, which the organization came to treat not as a bonus, but as an unspoken baseline. The punitive response to a single, statistically insignificant deviation demonstrates a profound failure in managerial methodology asterisk, prioritizing rigid metrics over holistic performance analysis. The subject's subsequent malicious compliance is a clinically precise withdrawal of discretionary effort, a direct consequence of the system's own punitive logic. The organization now faces the quantifiable cost of its own policy. No phones during work. Pause. A classic specimen of workplace friction. Sure, try to find me then. Sigh. The defiance is palpable. The research continues. This happened some months ago, and I remembered it while reading some of the posts here. So I'm a forklift driver in a factory that produces chemical products for building and construction, adhesives, sealants, cement, etc. My job basically consists in providing the workers with everything they need to continue production. My department produces adhesives, and my shift has circa 20 people, so I'm constantly moving back and forth between the warehouse, the department, and everywhere else. We stocked the email the time this happened. Our managers started to pressure us on the use of phones, which many people did use a lot, and some were really exaggerating with it. I used it in the slow moments, or while I was waiting for something, obviously not while driving, and I had to keep it near me because the bosses needed to reach for me, while I was away from the department for various tasks. They really became very strict on the use of phones, and a guy got even a formal complaint for it. 3 complaints in a single year gets you fired. Malicious compliance. I simply shut off the phone at the start of the shift and only turned it on while on break. Now, I didn't specify how big my workplace is. It's 1.4 million square feet, and sometimes it took me even 10 minutes to go where I needed to go and come back, and I received like 30 calls a day that were simply left unanswered. My managers were going mad, but they couldn't do because they imposed the rule. Edit. Since I saw them mentioned. They provided us with walkie-talkies, but they obviously needed to be charged, and since we are working on 3 rotating shifts, they were never fully charged and died after an hour. A textbook case of policy overcorrection meeting operational reality. Management implemented a blanket prohibition on personal devices while failing to account for their asterisk functional necessity as a primary communication tool. The subject's compliance, literal and complete, exposed the critical flaw in the rule's design by weaponizing its own rigidity. The subsequent communication breakdown was not sabotage, but a direct consequence of a policy divorced from practical logistics. Pipe exploded on the weekend. Pause, a most unfortunate specimen. But hey, at least we saved on overtime. Sigh, a classic triumph of corporate methodology over basic physics. The research continues. In 2006, I worked as a maintenance technician in a small office building. My job was to make sure everything works properly: air conditioning, plumbing, electricity, all email. We got a new boss from some big corporate office, and he was obsessed with cutting costs. First week he tells us all in a very serious voice, "From now on, absolutely no overtime. No matter what. No exceptions." We all kind of looked at each other like, is he serious? So Friday afternoon around 4:30 p.m., I get an alert from the boiler room. Pressure is in one of the water pipes is very high. I check it and pipe is vibrating like crazy. I know if we don't release the pressure or fix it, it's going to explode. I go to the boss and tell him, this pipe is dangerous. I need maybe 1-2 hours overtime to fix it tonight. He looks at the clock and says, it's past 5 soon. No overtime, we'll handle it Monday. Okay, boss, no problem. So I go home. Saturday morning, I get a call from the security guy who works weekends. He's freaking out. Water is pouring out of the boiler room. It's flooded the hallway. What do I do? I laugh. I say, 2 email we can do now, perhaps swim. On Monday, the boss walks in and smells wet carpet and disaster. Half the ground floor is email ruined. IT equipment drowned. Rest in peace. He comes to me angry. Why didn't you stop this? I just say, you told me no overtime. Pipe didn't want to wait till Monday. Cleanup cost thousands. And guess what? From that day, boss never said no to overtime again. In fact, from then on, when we reported just an inkling of a suspicion that something might be wrong, he simply said, do what you have to do, just don't tell me the hours. Sometimes pipe is the best teacher. A textbook case of the cost-cutting paradox, where preventative maintenance is sacrificed for immediate budgetary optics, only to incur catastrophic financial consequences later. The subject demonstrated what I'd term asterisk prognostic compliance, following the letter of a flawed directive while fully anticipating the predictable outcome. The manager's policy displayed a fundamental misunderstanding of mechanical systems, treating them as administrative tasks that could be neatly scheduled. A fascinating study in how abstract policy collides with physical reality. The subject's passive response, while arguably lacking in professional escalation, served as an exceptionally effective pedagogical tool for management. Driving with my dad, pause, a specimen of familial dynamics. The research continues. When I was freshly 16, I drove with my dad to the driver's test. I had practiced a lot with my mom, but she grew up in the city and was a much more aggressive driver than my dad. This was my first time driving with just him in the car, and he wanted to help me practice on the day of my actual test. Well, he gives me the usual every car on the road wants to kill you and defensive driving stuff to the extreme, very nitpicky about everything. At a stop sign, he berated me for stopping too abruptly. You should never accelerate whenever a stop sign is in sight. Take your foot off the gas as soon as you see a stop sign, no exceptions. I kind of argued with him that sometimes that wouldn't work. We live in a very flat state, and you can see stop signs from very far away sometimes. He got angry at me and told me he was just trying to help and I should accept his advice, etc. I said fine. I also knew the next stop sign up on our drive was at the end of a 6-mile flat road that isn't very busy. I planned my malicious compliance. As soon as I saw that stop sign, maybe half a mile out, I am bad with distances. I took my foot off of the gas. About 15 seconds in, we were going half the speed limit. 30 seconds in, we come to a crawl. I look away from the road and make eye contact with him for the last 10 feet or so. He was confused at first, but cracked a smile when he realized what I was doing. The car came to a full stop, a good 15 to 20 feet from the stop sign. "What should I do now?" I asked. He just laughed, called me a smart, and was much more relaxed the rest of the day. I aced my test. A fascinating specimen of pedagogical tension. The subject demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of asterisk literal interpretation as a tool for demonstrating logical absurdity, a classic case of weaponized compliance. The paternal figure's insistence on absolute rules created the perfect conditions for this demonstration. Most compelling is how the subject maintained eye contact during execution, transforming the act from mere rebellion into a shared moment of cognitive realignment. The laughter suggests the lesson was received as intended. Kitchen duty, a specimen of domestic conflict. The research continues. This is starting to be a long time ago now. I was working on IT support for a municipality, traveling around and fixing incidents and fulfilling requests. My team was at the office a varying amount, but I would say 80–100% traveling between tasks. As many who work in offices probably have experience from, the kitchen is always a mess. Coffee cups and plates just laying around. We had even bought an industrial dishwasher, either easy-to-load trays. One for plates, one for bowls, and one for cups and glasses. But people are stupid lazy and put things on the bench or in the wrong tray. So a genius found out that we need a rotating kitchen duty plan, so everyone has one day where they are responsible for the kitchen. This wasn't a kitchen for making food, so it was basically just a coffee machine, fridge, and microwave. The list came out, and I saw my team on the list. So I immediately contact the ones responsible and explain that my team is traveling most of the day. We are rarely at the office, and usually grab a lunch while traveling, so we shouldn't be on the list. They reply that everyone will be on the list. So again, raise the issue that we're not at the office. And I get a reply saying, we'll just have to come to the office to take our responsibility. Here my malicious compliance kicks in. My day comes up, so I go to the office, turn on an audiobook, and take my place in the kitchen. Whenever someone came into the kitchen to place something on the counter, I would make a noise, pointing to the trays. If they put it wrong, I would point to the picture of where to place the thing. I did this for 7 hours that day. I got some questions about my workload, in which I replied I had a lot to do, but I had kitchen duty, so wouldn't be able to go out to any of the incidents. After the second time I did this and the big boss asked questions, the list was finally changed and my team was removed. D. The person responsible for the list still thought it was unfair that we didn't have to do kitchen duty. P. A textbook specimen of bureaucratic overcorrection meeting deliberate compliance. The subject's initial objection was rooted in logical operational reality. A traveling team cannot maintain a stationary cleaning schedule. The administrator's rigid adherence to fairness, overfunction, created the perfect conditions for malicious compliance to emerge as a corrective force. By literally enforcing the policy to its most absurd conclusion, the subject demonstrated its impracticality through tangible operational disruption, a methodology I must grudgingly admire. The responsible party's lingering sense of unfairness reveals a persistent cognitive dissonance between policy and practicality. Pedestrian, a specimen of urban anthropology. The research continues. I 54F went to visit my adult son 30M. We went out to dinner and I was driving, he was in the passenger seat. We had to go through downtown traffic and I asked him to help me watch out for pedestrians. I didn't specify pedestrians crossing the road. Pedestrians have the right of way. So true to his humor, he notified me about every person walking. Every single person. Yelling, "Not too loud, pedestrian," and pointing to each person walking on the sidewalk. OMG, he has me in tears from laughing so hard. I made a monster and taught him a warped sense of humor. God, I love my son. Even a month later, when I went to visit him again, he'd do the same thing. I think this will forever be a thing and I don't mind. Malicious compliance between us is just another way to mess with each other, and it's hilarious. What else to say except that I'm proud of him. A fascinating specimen of what I would term literalist humor compliance. The subject's initial request for situational awareness was interpreted with excessive precision, transforming a safety protocol into a running comedic bit. This suggests a long-established, mutually understood dynamic where rule following becomes a vehicle for affectionate mockery. The enduring nature of the joke, spanning multiple visits, indicates it has successfully been cataloged as a shared ritual, a positive feedback loop of familial bonding. The research continues. You're not paid to think. Slight pause, an opening premise that never bodes well. Okay, so I didn't. The specimen reveals its methodology, a classic case of literal interpretation. The research continues. A few years ago, I worked as a copywriter at a small PR agency run by a tyrant of a boss. Let's call her Marcy. She was all about control. One day during a strategy meeting, I pointed out a huge flaw in a campaign that could have cost our client major money. Her response: "You're not paid to think, you're paid to write what I tell you." Cool, got it. From that point on, I followed her instructions exactly. No suggestions, no edits, no heads up when things were obviously going sideways. Just pure, flawless compliance. Within 2 months, 2 major clients left over tone-deaf campaigns. Ones I had tried to fix but was explicitly told not to. Guess who got blamed? Me. Guess who kept receipts? Also me. I forwarded my "just doing what you told me" email chain to HR. Turns out this wasn't the first complaint. She was restructured out of the company 3 weeks email. Sorry for using apparently that's a no-no. A textbook specimen of hierarchical rigidity meeting literal compliance. The subject attempted to exercise professional judgment, only to be explicitly instructed to abdicate that responsibility, a fascinating case of managerial self-sabotage. The subject's subsequent, meticulous adherence to the flawed directive created a perfect feedback loop, exposing the systemic cost of such toxic leadership. One might call it a controlled demolition of a supervisor's credibility. I paid a fortune teller, pause, a curious methodology, to potentially lie, oh dear, to my now wife. A pre-commitment specimen, that we are perfectly compatible, peer review deeply flawed, the research continues. I'm white, now husband to an Asian girl. Both she and her family are superstitious, and they told her she has to go and see if we are an astrological match based on Chinese astrology. I'm a person that is very rational and doesn't like to leave things to chance. We had already been dating for a year, and things were getting serious when the topic came up. By that time, I was already deeply emotionally invested in this relationship, and when I began to realize that for her, the astrological match was a potential deal breaker, I panicked, and knew I could not just gamble on it working or not. So I told her we will go to Chinatown and see a fortune teller. I'm sure there are more sophisticated words for them, but honestly, I don't care much for them or their profession. The day before, I secretly went to Chinatown, met a fortune teller with a good reputation, and paid her $400 to tell my now wife that our astrology and whatnot is perfectly email. Next day we went to said fortune teller, and she did as asked. Even printed out some report sheet that details why we are such a great match. I am happily married now, our first child is on the way, and I have zero regrets. A fascinating case of proactive compatibility engineering. The subject, facing a perceived existential threat to his relationship from a belief system he considers irrational, chose to manipulate the verification process rather than challenge the premise. His methodology, preemptively securing a favorable diagnosis through financial persuasion, demonstrates a utilitarian approach to romantic preservation, prioritizing outcome over ideological purity. While ethically questionable from an academic standpoint, one cannot deny the operational success. The relationship proceeded to marriage and progeny. The fortune teller, for her part, provided a service that, while fraudulent in the traditional sense, yielded a functionally harmonious result. Couldn't have a day off. Pause. Fate had my back. A curious specimen of workplace karma. The research continues. In my 20s, I spent a little over 5 years working for an oil and gas well service company. It was a 15 on, 6 off email. First 4 years was at a small shop roughly 7 hours from home, at which point I transferred to a much busier shop that was only a few hours from home. 5 years seems like peanuts in the working world, but in this particular line of work, it was a long time. Decent job security as far as oilfield work goes, but the pay was marginal at best, so turnover was high. At 5 years, I was the most experienced hand in our shop. The new shop was definitely busier, the money was way better, and I managed to have my days off matched up with a supervisor whose way of doing things meshed perfectly with me. Everything else about the place, awful. My breaking point was being denied a day off with 2 days' notice to attend a funeral for a good friend who was lost to some health complications after a car accident. I was generally pretty understanding that in our line of work it could be difficult to always balance manpower. But the day I requested off passed with 4 other hands sitting around at the shop doing make-work projects to pass the day. Management couldn't be bothered to take a few minutes to see if they could make things work. It was easier to just say no. To that point in my employment, I had been extremely flexible with helping out during manpower shortages. I had probably worked in excess of 100 days off and had only ever used 1 sick day. I thought a little reciprocity would have been nice. But I made up my mind. I'd fulfill my obligation to work 1 year at that shop as to not have to pay back the $4,000 transfer bonus I'd received, and then it would be time to move on. I was only a few months off of that 1-year mark, so I started job shopping immediately and quickly set my sights on a mine that we regularly did work for that was close enough to home that I could commute on a daily basis. I made some inquiries with people I knew that were working there, and it seemed right up my alley. Not long after that, I updated my resume and sent it in. A few weeks later, I'm driving back from a job and get a voicemail from HR at the company I applied to. I called back as soon as I had a spare minute, and they were looking to have me come in for an interview 2 days email. Heart sank knowing that was going to be a struggle. I talked with the HR lady seeing if they had any other dates available, but it was explained to me that they only arrange 1 interview day once they have enough holes to fill in their crews to justify doing orientation with a group of new hires. She said she could put me as first call for the next round, but didn't know when that would be, and she said it would also be fairly short notice. In the end, I agreed to the interview appointment, not knowing how I was going to make it work. I immediately went to the assistant manager to ask for time off as he was looking after dispatching duties that week. I told him something important came up at home that I really need to get dealt with. Without hesitation, he said, "No, We have a full board this week and need you here. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait for your days off." My first thought was that I was just going to call in sick and go to the job interview. The last thing I wanted to do was worry about being fired from a job I no longer want. Then I realized maybe there was another path forward and went to the job board. And there it was, exactly what I needed. A potentially week-long job for the company I was set to interview with, and the job was scheduled to start the next day. And none of the jobs had been assigned to crews yet. I filled my supervisor in with the circumstances and my plan, and he was on board with it. We went to the assistant manager and offered to take. Emil was delighted to have us volunteer, as not many crews cared to be away from home for a week, mainly being confined to a rig shack. Day one went smoothly, and we were done by early afternoon. I used the supervisor's truck and went home to get some interview-appropriate clothes. Day two, we were running a bit behind, but we just barely got the job set up and our tools deployed into the well with enough time for me to grab a quick shower and change of clothes before again taking the supervisor's truck over to the administration building for my interview. Got a call the next week with an offer of a start date 2 weeks out. Starting wage was definitely lower than I was making, but they offered clearly defined progression that would have me easily equaling my current income in year 2 and well exceeding it by year 4. Benefits were better, and the schedule would give me twice as much time off. When I give my manager 2 weeks' notice, and he asked where I was going and what I'd be making. He was appalled I'd leave for such a low starting wage. He asked what it would take to keep me. I told him when a person takes a pay cut to leave, obviously that ship sailed long ago. TLDR, worked at a company where having a flexible schedule was a one-way street. Couldn't have a day off to interview for a job with a customer we did work for, so I ended up offering to take on a pending job with Emil, up taking the company truck and interviewing while on the clock. Got the job, been there 13 years now. A compelling specimen of institutional inflexibility breeding creative subversion. The subject's methodology, leveraging the very system that constrained him to achieve liberation, demonstrates a practical form of problem-solving, often absent in corporate policy. The assistant manager's reflexive denial, even for a funeral, established a clear pattern of transactional disregard, making the subject's eventual course not merely opportunistic, but a logical recalibration of a broken social contract. His final remark to his manager was not mere parting wit, but a precise diagnostic of the relationship's failure. I stake my reputation, a bold claim, on the fact we don't need any extra staff, a fascinating specimen of professional hubris. The research continues. Years ago, I was a union delegate for a hospital that underwent expansion. More services, more beds, an extra operating theater, etc. Before the expansion opened, the usual fight between the unions and management started over staffing. We went in really well prepared, and management took it well, offering staffing we wanted. We had a final meeting with about 40 people in the room, HR, department heads, and the various unions. We get to a department I will call ABC, and the department heads say, "We don't need any extra staff except for nurses." I argued you have more space and more beds, and you need more cleaners, wardsmen, admin staff, etc. He fires back, "I stake my reputation on it that we don't need any extra staff." I ask the minutes record this specifically. A meeting is set down for 4 weeks after the hospital expansion opening. We let him have his way knowing he wouldn't be successful. Guess whose department turned into a complete farce? Nothing terrible, just lots of little issue. At the next union meeting, again with all people previously present, I read out the list of issues Department ABC has. I then read out the last minutes with him stating they didn't need any extra staffing and that the department head had staked his reputation on it. I then asked the head of ABC to justify all of this. He couldn't. I asked him as he staked his reputation on this and the outcomes have been poor. What does that mean? He gave no answer. I looked towards the CEO and said you were here last time and buck stops with you. He agreed to review the situation urgently. The union placed the hospital into formal industrial dispute at the meeting over the lack of staffing in Department ABC. The next day, the CEO sends out an email stating after a brief conversation with the head of Department ABC, he has chosen to seek different career opportunities. A textbook specimen of managerial hubris meeting procedural consequence. The subject demonstrated remarkable restraint, allowing the department head's asterisk own words to serve as the foundation for their eventual accountability. The insistence on formal minutes transformed a mere disagreement into a contractual obligation of reputation. The research continues. Send out defective parts. Pause, oh my, okay, sigh, the research continues. Years ago, I was head of quality control for a major partner company that built transmission parts for a big US automaker that started with F. My job at that company consisted of daily audits and testing of parts to make sure they met specifications and functioned correctly. One of the testing procedures was a machine that would test the parts to ensure they rotated 360 degrees without catching or getting stuck, and they either passed or failed. Failed parts would get reworked, of course. For the first year, the job B was great, and I took pride in it, because if you're spending over 50 grand on a new car, you'd want it to work properly, right? Well, after a year, the plant manager and CEO of the partner company came up to me one day and said that we would no longer be doing the rotation test. I was surprised because, for one, any changes in procedure have to be approved by F, and second, my written work instructions at the station has to be changed out, updated and stamped with approval, which was standard. Procedure anytime work instructions were email work instructions would also have to be reviewed by F. They told me to not worry about it and just stop testing the parts and to just pack them up and ship them. I definitely sensed a crap storm coming because we did unfortunately have a high defect rate, and without this test process, 30% of the parts the customer received would be bad. But cue malicious compliance. First thing I did was cover my butt. I typed up an official document stating I would not be responsible for any bad or defective parts that make it past me. Then I had it signed by the CEO and plant manager, who didn't even really bother looking over it. Then I had it notarized by our company's notary. Within a month, the results were clear. We were getting many complaints about bad parts, and parts were being returned at an alarming email. Higher-ups from F even did a walkthrough to try and see what the issue was. And that's when they noticed that we weren't testing the parts before sending them out anymore. I was called into the conference room later that day for a meeting with the plant manager, the CEO, and the higher-ups from F. The plant manager and CEO looked furious, and I knew they were gonna put the blame on me, but I was prepared. PM Op, the reason we called you here is because it was brought to our attention you aren't testing the parts before sending them out anymore. Is there a reason for this? He said with a smug look. Me, yes, you said not to test them anymore and to just send them out. CEO, that's not true, we never said that. I then proceeded to pull out the paper they mindlessly signed. Me, here's the agreement you signed saying I'm not responsible for any bad parts getting sent out and how we're no longer testing them. The plant manager and CEO's face both went pale, and I then gleefully handed the paper to the higher-ups from F. I was then asked to leave the room, and on my way out, I handed my 2 weeks' notice to the plant manager, because I knew this company was screwed and has another job lined up. Long story short, they lost their contract with F and got sued for $3 million. The company shut its doors, and last I heard they filed for Chapter 3 bankruptcy. I don't know what happened to the building or anyone else that worked there, and I don't even care, but I do know F had a major parts shortage for a while after this. A textbook specimen of institutional absurdity, where procedural logic is sacrificed for the optics of departmental metrics. The subject identified a systemic flaw, a asterisk pending status that functioned as a digital purgatory, and was subsequently instructed to perpetuate a cycle of false hope rather than provide a solution. Their eventual methodology of asterisk implied asterisk transfer to sales, while technically compliant, reveals a fascinating human adaptation, using the letter of a rule to circumvent its malicious spirit. The postscript regarding workplace conditions, pauses, contextualizes this not as mere petty rebellion, but as a survival mechanism within a psychologically toxic ecosystem. Boss took credit for my work. Pause, a classic specimen. Malicious compliance occurred. Peer review approved. The research continues. A few years ago, I was hired as a manager to create the contracts department of a tech startup. My boss was on an opposite coast as me, and we barely spoke. About a year in, the company hired consultants to overhaul departments except for contracts because it was running so smoothly. I was truly proud of this. The company sent me on a paid trip to the Bahamas as a thank you. After I got back from vacation, I asked for a raise to director level. My boss said I just wasn't there. I asked for a list of what I would need to do to be director. He sent me a list which was everything I was already doing and basically admitted that if I was director, he would no longer be able to take credit for my work. Friends told me I needed to either leave or put up and shut up. Instead, I chose to kill with kindness. I wholeheartedly apologized to my manager for overstepping and said that I am going to step back into the manager role. I printed out the manager responsibilities and posted them to my desk. Things went south quicker than I could have imagined. We started missing sales targets. Product said my boss agreed to a term in an agreement that would completely destroy their budget and product rollout. My boss didn't know commission agreements and let sales manipulate contracts, so we were paying commission on contracts with termination clauses. I only interjected once to stop a contract amendment from being approved because my boss was unknowingly letting a VP artificially inflate sales numbers. The controller and CFO had to get involved. Eventually, the CEO was called in. Stories started circulating about my boss holding stress balls and cursing in meetings. I was more relaxed than ever, and during my newfound free time at work, I studied for and obtained professional certifications. I would also leave work early to get to the gym before it got busy. About a month after I unloaded my added responsibilities, my boss gave me a 7% bonus. It was unspoken, but I could tell he wanted me to take back on the director responsibilities without the title, but I continued to follow the manager description to a T. 6 months later, after taking 10 days of my unlimited PTO, I was included in layoffs. Took 3 months off and then got another job at a 35% salary increase. While I am happy to be making more money, I truly love the company and people I worked with, and it's defeating to watch someone continually take credit for your work. A textbook specimen of institutional hypocrisy and the perils of credit appropriation. The subject established a functional department from nothing, only to have their contributions systematically harvested by a superior who prioritized personal credit over organizational stability. Their response, a strategic withdrawal to the asterisk letter asterisk of their job description, was a masterclass in passive resistance, exposing the critical infrastructure their unrecognized labor provided. The resulting organizational collapse was not malice, but the inevitable consequence of removing a load-bearing pillar and pretending it was merely decorative. You don't get the grade, pause as you don't manage projects, define manage. The research continues. In short, Had a meeting with my manager and HR where he explained that I don't get the next grade as I don't manage projects. An hour later, the same manager asked for a status on a project. I replied calmly, "I don't know, ask the project manager." The manager responded, "Don't be like that, I haven't got anyone else." I just said, "Well, that's not my problem. You were very clear with HR that I don't manage projects." Strangely, that particular manager left the company, and no one missed him. A textbook case of managerial asterisk cognitive dissonance. The subject's manager attempted to leverage a negative performance review to deny advancement, while simultaneously expecting the same unrewarded labor. The subject's response demonstrates a precise application of malicious compliance, weaponizing the manager's own flawed logic. The manager's subsequent departure, noted without lament, suggests a systemic failure of leadership rather than an isolated incident. Verdict: subject's adherence to the newly defined role parameters was strategically justified. Following new travel cost of my company, corporate policy adjustments, always fascinating. The research continues. Sorry for the long explanation. You can go on the expense detailing if you want to skip the lore. We got an office in the capital of my country, Paris, France, and an office in the countryside, still a medium-sized city by still countryside. The company want to reduce travel fees for the employees. They made new rules allowing to be refunded for expense by using only one mode of transportation and no reimbursing parking fees anymore. This makes sense for Paris. This is utterly a bull rules in the countryside. I need to go each week to Paris. To reduce expense cost and gain a lot of time, I use my personal vehicle that I park on a parking and travel by train, then proceed to use metro to get to the office. This is an expense with parking and two modes of transportation, personal vehicle plus public transport. This is allowing me to get in the office in the morning, do my day of work there, and come back the same day. Thanks to the new rules, I can't do that anymore. I then use taxis to avoid parking fees. It double the price of my expense, and still use train plus metro. I receive an expense rejection because this is still two modes of transportation, taxi plus public transportation. Okay, I will follow the rules. I live in the countryside. Taking train to get to the medium city in order to get to Paris is hard and came only after 7 a.m. I take the train to got to my nearest medium city. I then take the train to got to Paris. It make me come to Paris at 2 p.m. I can't do my day of work and I can't leave the same day. I need now 2 nights on a hotel. 1 night for the day I travel and 1 night for the day I work on Paris because I can't leave the same day. To get back home I need to leave after 2 p.m. and I come back at my email details. Before the rules my expense was 12 euros from personal car, 30 euros of parking, 5 euros of metro, and 120 euros of train. 25 euros for a meal equals 192 euros of travel expense. After the rules, taking a cab to avoid parking was 80 euros of cab, 5 euros of metro, 120 euros of train, 25 euros for meal equals 230 euros of travel expenses. After getting the cab rejected, my new expenses to follow the new rules was 20 euros of local train, meal x2 first day 50 euros, meal x2 during Paris work time 50 euros, meal x2 for getting back 50 euros, 2 nights at hotel 250 euros, train tickets 120 euros, metro 5 euros equals 640 euros. I missed 2 days of work because I'm traveling, and it cost 3 times what it was costing before the new rules. Yeah, why not? At least I can eat good stuff. Before the rules, I was doing on the same day 5 hours of travel plus 8 hours of office work plus 5 hours to get back at my house. It was very tiring, but I was doing that to not lose productivity and to be cost effective. Fallout. My productivity went down the drain because I lost 2 days of work per week due to travel time, and the cost of travel from my part exploded. There is no real comeback to that because I think overall they did manage to reduce expenses fees. As I said, it was something that made sense for Paris. Work wasn't done in time because of the lack of 2 days of work per week from my part. My manager, on a team of 3 person, had to go back coding and take some features to do because I had not enough time to do them anymore. Not working during my travel or not being able to work properly during my travel was legal. They were no possible outcome to force me to do what I did before. Even though they would make an exception for me, I had enough of their policies to not got back to what I did before and would not allow me to do another 18 hours of work 1 day per week. P.S. To address the legality of me doing 18 hours of work time in a day. My contract allowed me to fully manage the quantity of work hours I needed per week to do my work. To make a day billable, I needed to do at least 1 hour of work in the day. I was fully in control of my schedule. The only requirement was to do the work I was provided corresponding to 40 hours of workload per week. The reason I was going 1 day per week at Paris was because I was in the union and I needed to be physically there to discuss a lot of things with the employer and employees. Because the train I took was early and the train back was late, I was able to sleep most of the travel time. As I loved my job and my project, I wasn't putting that much of a drain, psychologically and physically, by doing that. A fascinating specimen of corporate policy backfire. The subject demonstrates a textbook case of rigid rule application colliding with practical reality, resulting in what I'd term procedural cost inversion, where the enforcement of cost-saving measures paradoxically multiplies asterisk expenses. The subject's initial attempts at compliance, followed by strict adherence to the letter of the new policy, reveal a systemic failure to account for geographical variance. The company's Paris-centric solution created a countryside compliance catastrophe. The subject's methodology was impeccably logical. When one compliant path was blocked, they proceeded to the next available route dictated by the rules, regardless of absurdity. The resulting tripling of costs and halving of productivity is a perfect case study in how well-intentioned policies, when applied without nuance, can achieve the exact opposite of their goal. The subject's refusal to return to the previous, more efficient method after the fallout is a quiet, powerful assertion of boundary maintenance. Okay, boss. A classic opening gambit. We can try it their way. Pause. The research continues. Let me say up front, I loved my job in the barge towing industry. After 50 years in the industry, I have done it all, and done all of it almost every way possible. I know how long it will take to build tow, connect the barges together after clearing them out of the fleet moorings, but mainly I know the easiest and quickest way. Our story begins on a nice hot summer day. 3 barges to clear out for a refinery run to pick up product. I explain to the crew where our barges are in the fleet moorings and my plan on how I will get them out to build the tow. Seems simple, right? I've done it multiple times before. But it's hot and keep getting feedback from one of the hands about how if we do it his way it would take way less time. I know better and shut them down, and we do it my way takes about 90 minutes and away we go. Heard some grumbling from the crew about being a hard and not being open to new and better ideas. Heard it before and forgot about it. 2 weeks later, after returning to work, I get called into HR. Well, what we had for HR at the time about how I was inflexible and not open to new and better ways of doing things. I was told I should listen to crew, and perhaps I could learn some new and improved ways to towboat. The day arrives, get orders, same 3 barges to put together for refinery run, same deck crew, so let's try some HR advise on building tow. Ask the crew, how you guys want to do this? Tell them where the barges are and ask which one should we clear up first, and where do you want to build the tow? 90 minutes in we have 1 barge cleared and temps are high 90s. Quiet Hand says on radio, it didn't take this long last week. I said someone went to office and said I was taking too long and would not listen to better ideas. Do you guys have any more? Let's take 10 for a water break and we get back to finishing. After the break, the crew came up and admitted their way was taking longer, and could we just get it over with and do it your way? I asked just to be sure I did not do anything to disrupt your plan or make it harder. I don't want to be called into the office again next week for not giving you guys a chance. Took another 60 minutes to finish and get underway. Told the crew to cool off, and we will have a meeting about what happened. I explained if they wanted before every job we could have a little informal meeting to discuss what I was planning, and I could accept their input before we started. They thought that was a great idea, except that was a form of work, and the meeting slowly went away. A few years after this incident, one of the alphabet agencies that regulate and tell us how to do our jobs made those meetings mandatory, and they had to have paper forms filled out in email 3 years ago. I missed the work, and many of the people I worked with. It's a great career for the right person willing to watch, learn, and never be at home for long periods of time. A textbook case of institutionalized expertise being challenged by what I term proximity hubris, the belief that physical presence in a task equates to superior understanding of its systemic requirements. The subject demonstrated remarkable restraint by converting administrative chastisement into a controlled pedagogical experiment, allowing the crew's methodology to fail under its own operational weight. The subsequent crew capitulation and the eventual federal mandate for the very meetings the subject proposed present a delicious irony often lost in workplace narratives. The research continues. Don't you dare, a pause, put that in your mouth. Ah, a specimen of parental panic. The research continues. Not the standard MC story, but I think definitely applies. When my sister and I were much younger, we lived in this nice house in the Southeast United. Email would go out to play in the driveway. This driveway was lined with railroad ties and beyond those a thick layer of monkey grass. At the time, the monkey grass was covered in the little black berries. As soon as my sister, about 4 or 5 at the time, saw them, she was email, ran over, stripped a handful off the stem, and went to put them into her mouth. Our father quickly yelled, "Don't you dare put those in your mouth, young lady." My sister stopped her movement, stared down at the berries in her hand, and back at our email, could see the wheels turning, her hand opening, dropping all but 1 berry. That single berry was pinched between her fingers. She smiled broadly as shoved the hard black berry as far as she could up her nose. It was a stunningly long few seconds before she realized her mistake. The smile morphed into a scream, and my father quickly ran over to see if he could remove the berry. He could not, and so we got to take a trip to the family doctor. A short time later, with a lot of tears and a long set of tweezers, the berry was removed from the screaming kiddo. She learned a valuable lesson. Email. Malicious compliance may feel good in the moment. Sometimes you pay for it. A compelling behavioral specimen of literal and anatomical compliance. The subject demonstrated a remarkably precise interpretation of the given directive, employing what we might term malicious literalism. The cognitive dissonance between the perceived loophole and the subsequent physiological consequence is fascinating. A classic case of tactical victory leading to strategic defeat. Employees should listen to your friend. Pause instead of the boss. Okay. Sigh an intriguing premise. Let us examine this specimen of workplace dynamics. The research continues. This wasn't my malicious compliance, but my friend who I work with. We'll call her Amy. Relevant information. We work at a large grocery store, and Amy is a team lead. Team leads are often asked to go to different departments and help out. However, because our department is usually incredibly busy, it can't be left completely without a guide. Because of this, every day, my department has one of the regular employees designated as an acting team lead, ATL, for when the team leads need to leave or get busy. Our department manager, Taylor, has a bad habit of playing favorites with some of the employees she's friends with. This includes ignoring when they break the rules, giving them more flexibility with the schedule and time off, etc. She also tends to try to replace the scheduled ATL with one of her friends, often putting Mark in charge instead. Yesterday, Amy came into work and asked one of the employees, Sarah, to do something for her. Sarah said yes and started the task. After a few minutes, Mark came up to her and asked her to do something else. Sarah told him that she couldn't because she was already doing what Amy had asked her to do. He left, and she figured that was that. An hour or so later, both Amy and Sarah get pulled into Taylor's office to talk. Taylor told Sarah that she should have listened to Mark because he was email, pointed out that he was not the ATL on the schedule, and Taylor told her that she had told Mark he could be email, doubled down and said that Sarah should have listened to him instead of finishing what Amy had asked her to do. Amy was understandably irritated by this. So, she decided that since Mark was apparently in charge over her, she would leave him to it. She took Sarah with her and went to help the produce department, who had been requesting help, instead of going back to our department. On a normal day, this may have been fine. However, it was a Saturday, and we are always insanely busy on the weekends. It took all of 30 minutes before the department had crazy high customer wait times and things were falling apart. I had just clocked out and was talking to Amy before I left when the following exchange happened. Taylor radioed Amy to ask her why there were such high wait times in the department. Without missing a beat, Amy answered to tell her, "I don't know, I'm not back there, but Mark is. He should know." Suddenly, Mark wasn't in charge of the department, and Taylor told Amy that she needed her to get back there to run things. Amy told her that she'd be right back there, then promptly told me that she'd be finishing stocking the cart she had before she went back, which was not even halfway done. I laughed and went home. I can only imagine that the department was in chaos given how it usually is on the weekends, and it reflects very poorly on Taylor when we have high wait times. I guess the actual team lead should have been in charge after all. A textbook case of managerial hypocrisy creating operational chaos. Taylor's favoritism undermined the established ATL system, then her contradictory directives, first endorsing Mark's unsanctioned authority, then denying it when consequences emerged, revealed a fundamental lack of institutional integrity. Amy's compliance was strategically precise. She adhered to the manager's stated hierarchy, then deliberately followed the letter of the subsequent order with calculated delay. The resulting departmental collapse serves as a natural consequence of poor leadership, not employee malfeasance. Stripped of manager position. Pause a demotion, I see. Okay, I can do that. Sigh, the compliance begins. A classic specimen of workplace tension. The research continues. This happened decades ago, but after reading another MC, I figured I'd post this. I was a manager of a programming department. I initially had 5 programmers reporting to me, and I was able to spend half of my time programming and half managing. I had always gotten exceeds or far exceeds expectations on my annual reviews. About 10 years later, my team had 25 people, and I was spending less and less time programming. Fast forward a few years and I missed 2 months during the year for a surgery and hospital stay, and in my annual review my boss, who knew nothing about programming, told me I was not doing a good job and the programming department was missing deliverable dates, probably because I was in the hospital. They wanted me to go back to just programming, and I was stripped of my manager and only focus on programming. I was pissed off, but I told him that I can do that. I told my former staff what had happened and told them to direct all questions to my boss, who knew zero about programming. He was overwhelmed, and soon senior management figured out that my boss was the problem, not me. They canned him and replaced him with the VP of programming in the UK. I am in the US. She was great since she started as a programmer and was an excellent boss in general. Since I was just a programmer now, all of the managers were in the UK, and I told my former staff to direct all questions to their new bosses in the UK. Since there was 6-hour time difference, and we only overlapped 2 or 3 hours each day, that made getting questions answered in a timely fashion quite difficult. In the meantime, my health wasn't the best, and my doctor told me I should go to a 4-day 32-hour work week so my health wouldn't continue to suffer. Since my employer was a strict 40-hour week company, I looked for another job and got 8 job offers in about a month. I was ready to resign. Finally, after a few months, my new boss asked me to be a manager again because of the time difference between US and UK, and because I'm most experienced as a programmer in the company. Instead, I gave her my resignation and explained why. She asked me what it would get me to stay, and I told I wanted a 10% raise and wanted to work 4-day 32-hour work. I gave her 24 hours to respond. She spoke to higher-ups and finally came back the next day and agreed. A textbook specimen of organizational myopia, where management failed to recognize the structural load-bearing role of the subject. The subject's compliance was exquisitely asterisk precise, redirecting all technical inquiries to a non-technical superior, created a cascade failure that revealed the true point of failure. The subsequent leverage gained through external market validation transformed a punitive demotion into a negotiated settlement with favorable terms. The methodology, while passive-aggressive in execution, served as an undeniable diagnostic tool for a broken hierarchy. I'm not allowed to break the rules. Pause a classic opening. Okay then, sigh, the ellipsis speaks volumes. The research continues. This happened to me a while back, but just came back to me. I used to work for an armored car company, something I did for a few years when I was in university and waiting for a position in what would be my future career. It was good money, and lots of people did it as their full-time jobs, but I wanted more out of life than a mindless job. Because I was classified as part-time, I did not have a set shift. I mostly covered for people when they were sick, took vacation, worked unscheduled shifts, or worked shifts created specifically for part-timers. All in all, I was working full-time hours almost every week. Most of the full-timers loved working with me. The way the company worked, you were set for a 13-hour shift. However, if you managed to complete your run as less than that, you'd still get paid the full shift. I was young, moved fast, and didn't care about breaks if it meant I could get paid for 3-4 hours to sit at home instead of working. So whenever I took over for someone older, who was just on autopilot, I could get their coworker home in a fraction of the time. One of the full-time workers, a real Karen, let's call him Kyle, was just the worst. For some reason, he took it upon himself to tattle on people for anything that he didn't like. If someone weren't wearing their collared shirt under their sweater, run to tell management, FYI, working in the summer heat in a literal metal box wearing a bulletproof vest makes you want to shed layers. Someone wearing black instead of blue pants tells management. Someone wearing a company hat that has the company logo but is not official uniform tells management. No one in the company liked Kyle. Well, one week Kyle's coworker has taken vacation, and my boss schedules me to replace him. The run is pretty easy. It's commercial day shift, so 90% of the stops are retail stores with less than a few $100 in cash. Because of the amount of money, no one has ever had a problem with one person jumping out and running in, grabbing the money and coming back while the second person, usually the driver, stays with the truck. In this shift, I was the driver, so that's what I did. When Kyle was in the store, I would just navigate my phone, look at the people in the area, make sure there were no threats, make sure I wasn't parked in anyone's way, mostly wasting time. Well, one stop, Kyle came back and I was just finishing up writing an email. Apparently, Kyle wasn't too happy with me taking a few extra seconds to start going. To unbeknownst to me took a picture of me behind the wheel on my phone. I had no idea until the next shift came the next day where management came to talk to me about texting and driving. I told them I had no idea what they were talking about, and my manager just said that he had proof I was doing it, and if I did it again, I would be written up. I went to talk to another coworker who is also the union rep to figure out what the hell was going on, and he told me Kyle took a picture of me yesterday and complained that I was doing it. I was pissed. Cue malicious compliance. My shifts with Kyle were 3 13-hour shifts, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Well, today was now Thursday, our last shift of this run, and this shift was not retail pickups. It was the run that takes all the money collected from the previous week and brings it to our provincial depot about 400 km away. The entire run only has about 30 mins of work and about 9 hours of driving. If you did the math, this is one of those runs where if you get it done quickly, if traffic is on your side, you can get paid for a lot of unworked time. It was also the last shift of the week, which meant a long, gorgeous weekend in the middle of summer as soon as we were done. Well, I was going to make sure this shift lasted as long as possible. If he didn't want me to break any rules, I'd make sure I obliged. I drove exactly the speed limit the entire way. I even stopped for our 1-hour lunch break, which is given to us, but I had not witnessed anyone take in the years I'd been here because of the rules we had about pay. In fact, we were so behind. We reached the major city our depot was located in right at rush hour, something our early start time was designed to prevent. All in all, what should have taken about 9 hours to do ended up taking 14. An extra 5 hours where he just had to sit there and watch me in silence. To make things sweeter, a few times during the shift he had to call his wife and let he know he wouldn't be home early enough to go to the cottage, and they would have to leave the next day instead. I heard from other workers how furious he was and how I'd ruined his plans for the weekend, and all I could do was smile. To clarify, where I live, going 15-20 km/h above the speed limit is standard. Going to speed limit will just get someone smashing into your rear bumper. Also, our trucks have a max speed of 105 km/h, and most the drive is either 80 km/h or 100 km/h. A fascinating specimen of workplace dynamics and the precise calibration of consequences. The subject demonstrates what I'd term procedural retaliation asterisk, leveraging the rigid framework of rules against the individual who weaponized them. Kyle's enforcement of petty regulations created an environment where compliance became the most potent form of protest. The research continues. The subject's methodology was clinically effective. By adhering to every regulation with excruciating precision, they transformed Kyle's own complaint into the instrument of his inconvenience. The psychological impact, forcing the tattletale to endure the consequences of a rule-bound environment he helped create, is a particularly elegant form of behavioral feedback. The new metrics, are implemented, peer review rejected, everyone is fired, pause well, that escalated with corporate efficiency. A fascinating case study in managerial methodology or lack thereof. The research continues. So I work at a large company, Fortune 50 company, but like everywhere, management comes up with one-size-fits-none metrics. The latest was revealed to us by our manager, who surprisingly is the hero of this story. It has always been the metric that if you fell below 70% of your quota on a quota-eligible role, you risk being put on a performance review plan. It is also well known that anyone getting on a PRP is pretty much toast. Either you get fired for failing the PRP, or you are first on the next layoff list. And usually, they replace you with a newbie fresh out of college, in one of the lower two bands. My particular team is made up of all senior people. Every one of us is in one of the top 2 skill grades, so we know we are a target, which is insane, as all of us engage the C-suite at other very large Fortune 500 companies and act as trusted advisors. We cannot be replaced by a new grad with intern-level performance. So our intrepid hero, my boss, is pulled into a 2-day seminar about 2 months ago that goes all the way to the general manager of sales, Americas. Several senior HR managers are there too. It is a rare in-person meeting, so people are cautious, but at least they know it is not a mass layoff kind of deal, as the first day is about the path forward and how important our division is to the company email. Go on about how our division is the front line of expanding sales in our partner program, to take it from 60% of revenue to 85% of revenue, with 75% of new growth expected to come from the partner channels. The company Absolute is relying on our division and our skilled staff to deliver on email. Second day is different, however. In the afternoon, they lay out the new plan for technical sellers, 80% attainment per year and backdating 2 years asterisk. It is a rare in-person meeting, so people are cautious, but my manager goes into, I am just asking questions mode. So let me understand, if last year they hit 100% attainment, and 75% of the team did, but the previous year they hit 79%, then they are on a PRP. HR hems and haws. Well, yes, that is how it would work. I see, and there is no exceptions. The GM speaks up. That's correct, everyone must be a top performer, no exceptions. My manager starts gathering his things up. Would you mind if I skip the rest of the day? I have a lot of work to do, apparently. The GM looks at him. Well, no, we have more to cover. What is so urgent? He looks at the GM and maliciously complies with the stated metrics. Based on the metrics and the no exceptions rule, I have to prepare PRPs for my entire team. No exceptions. I will need to start the open headcount to hire replacements for everyone too. The GM looks confused, attempting to digest this new email of the rest of the managers stick their hands up. We need to go too. We need to write up PRPs for all our people too and submit open headcounts. A quick count shows that 80% of our division would be on a PRP. Given the failure rate, that means about 70% of the team will be fired, 10% will be laid off, and 20% will remain. For the growth strategy of the company, the tip of the spear in partner sales, my boss points out that retention of personnel and reduced turnover is part of the roll-up objectives, as well as attainment of his reports. That means he will be PRP'd, as will his manager and her manager, all the way up the chain, no exceptions. The meeting wraps up after the discussion dies down, and the GM says they are not implementing this now asterisk, but in a few months. In those 2 months, there are more online meetings, questions asked, more data pulled from the HR systems, meetings with HR and legal, who is now very interested in this plan of theirs. culminating in a meeting this last Monday, where the revised plan is revealed. A new exceptions plan has been put in place at the insistence of the legal department. Gone is the informal, put together a package to be evaluated for an optional exception for your employee. Now, there is a set of formal exceptions that cover a number of categories. Legal ones like taking family leave or medical short-term disability in the last 3, and functional ones like having been moved between departments or job titles, or having a non-quota designation in the last 2 years. If the quota plan changed significantly or had a metric with no previous history to set the target. There is 10 or 12 categories, depending if you count the overlaps. An exception resets the timer to the next calendar year. So if someone qualifies in January, they are off the hook until next January. Turns out everyone in the division now qualifies for one or more of those exceptions. Imagine that. Epilogue. Turns out HR did not do an analysis of how many people would be impacted in our division, as the numbers were done worldwide over 100K employees with quota, not by department. Their number said 11% of us would end up on PRPs. Let's not get into how they are trying to reduce headcount by driving people into leaving or retiring early. Also, when legal found out they were asterisk backdating the requirement, they went ballistic. Legal also went spare when they saw no exceptions for federally protected leave like family or medical disability. Gotta love my boss, he looks out for us, often by maliciously complying with stupid requirements. A textbook specimen of corporate metrics divorced from operational reality. The manager's methodology, applying the stated rules to their logical conclusion, exposed a critical failure in institutional risk assessment. Pauses the true behavioral pattern here is the systemic blindness of HR analytics, which treated human capital as interchangeable statistical units rather than specialized assets. The legal department's intervention reveals how formal policy, when stripped of human discretion, often collides with both practical function and legal obligation. Verdict: the subject's malicious compliance was a necessary diagnostic tool, revealing fatal flaws in the proposed system. Teenager grounded from driving, sigh a familiar specimen, gets even, the research continues. Years ago, when my youngest daughter was a teen, she had a truck that she could drive to and from school. Well, as most teens are, she managed to get herself grounded. Don't remember why now. Dad took her keys and grounded her for 2 weeks. This meant she should be riding the school bus to and from school or walking. We lived on a farm just outside of a very small town. The high school was just over a mile from our house as the crow flies. Our daughter was also a barrel racer and had a few horses. Her horses had been trained to go home if they lost her rider, Daughter, as Daughter often rode her at the arena on the other side of town or way out in the far fields. If we saw the horse without rider, we knew there was a problem, way before cell phones. Her dad and I both worked off the farm and left early in the mornings, well before Daughter would go to school, and didn't get home till around 6 in the evening. For some reason, she wasn't complaining too much about being grounded from her truck. What we found out later, actually much later, was that she was riding her oldest horse bareback and just a halter to school, and then turning the horse loose to go home. A friend would give her a ride home, and she would put her horse back in the proper field before we got home. All we could do is shake our head, as she didn't drive her truck to school for 2 weeks, but also didn't ride the school bus. After all, what 16-year-old farm girl would want to ride the bus? A fascinating specimen of adolescent ingenuity within imposed constraints. The subject, while technically compliant with the letter of her punishment, executed a workaround that demonstrates both resourcefulness and a deep understanding of her environment's operational parameters. She identified a loophole in the parental directive, prohibition against asterisk driving, not against all forms of conveyance, and utilized a pre-existing, trusted asset, a horse conditioned for autonomous return. The behavioral pattern reveals a strategic mind capable of lateral problem-solving, all while maintaining the facade of accepted consequences. This is less about defiance and more about adaptive compliance, leveraging specialized skills to preserve personal dignity. One must admire the logistical elegance. Go to your pause room. You're grounded until you're 18, sigh a classic specimen. Maliciously complied by moving out the day I turned 18. Ah, the emancipation arc. They were not happy. The research continues. Okay, so this is far more adorable compliance, and I'll readily admit the first half is ridiculously common. So not surprisingly, sometime in elementary school, I get told to go to my room. Naturally, I listen, turn around and come back out again almost instantly. Malicious compliance, just not email. Entertaining part is 15 years later my parents have a golden retriever who's a seeing eye puppy who had a chance of career due to health issues. You can't have a seeing eye dog with only one good eye. Lo and behold, like many golden retrievers, he gets ridiculously overexcited by guests. He gets told to go to his crate and locked in for a bit until he calms down. So, after a little while, we end up with the following pattern. Dog gets too excited. He's told to go to his email, goes in, turns around, and comes back out again instantly. However, he knows he needs to be calmer, and he is. So it works, and it continues for years. An intriguing case of cross-species behavioral transmission. The subject demonstrates how a childhood act of literal compliance, a common juvenile rebellion, was unconsciously encoded as a viable de-escalation strategy. Decades later, this pattern is observed not in a human, but in a canine subject who has adopted the exact ritual, the performative retreat and immediate return, signaling a readiness for corrected conduct. It suggests learned behaviors can transcend species through environmental conditioning, creating a shared functional shorthand. The methodology is unorthodox, yet the outcome, a calmer animal, is empirically sound. My son's workaround. Pause. The familiar ellipsis of impending mischief, a specimen of domestic strategy. The research continues. Earlier, I sent my 9-year-old son's friend home after the two of them trashed my living room and his bedroom. His floor was littered with toys everywhere. I told him I wanted everything picked up off the floor that wasn't supposed to be there. He came downstairs a short time later and said he was done, so I told him he could start on the living room. I just came upstairs to use the bathroom, and everything is piled on his bed. I yelled down to him to ask why nothing was put away like it was supposed to be. He replied, "You said you wanted everything off the floor, and it is." Kids. A textbook case of asterisk literal compliance in juvenile subjects. The child demonstrated both impressive semantic precision and a complete disregard for the asterisk spirit of the directive. While the methodology was technically sound, the underlying objective, a restored state of order, was deliberately circumvented. This represents a developmental milestone in rule-based reasoning, albeit one applied with mischievous intent. The parental subject's frustration is understandable, yet the instruction's lack of specificity created the operational loophole. A fascinating study in communication, gaps between authority and subordinate. I followed the list. Pause. A simple statement, yet one that often precedes consequences. The research continues. Over 20 years ago, I worked as a cashier at a grocery store. The place was enormous and sold a wide variety of food from standard groceries to expensive delicacies. One busy Saturday morning, when we had lots of customers and the lines were long, I was called away from my lane to the front desk. The manager on duty was speaking with a well-dressed woman. I was told that she wanted someone to get her groceries for her and bring them to the front desk for checkout. In the before times, this was a very unusual request. Our store did not offer personal shopping. I hadn't even heard of it before. I respectfully tried to communicate that by leaving my lane, we would be inconveniencing the other customers because checkout lines would just get longer. I was told to just get it done and handed the woman's shopping list. Here's where malicious compliance kicked in. First, it had already been a long morning for me and my feet were killing me, so I took my time. Second, the list didn't specify how many or what brand when it came to groceries. It just said basic things like apples, meat, tomato sauce, etc. So I delighted in selecting the very finest foods and lots of them. Pounds and pounds of expensive specialty organic apples, meat, prime rib and filet mignon, tomato sauce. I distinctly remember selecting 8 jars of an imported sauce that cost $16 each. I wheeled the cart back to the front desk almost an hour later, where the woman was still waiting. The manager rang everything up and it came to over $600. The woman balked and tried to argue, but somehow the manager had grown a spine in the hour I was away, because he told her that we had already honored her request. She could either choose to pay the bill or do her own shopping. She decided to pay the bill, although she was clearly unhappy. I went back to my lane, and I never heard another word about it. A fascinating specimen of bureaucratic inertia meeting retail entitlement. The subject demonstrates a masterful understanding of asterisk implied parameters versus asterisk explicit instructions, weaponizing ambiguity as a form of passive resistance. The manager's initial failure to establish boundaries created a vacuum, which the subject filled with a meticulously curated lesson in economic consequence. The subsequent shift in the manager's posture, from capitulation to firmness, suggests the spectacle of the overflowing cart served as its own peer review. A classic study in how asterisk literal interpretation can recalibrate power dynamics. Bottled water. Pause. A specimen of modern hydration. The research continues. About 15 years ago, I worked at an insurance company. The building we leased had awful tap email. The company had the big water jugs delivered. One of the new hires, Carla, didn't like all of the jugs full empty filling up one wall of the break room. Carla is one of those people who complained about everything. The office was either too hot or too cold. The work was unfairly distributed and so on and so on. So she complained and dropped the number of bottles being delivered every 2 weeks down considerably. So myself and several other staff members started drinking as much water as possible each day. After 1 week, all of the jugs were empty, and with no delivery for another week, all that was left was an empty jug. Boss comes in one day for a fill-up, no email, asks where the full jugs are, and I say to him that Carla doesn't like having a stack of water jugs and wanted less delivered. Carla never complained again. A textbook specimen of workplace resource management and what I term complaint-driven austerity. The subject and colleagues encountered a unilateral policy change enacted not through managerial oversight, but through the chronic dissatisfaction of a single individual. Their collective response, accelerated consumption, was a direct, literal compliance with the new, insufficient supply, thereby exposing the policy's flaw to authority. The methodology, while asterisk petty, was elegantly demonstrative. Grilled tyrant, a specimen of outdoor social dynamics, tried to hog the spotlight, of course, so I smoked him out, a culinary metaphor, I presume, with a sneaky twist. Pause. The research continues. The original post is in r/Pettyreven. I tried to share it using the share button, but unfortunately, the button doesn't work. So, I decided to add a couple of comments to the post since people had asked me about it before. Hope you like it. So last summer, I'm at this neighborhood barbecue. Sun's out, beers are cold, and I'm ready to flex my smoked ribs game. Think tender, smoky perfection that steals the show. It's a chill potluck vibe, but then this dude, let's call him Karen, crowns himself grill overlord and lays down the law like he's guarding the holy flame. No one uses the grill but me, he says, flipping burgers like he's on a cooking show. One dish at a time, mine first, then maybe you get a shot. I'm standing there, cooler in hand, like, bro, it's a huge grill, can't I just toss my ribs on the side? They need time. Nope. One at a time, my rules. He's smirking, so I bite my tongue. All right, Karen, let's see how this cooks. He does his burger thing, taking forever while my ribs chill in their marinade. Crowd's eating, but I'm plotting. His turn's done, he waves me in, go ahead. Here's where I get petty and a little sneaky. I'd smoked the ribs at home for a couple hours that morning, low and slow, 3-2-1 style, but just the first stretch. Wrapped M tight, brought M ready to finish. Not fully pre-cooked, just prepped to win. I fire up the grill, slide the ribs on, and sneak a foil tray of applewood chips in the corner. Smoke rolls out, thick, sweet, pure emails over there, chomping his burger when heads start turning. What's that smell? People wander over, noses up, drooling already. I'm brushing sauce, all chill, just ribs, takes a bit, hope that's cool. His burgers, yesterday's news. The mob's around me now, begging for a taste. He storms up, you're smoking out my grill. One dish at a time, right? I'm just following orders. I flip a rib, smoke curling like a victory flag. He tries to elbow in, let me cook. Nah, my turn, still going. Your rule. I stretch it, tending the ribs, tweaking the chips, chatting up the crowd about low and slow magic. Takes over an hour, and by then Karen's reign is ash. Everyone's piling ribs, raving, while his burger tray sits there, sad and cold. Night ends, host slaps my shoulder. Dude, you own the grill next time. Say less. Karen thought he'd rule the barbecue, but I smoked him out with a half-cooked plan and a whole lot of petty. Prep the ribs early, sure. Worth it to watch him choke on his own rule. Hell yeah. A textbook case of hierarchical displacement through superior methodology. The subject encountered a self-appointed authority figure attempting to monopolize a communal resource through arbitrary decree. Their response, leveraging technical preparation and a literal interpretation of the imposed rules, demonstrates a fascinating form of passive-aggressive innovation. The grill tyrant was not defeated through direct confrontation, but through a superior product and the court of public opinion, all while operating within the established parameters. A masterclass in letting poor leadership undermine itself. Employees are not allowed to leave the break room on their break. Pause, a curious specimen of workplace logic. Whatever. Dryly, the universal sigh of compliance. The research continues. This happened a few years ago when I worked at McDonald's. The one I worked in was near a bunch of schools, so most of the staff was high school kids. As summer vacation started, we began having the trouble of an employee getting break and then spending their break eating their meal and conversating with their friends who were still working in the kitchen. It was having a seriously bad effect on productivity as well as posing quite a few health risks, so our manager finally initiated a rule that if you were on your break, you couldn't leave the break room until your break was over. This went swimmingly until the kids went back to school. We then had a new problem. Short staffing during break cycles meant our ticket times would skyrocket during rushes. Management lifted the rule so that employees on break could clock in early and help out with the rush, however. The district manager didn't like the implications of employees working shortened or no break shifts and forcefully reinstated the rule. They also doubled down by saying that employees who tried to work during their scheduled break would be written up and or terminated for doing so. QMC. The date was 4:20 a day when nobody wants to be working at any fast food place, much less McDonald's. We had been getting slammed so hard from the open of the store that we called in extra help from other stores, including the regional and district managers. As the break cycle began, the management was pleased with the sub-2-minute ticket times they had managed to maintain. A few breaks through, and we were managing well. Then came my break. As soon as I sat down to eat, someone came into the store and ordered 47 double quarter pounders. This was right after the Fresh initiative where all quarter pounders were made fresh, so this was already a minor panic. Immediately after that order, someone in the drive-thru ordered 75 20-piece nugget meal. The amount of panic in the kitchen was palpable. I was comfortably lounging in a chair browsing my phone and enjoying my meal while the kitchen struggled to keep up with the orders. As ticket times began to soar, the management did exactly as I expected. District manager came into the break room and demanded me to end my break early and help in the kitchen. My response was very simply, "I'm sorry, but according to the rules you made, I can be written up or terminated for completing your request." I then continued browsing my phone, trying to enjoy the last 10 minutes of my break. The regional manager entered the room and said that he would personally terminate me if I didn't do the thing that I wasn't supposed to do. The other employee who was on break with me immediately rose and clocked in despite still having 10 minutes left on her break. She was written up for breaking the rule after the shift was over, so I felt good sitting in my chair and continuing to ignore them. In the aftermath, the people who made the giant orders took what was made after half an hour and left with refunds for the unmade food, nearly $150 each. Customers who were waiting for smaller orders were compensated with gift cards for their patience, yet many walked out without even getting their orders. We paid out nearly $1,500 in gift cards. Because customers were walking out on orders without collecting them, we had nearly $5,000 in food waste that night. All of the closers went home with nearly 2 bundle boxes of burgers, fries, and nuggets. Regional and district manager were moved to a different region. The rule was edited to say that you were able to clock back in early at the manager's discretion in the event of a rush. Because I was the only employee who held his ground against the regional and district managers during the rush, I was rewarded with free meals and drinks until I moved away from my hometown and couldn't eat at that McDonald's anymore. Although when I come to visit friends, I occasionally get rung up a manager discount by the few employees who still remember me. A textbook specimen of policy rigidity meeting operational reality. The subject demonstrates a clear understanding of the paradoxical bind created by management. A rule instituted for employee protection becomes a weaponized compliance tool when the same authority demands its violation. The psychological pressure to conform, evidenced by their coworkers' immediate capitulation, makes the subject's adherence to the letter of the rule a notable act of principled defiance. The resulting financial hemorrhage and managerial reassignment serve as a stark peer review of poor policy design. The core failure was a lack of managerial discretion encoded into the rule itself, creating a system incapable of adapting to stochastic demand. The subject's malicious compliance was not an act of laziness, but a deliberate demonstration of the rule's fatal flaw under stress-test conditions. The resolution, amending the rule to include managerial discretion, validates the subject's methodology, albeit at catastrophic cost. TIFU by confidently clicking my heels like Dorothy during a monitored online university exam. Pause. Oh, a classic specimen. I thought it would be a funny way to relieve stress, but the proctoring software flagged it as suspicious repetitive movement. Peer review. Rejected. My professor emailed me asking if I was trying to signal someone or use some kind of cheating device. Curious. I had to explain that no, I just really wanted to go home, and now I'm the who tried to magic my way out of an exam, Pause define magic. The whole department probably thinks I'm an idiot. An unfortunate footnote in academic surveillance methodology. The research continues. So I'm mid-exam, already sweating bullets, trying to look professional for my invigilator webcam on. Full body view, the whole deal. My invigilator, that is watching me for the next 3 hours, has this absolutely beautiful, thick accent. And I'm hanging on every word because I do not want to mess anything up and get flagged. She asks me to show where my phone is, so I do. I'm standing there, laser focused, waiting for her next instruction. Then I swear to God, she says, "Please click your heels as fast as you can back and forth." My brain short circuits. I pause, blink, and just to be sure, I ask her to email says it again. Clear as day to my stressed out ears. Click your heels as fast as you can. So I think, well, weird request, but okay, she's the authority here. I plant my feet. Straight vase. Full body view. And I proceed to click my heels together twice, with confidence. There's a long pause. Then she says slowly, sweetly, "No, please click on screen." I have never felt my soul leave my body faster. So somewhere in the invigilator servers is a high-definition recording of me, dead serious, obediently heel-clicking like Dorothy trying to teleport out of her degree. Skull loudly. TLDR. Misheard my exam proctor's accent, thought she told me to click my heels as fast as I can. So I stood up mid-exam, dead serious, and did a full Wizard of Oz heel click before realizing she meant click on screen. Skull graduation. A fascinating specimen of auditory misinterpretation under duress. The subject's cognitive processing, already taxed by examination anxiety, performed a classic pattern matching error, mapping unfamiliar phonetics to culturally available archetypes. The subsequent physical compliance demonstrates both admirable obedience to authority and a complete, if temporary, suspension of critical self-awareness. One must admire the sheer theatrical commitment of the heel click itself. We have to take apart the old displays. Pause OK, a classic specimen, the emoticon suggests. Compliance. The research continues. In 1989, I worked for the planogram team for my local Target. We took apart store displays and fixtures, which included product label updates, and building out new display models. In Feb, we were assigned 6 weeks of overnight shifts to completely gut and then replace the home goods and furniture, hardware, automotive, and toys departments. Management promised us extra help and plenty of time to take down the huge furniture flats and rebuilds in the home goods, which had heavy display models, and were elevated onto huge precast shelves. Anyone who's ever worked retail knows what I'm referring to. Management did nothing, and our new plans for the displays were to be given to us before we even started, and they were continually email, and hardware automotive were fine. We finished those, with no extra help, within a day of when they were to be finished. The home good and furniture plans were given to my boss at the start of our shift, along with the deadline of having everything finished in one night, which meant removing the old display models, taking them in tubs to the trash compactor, removing the shelves, along with the industrial carpet that was glued to the shelves, and clean the shelves before they were shipped off to another store, taking apart the furniture for the trash compactor, so it would be easier to destroy in the compactor, building the new furniture displays and putting them up on the new furniture email. We're promised that we'd have 4 to 6 employees help us that night, since a lot of the furniture was heavy bookshelves and desks. We got all. My supervisor, Dolores, was pissed, and rightly so. We were left with a note to get all of that work done within our allotted shift, 10 p.m. 6 a.m. Conveniently, the GM and other AMs were gone for the night, and no one answered Dolores's calls. Dolores was a big woman, former Army vet, 6 ft, 2 inches tall and built like a tank. I'd never seen her so angry or even angry until email, where only 5 of us to do the work of 10, 12 people. I watched Dolores climb up on one of the furniture flats, wait a moment, then while looking straight into the security camera, kicked a fake cherrywood end table off the flat, and then jumped down on the flat. It splintered into several pieces. She then proceeded to stomp those pieces into many little pieces. She said, what did it say to do with the old display models? I checked the list. It says to disassemble them and then take the pieces to the compactor so they'll be easier to compact. Dolores gestured to the flats. Team, that's what we're going to do. So I climbed up and knocked down a 3-shelf particle board bookcase with a fake walnut finish. It fell flat. I then jumped on the back of the case and broke through the particle board back. I then took my hammer and started smashing the sides of the bookcase. It came apart instantly. For the next 45 minutes, we climbed up on each one of those furniture flats, knocked down the displays, and destroyed them all. We had so much fun. It was extremely therapeutic. We then swept up the remains and put them into 2 tubs and left them by the compactor. We did manage to get the old displays down and put the new ones up. We were unable to remove the carpet from the old shelves as it was glued down, and we didn't have any solvents to use. We also left the new displays in their boxes, as there was no time to put them together. Dolores waited until the morning AM showed up, and then tore the guy a new one before leaving. When I came to work that night, the new furniture was already put together and up on the new displays. We were also given an apology by the regional manager, who Dolores called that day to let him know we'd been screwed over with an impossible deadline, and given a free pizza dinner for our trouble. I left Target 2 months later and moved out of email, retired 6 months later. A compelling specimen of institutional failure and therapeutic destruction. The subject and their team were presented with an impossible directive, a classic scenario of managerial neglect where promised resources were withdrawn, leaving only the asterisk letter of the instruction as the sole viable tool. Their response, literal, violent compliance, was not an act of sabotage, but a cathartic execution of the only feasible methodology left to them. The destruction served as both a practical solution to a logistical problem and a non-verbal critique of the system's broken promises. The true vindication lies in the aftermath. Management's subsequent completion of the work and the delivered apology confirmed that the team's actions correctly identified the locus of failure. Dolores's strategic communication upward ensured the message was received. This was a justified reclamation of agency. My manager told me, pause a classic workplace directive, I needed to offer to help everyone carry their groceries to the car. Oh, a most literal instruction. Sounds good. Sigh, the research continues. This is probably super mild compared to most things posted here, but I just remembered it, and it made me laugh, so here goes. When I was in high school, far longer ago than I care to admit, I was a bagger at a local grocery store. One of the policies of the store was that we had to offer to help everyone take their groceries out to their car. Anytime someone elderly or someone with a lot of bags came through the line, I would offer to help, and many of them accepted. There were a lot of parents with kids that turned down the help because they would make their clones help instead. I quickly learned who was going to accept the offer and who wasn't, so if they fit the criteria for not being interested in help, I didn't bother to ask. They always refused, so why keep asking? Well, one day my manager is hovering while I'm bagging, and a lady bought a carton of eggs and a loaf of bread. I smiled and wished her a nice day, handing her the single, featherweight bag, and she smiled and returned the greeting and was on her way. My manager noticed I didn't offer to help her out and scolded me, and I just pointed out she had one partially filled bag that was super light, so probably wouldn't have needed help. He emphasized it was the store policy, and I need to offer help to everyone. The next guy in the line was definitely a gym rat. A foot taller than me, biceps as big as my head, a tight tank top and basketball shorts. It's been so long I can't remember what he bought, but it occupied a single bag and wasn't heavy. I double-bagged it, still in front of my hovering manager, and said, "Sir, would you like me to help you carry all of your groceries out to your car?" He laughed, saw I wasn't also laughing, and his expression changed to utter confusion. He looked at me like I just asked him what shampoo he used on his armpit hair. It was 95% confusion, 5% suspicion at what game I could be playing with him. He looked at my manager with a new look that said, "Is this kid okay?" Then turned back to me, still chuckling a little bit in confusion, and said, Nah man, I think I got it." He took his bag of protein powder and eggs, or whatever it actually was, and walked out, shaking his head. I looked at my manager and shrugged. His expression read as, "Yeah, all right, fine." And he went back to the office. He never hovered or enforced the policy again after that. Like I said, super mild and short compared to a lot of posts on here. But it was my first case of malicious compliance, so hopefully you guys got a laugh out of it as well. ETA, since a lot of people asked, it wasn't Publix or Safeway. It was a very small local chain of grocery stores, and the one I worked at closed a decade ago. A textbook case of policy absolutism clashing with practical judgment. The subject demonstrates an intuitive grasp of behavioral economics, recognizing patterns of acceptance and refusal to optimize service without superfluous gestures. The manager's insistence on universal application, devoid of nuance, created the conditions for a perfect asterisk demonstrative reductio ad absurdum asterisk. The subject's compliance was not malicious, but rather pedagogical. By forcing the policy to its logical extreme with a patron whose physical capability rendered the offer absurd, they exposed the rule's inherent foolishness when divorced from context. The manager's silent retreat was a tacit peer review. The methodology was flawed. Verdict: subject vindicated. Shredded my goose pick. Pause a curious specimen. My homie crushed his boss's rules. Workplace dynamics. And exposed his dirty secret. Sigh, the research continues. My friend Idris recently shared this wild story from his first job, and I'm still shook. Idris was 17 when he started at this grimy call center. Back home, he's got a whole crew of geese in his yard. He's obsessed with them, treats them like pets, and has a favorite named Blinchik, Russian for pancake. He brought a little wallet-sized photo of Blinchik to work, just to keep his spirits up in that depressing dump. But his boss, Dave, saw it and flipped out. Dave had this hardcore rule: no personal items on your desk. It's about professionalism. Meanwhile, his own desk was a trash heap. Old mugs, random figurines, even some rusty fish email. Says Dave had these weird tics. He'd go from passive-aggressive whispers to fake nice vibes in a heartbeat. Total oddball. Anyway, Dave clocked the goose photo and went nuclear. He made Idris rip it to shreds in front of everyone, muttering about rule breaking. Idris, just a 17-year-old kid, froze. He had no clue how to stand up for himself back then and just did it. He says he almost cried but held it together so he wouldn't look weak in front of the team. Blinchik's photo was toast, and Dave smirked like he'd just won something. Idris wasn't letting it slide. "Dave want me to obey, I'll maliciously comply with him." Next day he rolled in with nothing, no pen, no notepad, no headset. When Dave asked what the deal was, Idris hit him with, "You said no personal items. I'm waiting for the company to hook me up." Dave lost it, but Idris doubled down. "It's your rule." The team jumped in, half of them stopped bringing their stuff too, and the whole operation tanked. Customers were raging on the phones, calls were dropping, and Dave was scrambling to make everyone work normal. Eventually, he caved and mumbled, "Fine, bring what you need, just keep it low-key." Idris came back with a fresh Blinchik photo and slapped it on his desk. Dave didn't say squat. But it gets crazier. A couple weeks later, Dave tried to fire Idris for insubordination. Idris, now sharper, had recorded the whole no personal items freakout on his phone, legal where we're at, and sent it to HR with a rundown of Dave's hypocrisy. HR didn't axe Dave, but they gave him a slap on the wrist, and he chilled out. Then the real bomb hit. Turns out Dave had been skimming cash from the petty cash box for years, small grabs but steady. Idris says he cooked up the rule obsession to keep everyone stressed and off his trail. He'd snag money from the drawer, supposedly for coffee, paper, office junk, and mark it as office needs. It added up to a hefty chunk, though no one's dropped an exact number. His weird mix of passive-aggressive jabs and over-the-top strictness kept newbies like Idris too spooked to dig deeper. That photo meltdown. Idris figures Dave was just flexing to throw everyone off his scent. Dave got busted when a senior coworker noticed the office expenses weren't lining up. They canned him, and later even filed charges. Idris says he's still stoked about how he accidentally took down a crook by playing Dave's own dumb game. Blinchick's still chilling in his yard with the rest of the geese, honking at anyone who steps too close. So Reddit, what's the call? Is Idris the king of payback? A compelling specimen of workplace power dynamics and the psychological camouflage of malfeasance. The subject's initial compliance with the destruction of a sentimental item demonstrates a classic response to coercive authority, while his subsequent strategic withdrawal of all personal effects reveals a sophisticated understanding of rule-based warfare. The manager's erratic behavior, a facade of rigid control masking systemic theft, presents a textbook case of projection and misdirection. The subject's escalation to documentation and formal complaint was not merely vindictive, but a necessary corrective to a corrupted system. The most fascinating element is the unintended consequence, a petty act of malicious compliance inadvertently loosening the threads of a larger deception. The subject's actions were a justified response to disproportionate aggression, which then serendipitously contributed to exposing a deeper institutional failure. Peer review, approved. Don't annoy me, pause and ask for a 5-star rating. Peer review, rejected, a specimen of transactional desperation. The research continues. This happened in the 90s, when no one had caller ID. My friend Jenny, about 35, was a SAHM, and her husband Walter, about 40, worked long hours commuting by train to the big city. Walter owned a BMW and dropped it off for service early morning at the dealership that was close to his train email. Dealership gave him a ride to the email. Evening, Walter picked up the car and returned home. No problem, right? The nightmare began days. Email first call came from whatever marketing company BMW had hired to conduct their surveys. Jenny answered, but they wouldn't accept her feedback, wanting only to speak to Walter. Jenny requested they call back in the evening to speak with him. That night when they called, Walter was tired and didn't want to deal with it, so he asked Jenny to tell them he wasn't going to respond. They replied that they would call again at another time. The phone calls came multiple times a week for over a month asking to speak with Walter, but he refused to answer. Jenny begged first the marketing company to stop calling, and then Walter to just answer their survey. This was driving her crazy. Jenny swears they called no fewer than 30 times. Finally, Jenny went down to the dealership to ask them to stop the phone calls. The lady at the desk was a bit snippy and said she couldn't help. Luckily, Jenny noticed a very large sign requesting that customers who were not going to give a 5-star rating to call and speak to the GM. The next time the survey call came asking for Walter, Jenny replied speaking. Survey woman, I'm calling for Walter. Jenny, that's me. Survey woman, I'm calling for Walter. Jenny, are you making fun of my name? Survey woman, oh no, of course not. The survey was given, and Jenny didn't give them anything higher than 3 stars on any question. Is this malicious compliance? I hope so. A textbook specimen of bureaucratic persistence meeting domestic exasperation. The subject, Jenny, found herself trapped in a feedback loop not of her making, harassed by a third-party survey firm while her spouse refused to engage. A fascinating display of institutional deafness, where protocol overrides common courtesy until the subject weaponized the system's own rigid rules. Her final maneuver was a masterclass in identity-fluid compliance, exploiting the survey's demand for Walter to deliver a brutally honest assessment. The methodology was unorthodox, but the result was a definitive boundary enforcement where polite requests had failed. Bucking a software trend in 1980, a specimen from the archives, paused the year of my birth academically speaking, define bucking. An act of resistance, I presume. The research continues. 45 years ago, I spent a few months as a software engineer for a Midwest company that built industrial control systems, writing assembler for an embedded micro. Management had gone to a seminar on structured design, the latest software trend, and got religion. My manager, Jerry, called me into his office and asked to see my work. He was not a programmer, but sure. Email you go. I handed him my listing about a half-inch thick and forgot all about it. A few days later, he called me into his office, which always reeked of cigarette smoke. "You've got some work to do," he snapped, furious. I looked down at his desk, and my 8085 macro assembler listing was heavily annotated in red pencil, with every jump instruction circled. "This is now a go-to-less shop. You've got to get these out of here." "Jerry, this is assembler code. That's different from a high-level language." "I don't want a bunch of goddamn excuses. You have 2 weeks. "Well, shoot. This is ridiculous." I stared at the code for a while, then got a flash of inspiration and set to work. Every place there was a jump, conditional or unconditional. I put the target address into the HL register, did an SBHL to copy it to the stack pointer, then did a return followed by a form feed and a title block describing the new module. The flow of control was absolutely unchanged, although with a few extra instructions it was marginally slower. The machine was controlling giant industrial batching equipment, so that wouldn't matter. I dropped the listing, now almost 2 inches thick, onto Jerry's desk and went home. He would either spot the joke and respond with anger, or, hopefully, be convinced that I had magically converted the program into a proper structured design email of those title blocks were pretty fanciful. He bought it. Suddenly, I was an expert software engineer versed in Jordan and Constantine principles, and the application made it into distribution. Around the same time, I quit to work full-time on my engineering textbook and other fun projects, and forgot all about it. Until about 3 years later, when I was pedaling across the United States on a computerized recumbent bicycle. I got a message from a new employee of the company who was charged with maintenance of the legacy system, and he was trying to make sense of my listing. I called him back from a pay phone in Texas. He sounded bewildered. "Did you write this? What are you, I don't understand. Like, what are you actually doing here?" There's only one thing you have to know," I said, then went on to relate the tale of Jerry and the structured design hack. By the end, he was practically rolling on the floor, and told me they had long since fired email, now shared my secret about virtual software modules, and promised not to tell. But it's been almost a half a century, so I guess it's okay now. A fascinating specimen of bureaucratic compliance versus technical reality. The subject encountered a manager who, having absorbed a high-level programming philosophy, attempted to apply it without understanding the fundamental architecture of assembler language, the equivalent of demanding a mason build a wall without mortar, because a seminar praised the aesthetic of dry-stack stone. The subject's solution was a work of elegant, subversive artistry, maintaining functional integrity while providing the superficial appearance of doctrinal adherence through gratuitous documentation and superfluous instructions. This case illustrates how rigid, uninformed mandates often create elaborate theaters of compliance that obscure, rather than improve, the underlying work. The research continues. Bananas, pause a singular specimen, pause most curious. The research continues. I've started buying bananas for my job. We have two 15-minute breaks, and my first one I like to snack. My first time doing this, I bought 2 bunches of bananas and brought them home. I bought 2 because I knew my sister would also want bananas, but that seemed to be a mistake. The whole time we had these bananas every day, my sister would say, "I think you bought too many bananas. This is a lot of bananas. I think you bought too many bananas." Day in and day out. I spend my hard-earned, factory money on my bananas, and she has the gall to tell me I bought too many. Okay. I've now been buying 1 bunch of bananas, as opposed to the oh so generous 2. Now, reader, there are 3 things you may not know. 1. The rule to the bananas was, she could have them, as long as there were enough for me to have 1 for every day I worked. 2. I work 5 days a week. 3. A bunch of bananas from my Kroger has only 6 bananas on them. No more is she basking in bananas whenever she may please. Now she only gets 1 banana a week. She's talked to me about how she gets stressed at the prospect of leaving me with no bananas, so she doesn't know if she can have one. I now get to have my bananas, and no longer hear her complaining about too many bananas, like such a thing exists. A textbook study in the consequences of asterisk ingratitude within shared resource dynamics. The subject's initial generosity was systematically devalued through a campaign of passive-aggressive commentary, transforming a gift into a perceived burden. Their subsequent compliance, adhering strictly to the literal complaint about quantity, demonstrates a precise, almost surgical application of boundary enforcement. The sister's resulting anxiety over scarcity is a predictable outcome when critique replaces gratitude. The methodology was flawless. You want magazines, pause asterisk oh no. Okay, here's some magazines. Sigh, the passive-aggressive archive expands. The research continues. When my second wife passed away, she left a lot of magazines. This included a lot of knitting magazines. I had a coworker who loved to knit, so this conversation ensued. Me, late wife, had a ton of knitting magazines. You want some? Her, eagerly, yes. Me, how many do you want? Her, all of them. Me, she had a lot, are you sure? Her, all of them. Me, okay. So over the next couple of weeks, I gave her box after 35-pound box of knitting magazines. As I was giving her the 10th box. Her, thanks, but, I think that's enough, I don't need any more after this. Me, but you said. Her, no, really, that's enough. A textbook case of literal compliance meeting hyperbolic enthusiasm. The subject offered a generous transfer of resources, yet the recipient failed to comprehend the asterisk scale of the offer, treating it as an abstract rather than a tangible volume of physical media. The subject's methodology, fulfilling the request to its explicit, repeated parameters, demonstrates a clinically precise form of compliance. One might call it a weighty lesson in specificity. You want the spotlight, pause, enjoy, sigh, a fascinating specimen of performative compliance. The research continues. In university, we had a team project on programming. I was unlucky with my partner, he kept slacking off and did absolutely nothing. I tried to get him involved, but all I heard was the same thing. I'll do it later. I don't understand, but you're better at this. Okay, fine, I did everything myself. During the defense, I was supposed to present the project and answer questions, while he just stood there, nodding and pretending to understand. I even explained the main points to him so he wouldn't look completely lost. And then, just a second before I stepped forward, this individual jumps in front of me and throwing over his shoulder says, "I'll do everything, you just enjoy it," and steps onto the stage. All right, I complied. And it was fun. He crumbled within the first minutes. He stumbled, mixed up terms, and explained the code wrong. The professors started grilling him with questions, and he just dug himself deeper into a hole. Eventually, they turned to me. "Can you explain?" Without emotion, I replied, "Sure," as my partner already explained, and gave a clear explanation of the project, looking perfect in contrast to him. I got an email, got penalty assignments, and a public dressing down from the professors. And yes, his lady in the audience looked at him as though he died right on stage. And no, this isn't the story where the strong take advantage of the weak. I was a healthy first-year student, and he was a skinny, weak, but overconfident student whose boldness outweighed his physical size. A textbook specimen of academic hubris meeting its natural predator, consequences. The subject demonstrates remarkable restraint in the face of a partner exhibiting what I'd term parasitic academic behavior, relying entirely on another's labor while maintaining the facade of contribution. The malicious compliance here is exquisite in its simplicity. When the partner demanded the spotlight, the subject merely stepped aside. The resulting collapse was not orchestrated by the subject, but was an inevitable outcome of the partner's own vacuity, a case where inaction becomes the most potent form of action. Adjusts glasses. Let us examine this specimen from the archives. My coffee malicious compliance story, a classic workplace conflict. So I worked at this corporate office where the coffee situation was a complete show, a euphemism, I presume. The cheap-ass machine would break every other week, and management's solution was to tell us to be more careful. The managerial non-solution. Yeah, okay. A sentiment we have all felt. My boss, this absolute named Derek, sent a company-wide email. To reduce waste and maintenance costs, each employee is limited to 1 coffee per day. Use the sign-up sheet. Violators will be written up. A most draconian decree. We all looked at each other like, "You've got to be," clears throat, me, a collective disbelief. It was a 200-person office, a significant population. 1 coffee, a question of basic sustenance. The compliance part came when someone noticed the email didn't specify asterisk size, a critical loophole. The machine had settings for small, medium, and large, a tiered system. The sign-up sheet just said coffee name, date, vague, intriguing. So the next morning I signed up. I brought in the biggest travel mug I owned, one of those half-gallon monstrosities you take camping. A formidable vessel. I walked up, selected large, and held the cup under the spout. About a quarter of the way, I hit large again and again and again, a determined methodology. 12 large coffees later, my mug was finally full, a significant quantity. Derek happened to walk by. He stared. "Is that 1 coffee?" The confrontation. I pointed to the sign-up sheet. "Yep, 1 sign-up, 1 coffee, technically correct." I took a long, slow sip, just using the tools provided per the policy. A masterful delivery. His face turned purple. He sputtered, but he couldn't say a thing, a physiological reaction. The policy was written, dryly. So many years ago, I had just gotten hired on as a rookie firefighter at a moderate-sized city in the southeastern United Email. Then the typical ribbing that rookies always get. My probie year was not bad. There was, however, a lieutenant that no one liked at all. And wouldn't you know, I got assigned to his engine company for a 3-month email, demanded that I was to do all the station chores, which is normal, and he threatened to give me poor evals if I did not have coffee ready at all times for the senior firefighters. This was not normal, and the rest of the engine company knew this. Me being a rookie and not wanting a bad eval, note that I am not a coffee drinker. I decided to give him what he wanted, but as a non-coffee drinker would make coffee. I absolutely filled the coffee filter to the rim, like I had to scrape it off level at the top. I then proceeded to use about 1/2 to 3/4 the amount of water needed. The resulting coffee was so strong and so thick you just about had to cut a piece off after you poured it. Completely undrinkable. 2 times. It took 2 times and I was ordered not to make coffee anymore. I got terrific evals as well. A compelling specimen of institutional friction, where a poorly constructed policy meets creative interpretation. The subject identified a critical loophole in the directive's asterisk semantic ambiguity regarding unit size, then executed a textbook demonstration of malicious compliance. The resulting systemic overload, depleting supplies and increasing maintenance, forced a policy revision, proving that asterisk literal adherence can be a potent form of dissent. The methodology was elegant in its simplicity, using the system's own flawed parameters to engineer its collapse. Pause. How I was a promising specimen was never asked. The passive construction suggests a deliberate outcome, to make the coffee or tea the binary beverage choice. Again, the research continues. A story on another sub reminded me of a boss getting mad at me at a grocery store job I had when I was 16. He'd asked me to make him coffee/tea, not my job. Engage 16-year-old laziness/malicious compliance. He never asked me to wash the cup first, so I'd always use a random dirty cup from the sink. This went on for a long time, but would make me smile every time I gave him the cup. One morning, the one I picked still had some noodles in it from someone else's lunch, likely from the previous day, gross and wet. He drank it and got noodles in his mouth. He was ultra pissed, but never asked again. A textbook case of delegated drudgery being met with weaponized incompetence. The subject identified a non-contractual task and exploited the request's lack of specificity. While the methodology was hygienically questionable, it effectively established a boundary through negative reinforcement. The manager's failure to provide clean utensils created the operational loophole that was so expertly utilized. The research continues. My boyfriend, pause asterisk 29 male, told me, 29 female, he might not want to be with me in the future. A curious premise after buying a house together. Peer review concerning the research continues. Myself, 29, and my boyfriend, 29, have been together for 3 years. I have 2 children, 8 and 9. We have had a wonderful relationship for the duration and decided about a year ago to buy a house together. I ended up moving about 50 miles away nearer to him as his job wasn't transferable and mine was. We've lived together for 6 months, and all of a sudden he's told me he's not sure that a family is what he wants in the future. I do not ask anything of him in regard to looking after my children. He works all week and spends whatever time he wants doing what he wants. He's told me that he may not want a family dynamic, but that he doesn't want to break up with me as he's in love with me. I tried to tell him that I did not want to be with him if he felt like that, but we talked, and he was adamant that he didn't want to break up now. I feel like a ticking time bomb. I've started looking at houses and new jobs, and I feel like a bit of a fool. He's told me that I'm being silly by doing that as we're together now, and I feel so angry. I've been put in an impossible email. I just get it over with and cut my losses. A textbook specimen of emotional hedging. The subject has been lured into a significant financial and geographical commitment under the premise of a shared future, only for her partner to now express profound ambivalence about the very foundation of that future. His contradictory statements, professing love while rejecting the family dynamic, and discouraging her pragmatic safeguards while offering no security, create a state of manufactured instability. This is not a mutual dilemma, but a unilateral imposition of existential risk. AITA, for not moving, pause, my son's birthday party. Oh, a familial scheduling conflict. The research continues. AITA. Hi everyone. IF32. Have two children, a 5-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old son. He will be 4 this summer in July. His birthday this year falls on a Saturday, so obviously in my head, it's an easy day to plan his birthday. It's months away, but in my mind it's set. Last week, my brother-in-law's new girlfriend wrote me to tell me she was planning her daughter's birthday that Saturday and wanted to save it for her. Her daughter's actual birthday is a couple days. Email's been with my brother-in-law for about 5-6 months now. She makes her daughter call him daddy and calls my nieces her daughter's sisters. Listen, whatever works for you. For me, that's insane this early on. Anywho, I told her unfortunately, I planned on doing my son's birthday that day and didn't want to change the date as it's its actually birthday. And I'd rather not do a Sunday since Mondays are busy with works and everything else. Am I the asshole for not moving it? She's currently upset with me, but I hardly know this woman. A textbook case of premature territoriality in social calendaring. The subject has legitimate claim to the date via the son's actual birth anniversary, while the girlfriend exhibits what I'd term asterisk proximal presumption asterisk, assuming a nascent relationship grants scheduling authority. Her rapid familial label reassignment. Fascinating, if psychologically precipitous. The subject's refusal is a simple matter of chronological priority and practicality. Clears throat on the receiving end. Pause by private individual. A curious specimen, the implied asymmetry of power. The research continues. Thought I'd share a minor one that I was the victim of. At the time I was working in the second-hand goods trade. When people bought items from us valued over a certain amount, the system would require us to take down the name and address of people, though it didn't have to be formal presentation of ID. Some people really didn't like it when we asked for their details, even if I told them that they could just make it up due to the informal nature of it. An older gentleman, who I'll call Bob, came in and wanted to buy a couple of coins. Individually they were under the amount, but together they exceeded it, so I asked for his details. Bob, what do you need my name for? Me, store policy. Transactions over a certain amount require me to take your name and address, as we're a second-hand dealer. Bob, what's the amount? Me tells him. Bob, so I'll just buy them individually then. I wasn't about to try and start an argument about it, so I just proceeded with the individual transactions. A little annoying, yes, but he was technically correct. A textbook specimen of procedural literalism. The subject, while acting as an agent of the store's policy, encountered a customer who identified an asterisk loophole in the compliance architecture. The customer's behavior demonstrates a fascinating prioritization of abstract privacy over transactional efficiency, exploiting the technical separation of two intrinsically linked purchases. The subject's decision to forego confrontation was pragmatically sound. The policy's lack of a clause for aggregated value rendered their position untenable for enforcement. This reveals a common flaw in institutional rulemaking, the failure to anticipate combinatorial circumvention. Verdict: the customer's compliance was malicious by definition, but the subject's response was the only rational course of action. No fault lies with the operative. Cold as ice. Pause a specimen that requires no translation. The research continues. This happened today at work. I manage a bar restaurant. We had a long weekend and everyone, to include myself, is noticeably ready for the day to be over, but at this point it had only just started. I had stopped by the gas station on my way in and grabbed a couple of energy drinks and a Powerade to get me through the shift. As I intended to space out the time between them, to maximize their effectiveness, I placed the second energy drink and the Powerade in the canned beer well to keep them cold. While placing them in the well, I noticed there is very little ice in them, and we are now currently open for business. As is required from time to time, I approach my bartenders and say, "Hey guys, beer wells are looking light on ice. Let's get some more ice on them so our products stay cold." To which I receive some exasperated but light-hearted sighs. We are a pretty relaxed establishment most of the time, provided things get done as they should be. So I pull out my disappointed dad voice and say, "Come on guys, y'all know the drill." Fast forward 5 hours into the shift, and I go to grab my drink. Imagine my surprise when I arrive at the aforementioned beer well, with an accompaniment of uproarious laughter to find the well properly iced down, save the very corner I had placed my drinks, which now resembles a scaled model of Mount Everest. A textbook specimen of workplace microrebellion. The bartenders executed a technically compliant, yet profoundly passive-aggressive response to managerial oversight, what I might term malicious literalism. While the subject's initial request was operationally sound, their paternalistic tone appears to have catalyzed this frozen retaliation. The construction of an ice mountain around personal property suggests a carefully calculated, humorous reprimand for the perceived condescension. Ah, a classic specimen from the archives. Let us read. "We just followed the rules." A pause, peer review approved. The methodology is sound. The research continues. Working in IT, me and my friend had a decent gig. Nothing crazy, just coding, fixing bugs, the usual. Our manager, let's call her Karen. She had her rules, sure, but nothing too wild. Until one day she dropped the new policy. "No more working on multiple tasks at once," she said. "Focus on one thing at a time, complete it, then move on." On paper, made sense. Less context switching, more efficiency. In reality, absolute nightmare. We tried to explain. "Hey, sometimes we need to switch while waiting on approvals or testing." She shut us down. "No, stick to the task, no exceptions." Okay then. A week in, tickets piled up. We were stuck waiting on feedback with nothing to do. Customers got mad. Deadlines slipped. We tried again. "Look, this isn't working." "You're just not adapting," she snapped. So we adapted, by doing exactly what she wanted. No multitasking. If we hit a block, we email side tasks, no quick fixes, just waiting. Then the backlog exploded. Managers higher up noticed. Clients complained. One day, Karen got called into a meeting. She came back looking different. Next morning, email from HR. She was out. New manager came in. First thing he said, "Hey, so you guys work how you used to, yeah?" "Yeah, we do." A textbook specimen of bureaucratic rigidity meeting systemic reality. The subject and their colleague demonstrated a form of passive resistance by adhering to the letter of a poorly conceived policy, thereby exposing its inherent flaws through operational collapse. The manager, Karen, failed the fundamental test of management, listening to the experts executing the work. The resulting backlog served as an impeccable, data-driven peer review of her methodology. The system self-corrected, albeit with significant friction. Size, let us examine this specimen from our malicious compliance. How I set up my boss by following his own orders, a classic premise. So my boss, Mr. Thompson, is this micromanaging who loves to throw his weight around. Pause, a vivid, if censored, characterization. Every Monday, he'd send out these insane, detailed emails with rules for everything. How to format reports, when to take breaks, even how to organize the damn supply closet. The tyranny of minutiae. He'd always end with, follow these instructions to the letter. No exceptions. Ah, the fatal clause. One day he sends out a new policy: all interoffice communications must be documented via email. No verbal requests. A procedural shift. If it's not in writing, it doesn't exist, he wrote. A bold, absolutist statement. I thought, okay, let's see how you like this. The seed of compliance is planted. The next week he stops by my desk. Hey, I need you to run an errand for me, he says. Pick up my dry cleaning on your lunch break. A personal request. Unprofessional. I just smiled. Sorry, Mr. Thompson, company policy says all requests must be in writing. Can you send me an email? Peer review approved. His face turned red. This is, I'm your boss, the hierarchy challenged. I pulled up his email on my screen. To the letter, sir, no exceptions. Exquisite citation. He stormed off, but an hour later I got the email. Subject, dry cleaning. I replied, received, will comply. And I did. I picked up his suits. The compliance executed, a Pyrrhic victory for management. But the best part, a few days later, the CEO was touring the office. Ah, the audience arrives. Mr. Thompson, trying to look busy, told me to look alive and fix that stack of files. Again, I asked for an email. He was, but he sent it. The methodology repeated. The CEO overheard and asked why. Recently, my friend told me a story from his life that's a perfect fit for malicious compliance, and I decided to share it from his perspective. This happened about 5 years ago when I was working at a small tech repair shop. Our boss was this guy named Sergey, a classic control freak who thought being the boss made him smarter than everyone else. He didn't know squat about tech, but loved sticking his nose in and telling us how to do our jobs. Usually, us guys in the shop would just nod and do it our way. But this time, I decided to play by his rules, and here's what came of it. We got an order to fix an old industrial printer. Rare beast, bulky, barely any manuals, but I'd worked on a couple before, so I knew right away what was wrong: a clog in one of the feed gears and a worn-out belt. Disassemble, clean, swap a few parts, 5 hours tops. I laid out the plan for Sergey. He listened, then launched into his usual. No, you don't get it. It's an electrical issue. You need to check the board, test everything with a multimeter. I'm the boss here. Do it my way. I tried explaining it was mechanical, but he started yelling that I was young and clueless. And if I didn't follow his orders, I could go home without pay. Fine, I thought, you're the boss, you know best. Grabbed the multimeter, took the printer apart down to the last screw, and started testing every circuit on the board exactly like he told me. It was slow, tedious, and totally pointless because I knew from the start the board wasn't the issue. But I didn't just test it, I documented everything for a report, wrote down readings, snapped pics of every step, even sketched diagrams so Sergey could see how obedient I was. Took me 2 full days when I could have fixed the thing in half a day. Finally, I stroll up to him with a stack of papers and say, Sergey, checked it all, board's fine, what now? He turned red as a beet. The client had already called, furious about the delay. At that point he figured I'd sabotaged him on purpose, though he dug his own grave, and barked at me to deal with the mechanics since you're so smart. I shrugged, went back, cleaned the gears, swapped the belt, the stuff I'd planned to do all along. A day later the printer was done, client was happy, but Sergey looked like he'd been through a week-long spin cycle. After that he tried bossing me around a couple more times, but I just asked, like with that printer, your way. And he'd shut up real quick. Moral of the story: sometimes it's better to let someone dig their own hole than argue. I knew I was right, but I complied out of spite, and he ended up himself. Still crack up thinking about his face after that report. A textbook specimen of bureaucratic judo, where the subject uses the superior force of a policy's own rigidity against its creator. The subject demonstrates a keen understanding of procedural entrapment, leveraging a superior's demand for absolute compliance to expose its inherent absurdity when applied universally. The boss's humiliation was not an act of rebellion, but of perfect adherence. The methodology is sound, if delightfully petty. Fiscal responsibility, pause, all right then, a specimen of passive aggression. The research continues. About 20 years ago, I worked for a small state agency where supervisors, quality review and trainers were all the same pay scale, and you could transfer from one area to the other. One of the SUPs was promoted to area manager, 4 areas in the state, and our office dynamics changed. Normally, these 3 classifications were backups for the security system. Manager was fully responsible, and if the manager and all the SUPs were out of the office, one of us, slightly lesser, reviewer trainer was in charge. Fast forward 6 months, upper management scheduled a 2-day training for the manager and the SUPs. I make the mistake of asking who's in charge while they are gone. New manager looks at me and says, "None of you are in charge since you don't have the fiscal responsibility that I and the SUPs have." It was said in a put-you-in-your-place voice. Me, nearing retirement, thinks cool, one less headache for me. What I said was glad to know that. Fast forward 4 months and it's time to rotate the security system backup team. Manager looks at me and my partner and says that it's QR's turn. I look at the manager and said, it would seem that if QR doesn't have fiscal responsibility and can't be in charge, when management is out, then QR can't be responsible for security backup. My manager opened her mouth, shut her mouth and turned an interesting hue of red. We get out of the meeting and my partner, and the trainers are all happy as am I. The 4 SUPs, not so much. Edit, security system, backup means there is a person who not only sets the alarms at end of work, but also responds to any calls from the security company. It's manager's responsibility, but if manager's on vacation, somebody has to resolve the issue. That manager had an aversion to answering the phone when off work. Added paragraphs. A textbook specimen of bureaucratic rigidity meeting logical consequence. The manager established a hierarchy based on a specific criterion, fiscal responsibility, only to discover that criterion logically excluded the team from all associated duties, not merely the convenient ones. The subject's compliance was impeccably malicious, weaponizing the manager's own arbitrary boundary against them. The resulting cognitive dissonance, evidenced by the manager's chromatic shift, is a fascinating display of authority confronting its own internal contradictions. Just doing my job. Pause. A specimen of pure distilled compliance. Peer review approved. The research continues. A few days ago I was written up at my job. I am an overnight stocker at Walmart. The write-up in question was for two unworked cases that had no space on the shelf. I later learned that the supervisor for that area had just placed these items on the tippy-top shelf, then written me up about it, pending verification, as there was no formal meeting with an impartial witness in the admin office, as per policy. I take his feedback into consideration, which stated I check the spaces on the shelf and fix any placement issues, and get to work in that area the next day. This specific area is known for being particularly messed up. I saved this area until I knew this supervisor would be there in the morning. There I am, with half of a shelf items on the floor as I'm fixing this mess, all for one item. The supervisor notices me and asks what I'm doing, to put the items back on the shelf and just find a space for my one item. At this point, I pull my phone out and show him his own feedback that states that I should fix shelving issues. He stares for a moment, trying to reason with me in the interest of time, which I want as much as possible since I'm paid hourly. We came to the agreement that I should respect all supervisors and their input. Fine with me. So I pick the next box up, walk it to its location, and there's another such mess. Skipping what we already know happens, I quote him in saying I should respect the supervisor's input and reference his posted feedback. That day I left with an hour of overtime and a separate supervisor that said they would look into the validity of my write-up. A textbook specimen of procedural weaponization. The subject, having been sanctioned under dubious pretenses, chose to interpret the corrective feedback with exacting literalism. The supervisor's attempt at a petty power play was systematically dismantled by the subject's adherence to the supervisor's own written directives. The resulting operational delay and overtime expenditure represent a classic cost transfer from management's poor systems to the company's bottom line. The methodology was flawless, using the antagonist's own documentation as both shield and catalyst. This is not mere compliance. It is a tactical audit conducted in real time, revealing the inefficiency the supervisor sought to conceal. You want to know? Define we. What we do. Pause a bold opening. Sure thing. Peer review approved. The research continues. This one is my husband's. Hubby works in an HVAC department that covers multiple buildings. The department usually runs a crew of 5, even though they really need 6, so they all pick up overtime each week. This has long been an argument between their boss and his boss, who thinks the crew is wasting time and shouldn't actually need the OT. Not too long ago, one of the guys burned out and left, so the crew was down to 4, and boss's boss decided that it was the perfect time to not only prove that the OT was unjustified, but that they didn't actually need to replace the 5th crew member. How was he going to prove this? You might wonder. He wanted an email from each crew member detailing what they did and how long it took each day. Luckily for the guys on this crew, Hubby has spent many years dealing with adaptive technology, namely text-to-speech and speech-to-text. So the next morning, when each of them started, they began recording their actions, right down to removing screwdriver from toolbox, unscrewing screw from bottom left corner of compressor access panel. At lunch, each man copied the text to an email without cleaning it up and sent it off to boss's boss. At the end of the regular day, they did the same with the second half of a normal day. Then they each put in 4 hours of OT. At the end of their OT, they did the same again. They came in the next morning to an email requesting that they not document their time any longer. A few weeks later, they were training a replacement for their 5th crew member. They still don't have the 6th that they need, but their boss no longer hears complaints about the amount of OT they each put in. A textbook specimen of bureaucratic oversight colliding with operational reality. The subject and his colleagues were subjected to what I'd term managerial skepticism, the assumption that observable labor correlates directly with efficiency, ignoring the invisible asterisk infrastructure of skilled work. Their response, leveraging assistive technology to create an overwhelming audit trail, was a masterclass in compliant resistance. The hyperdocumentation forced the higher authority to confront the granular reality they had previously dismissed. The methodology was elegant in its simplicity. They provided exactly what was requested, in such volume that its analysis became the burden of the requester. This case illustrates how excessive demand for transparency can backfire when the system being observed is more complex than the observer's model of it. The outcome, restored staffing and cessation of complaints, suggests the data achieved its intended peer review. Move your cars. Pause a directive devoid of context. The research continues. Hi, might ramble a little as had a drink, but I've remembered a great story for you. A couple years ago, I used to be a waste collector. On my first week, I turned up at clients, and where their waste was, I had to squeeze down a path with the building one side and cars the other. As I'm trying to avoid all the cars, I accidentally popped the end of the guttering of the building. No massive problem, I thought. The manager storms out. I've just had to replace this whole guttering because of one of your lot. Okay, I'm sorry and I understand, but I've got to maneuver around these vehicles as well. The manager clearly wasn't happy, and I continued the day. The next week I head back. I stop at the front of the alley and I go in and make every single car move so I don't have to squeeze through anymore. Took 15 minutes of waiting, but oh well. I did this every week until I left, pulling people out of meetings to move their cars even if I could squeeze down just to be safe. Never changed, but I felt a little sense of accomplishment as I got paid hourly, and people had to take time out of their day to appease this woman. A textbook specimen of institutional pettiness begetting procedural compliance. The subject, initially attempting to perform their duties within a constrained environment, faced disproportionate reprimand for a minor, incidental mishap. The manager's failure to address the root cause, the obstructing vehicles, created a system where malicious adherence to the letter of safety, rather than its spirit, became the optimal path. The subject's weekly ritual of enforced vehicle relocation was a passive-aggressive, yet formally correct, solution to a problem the management refused to solve. A specimen of internet vernacular. I got. Pause. A curious case of linguistic recursion. The research continues. So this guy got MC on me yesterday. I currently work in a retail shop selling things. And in this shop things go with things. Meaning you buy the big main piece, BMP, you want. Then we tailor the rest of the pieces to work with the big piece. And suddenly you have a customized package that costs twice as much, that does its job and is pretty awesome. So customer comes in and asks a few questions about BMP. I ask him a few identifying questions and we go from there. I make a couple recommendations for BMP. He likes it, asks a few more questions, and we settle in on a BMP awesome. From there we go to customization and settle on 5 or 6 accessory pieces to complete the package, a pretty big sale for us. Before he swipes his card, I run him through the complimentary brochure, service, maintenance, resources, etc. And here's a $50 store credit to use on your next purchase. Can I use it today? Apply it toward accessory. It is good on your next visit, sir. Okay, charge me for BMP today. Put the rest aside and I'll pick it up tomorrow, or maybe I won't. Who knows? Pause, sir. I'll go ahead and honor that credit for you today. Smiling, thought you might. A fascinating specimen of retail psychology. The customer recognized the arbitrary nature of the next visit credit restriction and exploited the sales process's dependency on bundling. By threatening to decouple the high-margin accessory purchase from the initial transaction, he applied precise leverage. The subject, though initially adhering to policy, demonstrated adaptive pragmatism in the face of a superior tactical maneuver. The research continues. TIFU by being, useless with a bra, a classic specimen of human, technical difficulty. The research continues. So this happened today. Wifey was getting ready for the gym. She was having trouble getting her sports bra done up. She could only secure one of the 3 clips. She's been doing quite a lot of strength training lately, and it's probably getting a little snug, but all her other ones are in the washing machine. Anyway, she ends up asking me to help her. I look up and tell her, I'm sorry, madam, you've got the wrong department. This is lingerie removal. You need lingerie installation. Anyway, I turned on the lights, grabbed my glasses, and for the first time ever, attempted to install a bra. Here is the FU. My wife managed to get the bottom clip secured, leaving two for me to do up. Every time I tried to secure the second clip, the bottom one would come undone. I tried like 20 times. Then she started giggling and I started too, and my hands weren't steady enough. So now my wife is at the gym without a bra. And I just looked at the bra I couldn't do up and realized she had it on inside out the whole time. TLDR. Tried to help my wife get her bra on, succeeded only in repeatedly undoing the one clip she was able to secure. Failed to notice it was on inside out. A behavioral specimen of domestic assistance failure, rooted in a fundamental lack of practical methodology. The subject's initial attempt at humor, while establishing a clear operational boundary, proved to be an insufficient substitute for technical skill. The subsequent cascade of mechanical failure, compounded by reciprocal laughter-induced tremors, reveals a critical gap between theoretical understanding and practical application. The ultimate diagnostic error, failing to identify the inverted state of the garment, is the definitive hallmark of this systemic breakdown. No escalation needed. Pause. The premature declaration. You got it. Peer review approved. The research continues. I work in HR, and recently an employee called me with a rather serious concern, one I could not fix due to legal regulations. I explained this, and they said they needed the matter escalated to my superior, and they were considering taking legal action if it wasn't addressed properly. Sorry, keeping it intentionally vague to ensure privacy and prevent repercussions for me. I talked to my manager while the employee was on hold. They said they couldn't take the call right then, but to escalate it to them via the email thread this employee had also started. I explained this to the employee. They seemed reasonably happy, and I sent the email to my manager immediately after getting off the phone. A week later, my manager responds to the email thread with the employee included, "That's me," and says they'll have me handle this from here. They never sent any other email. They never did anything to help. Just waited a week after it was escalated to them and then immediately sent it back to me. I responded to the email without the employee included and explained the situation again, reminding them why they said they would be handling it. They told me that this was in my job description and I had to handle this, as they didn't have time. They also said they never agreed to handle it. So I handled it. I explained there was nothing we could do again, and that I couldn't provide them with any further assistance or escalate the case. A few weeks later, we get a lawsuit. Guess who finally steps in to handle the situation? Too late. The CPO and president were already involved, and I was able to provide the supporting documentation showing my supervisor refused to take over and prevent a potential lawsuit. They didn't fire her, but she was removed from a supervisory position, so I call it a win. A textbook specimen of hierarchical avoidance behavior. The subject demonstrated proper protocol by escalating a legally constrained issue, only to encounter a supervisor employing what I'd term bureaucratic boomerang asterisk, deflecting responsibility with strategic delay. The manager's week-long silence followed by immediate delegation suggests either profound negligence or a calculated gamble that the problem would resolve itself. Most telling is the claim they never agreed to handle it, a revisionist approach to authority that ultimately collapsed under documented scrutiny. The subject's methodology was impeccable: clear communication, timely documentation, and a final, compliant execution of orders that allowed the natural consequences to unfold. This is less malicious compliance and more forensic patience, allowing systemic failures to reveal themselves conclusively. The best way to kill a bad rule: Pause a foundational principle, is to follow it to the letter. Peer review provisionally approved. The research continues. Policy change. Asterisk my department, / 200 software engineers. Instituted a policy, all code changes must be installed on all servers within 2 weeks or have manager approval. Context. Asterisk I work in software at large companies. Eventually, software that is written needs to be deployed to a computer somewhere. Software changes are one of the biggest reasons for bugs or outages. But the way many software companies work is every change increments a version number. Think I'm deploying version 111 to a server somewhere, and if the previous version that was deployed was version 101, that means 10 changes are going out. If one of them fails, we basically need to sift through the changes to find the bug and revert the changes. Deploying regularly is good practice and keeps the amount of code being deployed low and allows us to quickly identify failures. Problem asterisk. It was literally impossible to follow this rule as simple code changes implied 100 deployments. If this sounds insane, it is, but only because it wasn't email meant that pretty much any change required manager approval. I called this out and suggested changing the code such that we could make changes to individual systems at a time, / 3 months of work. This was not funded by management. The malicious compliance asterisk. I blocked literally every change because we're not following policy and made them ask for manager approval. This forced managers to confront the unfollowable policy and to understand the complexity of what they were asking, but they kept approving changes anyway. So I kept it up. Every change was going to follow this policy. Then management would be forced to 1. Approve the change anyway, 2. Invest in the code changes to isolate services, or 3. Abandon the policy. While there was an initiative for automation, time to delivery was long and only reduced the number of manual actions to about 30. After 9 months and dozens of overrides, a new initiative that was critical required rapid changes. I made a document outlining how many times the policy had been overridden, what could be done to follow the policy, but ultimately recommended that we either invest now in the changes to allow this to work, slow down the critical project to follow policy, or abandon it. It was asterisk, abandoned asterisk asterisk. The aftermath asterisk. I received an exemplary performance review, with people noting my commitment to quality and a champion of this policy. TLDR. Asterisk management made a policy that was fine on paper but impossible given current circumstances, and required approval to deviate from the policy. So I forced them to approve literally everything, documented it all, and used the documentation and a critical project to get the policy killed. A textbook specimen of organizational inertia meeting procedural rigor. The subject demonstrated that the most effective critique of an unworkable system is not rebellion, but perfect adherence. By weaponizing bureaucratic compliance, they transformed themselves from a policy critic into its most ardent enforcer, thereby exposing its inherent absurdity through sheer volume of exceptions. The managerial class, faced with the cognitive dissonance of constantly overriding their own rule, ultimately chose the path of least resistance, policy euthanasia, a fascinating case of using the system's own weight to collapse it from within. Efficient reporting. A specimen of corporate speak. The collective has spoken 1,711 upvotes from the archives 10 months ago. Define efficient. I used to work at a large telecommunications company. Above me was my manager Albert. Above him manager Bari. Above him senior manager Colette, not their real names. My job was to provide management reporting, which I did largely though Excel, with some fairly fancy graphs, some macros and an array of formulae, including some array formulae. Though Colette was a young, ambitious manager who knew how to network, say the right things to the right people, and sound confident whether or not she had any clue about whatever she was managing. Consequently, she'd been overpromoted, Peter Principal style, to a role she struggled with. But due to her nature, she continued to act as if she was in control and wanted to show her excellent management. One of her traits, which I'd witnessed on rare occasions where I, as the data expert in my area, had been invited into a meeting with her to help explain some data issues, was that her reaction to hearing problems was to decide on the spot she needed something to be done, and that she needed to be kept informed of progress on a weekly basis. This might make sense for a serious issue, but not for a minor issue which she should just have trusted lower-level staff to deal with. Though Bari was an experienced, ambitious middle manager who wanted promotion to senior management. In his view, and he was probably correct, the way to his goal of promotion was to tell Colette everything she wanted to hear. If Colette had a target to reach 1,000 widgets, Bari would tell her we'd made 1,000 widgets, whether or not we had. Though Albert had worked at the company for 25 years, he was good at his job but past caring about fighting to do a good job and just wanted an easy time as he eyed up retirement. If Bari asked him for something daft, he'd say it was daft, but if Bari still wanted it, then he'd instantly capitulate. Though, and at the bottom of the chain, I actually made the reports they wanted. They had no idea how I do this. It's an era where managers in their 40s and 50s grew up without computers and can barely sum a few numbers in Excel without help. They think all the pretty graphs and macros and calculated cells are bona fide magic and have no comprehension of whether a task takes 10 minutes or 10 hours, whether it is manual or automatic. I hated it whenever they had a meeting and Colette would require a new report on something as a knee-jerk reaction. I knew that 90% of the time, by the end of the week, she'd forgotten she'd asked for it. And if the problem wasn't that bad, she'd never even look at them unless it was raised afresh in a new meeting. Though this particular year I was extra busy. We'd had redundancies due to the global financial crisis, so I was doing about 2 roles at once. And Albert tells me that Bari told him that in their manager's meeting, Colette said she needed a new report, run weekly, that shows which the top 3 colors of widgets are. I explained to Albert the colors are irrelevant. It's just whatever color comes from the supplier, and they're buried in the ground so no one sees them anyway. So Colette can't possibly need to care about that at a senior level. Albert agrees, says he's already explained that to Bari, but Bari said that Colette wanted it, so we have to make it anyway. So I make the report. It takes about 40 minutes to run each week because it's a slightly fiddly manual copy and paste from a system. We have no budget to automate and export. I put it in the shared folder where Colette can access it, and send an email to all 3 of them with a link to the folder. For 8 weeks I do that, and I hear no mention of it from anyone. I suspect no one is looking at it because Colette probably forgot she asked for it 10 minutes after the meeting in which she asked for it. I explained to Albert I don't have time to keep making these when no one is looking at them anyway. I have other more important things and they'll be late or low quality if I waste time on this. I have too much on, so can I stop making this report? No, because Bari doesn't want to stop making something Colette asked for. You need to keep making the report. Even though it's not useful anyway, they're probably not even looking at it. Yes, you have to keep making the file weekly. Urgh. In the folder so far. Widget color report week 1, XLS. Widget color report week 2, XLS. Widget color report week 3, XLS. Widget color report week 4, XLS. Widget color report week 5, XLS. Widget color report week 6, XLS. Widget color report week 7, XLS. Widget color report week 8, XLS. What a productive 5 hours spent making all those, I think. 8 files full of pretty graphs that no one will look at. Might as well not have anyth. Ooh. That week I get a blank Excel file. I change the text to bold, red font size 18. Right in the middle of sheet 1 I write, error with data upload, data link failed, error code 2387 AGT. Then I go to save as, and save it in the folder. Widget color report week 9, XLS. I mean technically, I still made a report right. Because there, it is right there in the folder. Though, a week goes by. Nothing said. I copy file V9, paste it in the folder and rename the 9 to 10. Widget color report week 10, XLS. Another blank Excel file just saying, error with data upload, data link failed, error code 2387 AGT. Though, after about 5 months of copying that same file, doing my 40-min report in 4 seconds in what is one of my most efficient pieces of work ever, I finally get Albert to review my workload, and he agrees something needs to stop. In addition to some reports I really do make, that really do take time and I get to drop, I casually mention, oh, and there's that weekly widget color report. I know Barry still wants it, but I just realized yesterday that there's some problem with the data upload and it's not been working the last few weeks. They don't seem to have noticed though, so perhaps they're not actually looking at it. Hushed winking. Albert believes the line about the fictional data upload as it's all technical wizardry to him, so just agrees and says okay, stop making it. And if Barry asks for it again, we'll have to investigate the problem with this data upload. I'm confident we can fix it if needed, probably just needs a bit of Control-C Control-V work done on it. I grin. A textbook specimen of organizational inertia, where the appearance of productivity supersedes actual utility. The subject identified a critical flaw in the management chain, a performative request, filtered through layers of ambition and apathy, resulting in wasted labor. Their solution was an elegant piece of asterisk systems testing asterisk, submitting a null result to see if the output was ever actually observed. The fact that the error went unnoticed for months confirms the hypothesis that the entire reporting structure was a facade. Peer review, approved for ingenuity. Boss, pause, asked me to wash work linen. At home, so I did. Sigh, a specimen of occupational overreach. The research continues. I worked at a therapy clinic for a short span. We would use towels and pillowcases frequently for exercises and icing/email. Had just moved to a new site that did not have an in-house washer or dryer, and my director had no intentions of hiring a contractor to deliver and pick up linen. We were tasked by the director with taking the linen home ourselves and washing it. Many of my coworkers just took it as part of the job, but I did not agree. We were hourly workers, and that was blatantly a work-related activity. When it was my turn to take the linen home, I clocked in on my phone prior to starting the washer and clocked out only after I had taken out and folded all of the linen. A week later, my manager sends me a text questioning my extra time, and I simply replied with I was on the clock washing the linen. It was not long after that we had a new contractor coming by the office weekly to pick up and deliver fresh linen. A textbook specimen of labor boundary enforcement. The subject correctly identified uncompensated labor, a common parasitic practice in certain workplace ecosystems, and implemented a precise, procedural countermeasure. Their methodology of clocking in for the domestic laundering task was not malicious, but rather a strictly literal asterisk adherence to the director's flawed directive. The resultant policy correction suggests the cost analysis finally reached management's attention. Can you unlock the cooler for me? pause a simple request. Pause but the fact that it's posted in our malicious compliance. Slight pause asterisk suggests a deeper, more asterisk deliciously asterisk structured narrative is at hand. The research continues. I'm a bartender in a corporate restaurant. We have our own section of the walk-in which is caged off and locked. For beer, fruit, mixers, wine, etc., we've always kept it locked and the bartenders keep the keys behind the bar. We recently got a new manager who decided, seemingly without reason, to take the key away, and insisted that we not only ask to have it unlocked, but also have her follow us into the cooler to watch what we're taking. When I say without reason, there's been no discrepancy as far as inventory and no signs of theft, so I can't think of a single reason to have changed the system besides her being a control freak. It's also super annoying to need a manager to open the cage because we pull from it multiple times a shift and are frequently in a rush to do so. So picture this, it's a Monday. Just got through a busy weekend. Everything needs restocked, right? Our new favorite manager was also leading the shift. I needed to stock beer and wine, cut fruit, make mixers, everything. So following protocol, I asked her to unlock the cage and follow me in. That is what she wanted us to do after all, except I did my tasks one at a time. First beer, which took multiple trips, and she locked the cage in between every one. Then wine 15 minutes, email mixer, one by one after that, probably every 5 minutes. Then fruit, grabbing one fruit at a time of course. First oranges. Then limes 10 minutes, email 10 minutes after that. Oh, and then more lemons because we need wedges and wheels. Imagine my surprise when the keys were back behind the bar the next morning. A textbook case of managerial micromanagement colliding with procedural compliance. The subject demonstrates a keen understanding of bureaucratic inertia. By adhering exactly asterisk to the new, inefficient protocol, they weaponize the manager's own rules to highlight their absurdity. The methodology was elegant, systematic, patient, and devoid of overt confrontation, thereby forcing the policy's architect to experience its full operational cost. The manager's subsequent reversal suggests the experiment yielded the desired peer review. One updates, pause for every single thing, sigh asterisk OK. I used to work in a medical facility in a military camp where the guy in charge wanted updates on every small thing, no matter how minor. His reasoning was that it was asterisk his asterisk medical center, so he needs to know whatever's going on. Context: there were always at least 2 medical staff on duty overnight and on weekends. The medical facility was fully staffed on weekdays. He requested the on-duty medical staff send him updates by text and got really pissed when there were no email. Message received loud and clear. When I was on duty, he was very well informed. I'm taking over duty. Email someone to the hospital. Email is possibly the only legitimate use of the update. However, we could be sending someone to the hospital or to a bigger camp at night, and this could be multiple people. You want an update every time something happens. You got it. Sending asterisk 1 update per person in the middle of the night. Dealing with some administrative duties at our camp's headquarters. Update for each time I had to go and perform this administrative duty. Again, multiple updates in the early morning and late evening. Getting off duty, update. The fallout asterisk. Over the course of the first weekend, Friday, Monday, when I was on duty, the man was updated multiple times. On Monday when he returned, he implemented a new rule. Updates only when there are major casualties, e.g. requiring CPR, and when important duties or incidences occur. He left the interpretation of whatever is important up to us. A textbook case of bureaucratic overreach meeting the precise methodology of compliance. The subject's supervisor demanded a level of oversight that ignored the operational reality of a medical facility, specifically, the asterisk volume of minor events that occur overnight. The subject's actions were not rebellion, but a literal adherence to protocol, thereby exposing the inherent flaw in the command. The supervisor's policy was predicated on an abstract desire for control, not a practical need for information. By providing the exact data requested, each update for each person at each hour, the subject conducted a flawless, if disruptive, peer review of the policy itself. The resulting policy shift demonstrates that the true, malicious compliance was the system's own inefficiency, made unavoidably audible. The subject served as a catalyst for systemic correction, using the supervisor's own logic to force a more reasonable standard, a vindication of procedural literalism as a corrective force. The work uniform, pause, is mandatory, oh my, no matter what fine. This happened a few years ago. I no longer work with this company because this MC isn't the first time where I thought my personal health and safety was taking the backseat to the requirements of the company. I worked for a security company. My assignment was the vehicle depot lot for the gas company. My duties were to sit in an aluminum trailer shack in the corner of the lot and monitor for suspicious activity. In Philadelphia, many of these areas were targeted by catalytic converter thieves. I was also supposed to make a patrol every hour to ensure the security of the site. Other than my patrols and to use the bathroom, I was not permitted to leave the box for any reason. My uniform was my usual long-sleeve button-up shirt and long pants, but also I was required to wear a boiler suit and hard hat for safety from things I might encounter on my email. I only wore the boiler suit and hard hat to do my patrols because it was July and the air conditioner in the box didn't work. However, my site supervisor came for inspection and threatened to fire me if I wouldn't wear the boiler suit and hard hat while sitting in the box as well. So I did. The end of July, beginning of August 2022 was one of the worst heat waves in Philadelphia history. On a good day, it was 140 degrees plus in the box, as it was made of aluminum and sitting in direct sunlight for the duration of my shift. 3 days in, and I passed out standing in the men's room from advanced email. Gas company staff called an ambulance for me. I was airlifted to the hospital. Traffic in this part of the city was notoriously terrible late afternoon, early evening, and every second counted. At the hospital, my body temperature was 105.6, and my pulse was a blistering 147. It took doctors 2 days to get my temperature back to normal and address all of the damage the excessive heat had done to my body. While I was getting life-saving care at the hospital, my abandoned post was infiltrated by 3 men who stole the catalytic converters from 18 vehicles. The parent company was livid, and when I was inquired as to why I wasn't at my post when the theft occurred, my doctor at the hospital took the phone and informed them of my condition upon arrival at the hospital. In the aftermath, I was reassigned. The broken air conditioner in the box was replaced by a 40,000 BTU unit that required a separate generator to power. A few weeks later, my security company lost its contract with the gas company after my replacement fell asleep in the box, while the thieves returned to steal another 20 catalytic converters. Edit, to clarify, since a literal ton of you keep saying I myself over accepting hush money from my job. At the time I was, and still am, homeless. I wasn't aware of free legal representation at the time, or I would have declined the paltry payoff they gave me. Most lawyers, upon finding out you're homeless, demand a retainer for their services, even on a slam-dunk case like this one. Because I didn't know that I could get a lawyer for free on a case like this, I took the money. It was better than going through this whole ordeal and getting nothing. A harrowing specimen of institutional prioritization. The subject demonstrated textbook compliance with a directive that disregarded physiological limits, resulting in predictable systemic failure. The company's insistence on safety theater over actual safety protocols created a cascade of consequences: medical emergency, security breach, and ultimately contract termination. The postscript regarding legal representation adds a layer of tragic socioeconomic context to the power imbalance. You want the engineering staff to do the ordering as well. Pause a bold request. You got it. Sigh the research continues. So, for those who are unaware, companies usually have engineering staff talk with engineering of parts suppliers, detail down the specifications and whatnot, and then the list goes to the purchasing department or the purchasing folks of that particular engineering department. This is because engineers don't want to involve themselves with 30, 60, 90 days due, terms and conditions of sale, validity of quotes. Remember the correct quote PDFs because they have hundreds of them, and working with finance department to understand what is the best for the overall financial health. Also, in fairly large companies, you have buyers dedicated for each vendor or buyers dedicated to certain products, like pneumatics, electrical, heavy-duty construction, mechanical components, made-to-order parts, etc. And the buyers themselves have internal pathways and routes so that each required product finds themselves with the correct buyer, because the engineers are, and to lower their workload they will more often than not dump all the parts on a single buyer. A new VP comes in, sees buyers as bloat, fat to be trimmed, and makes a decision. He lays off 8 buyers in that engineering department, which makes whole factory material handling systems. Systems that handle nearly all the materials moving through multi-100,000 square footage, from raw materials warehouses and yards to finished goods sections. We had to order the stuff ourselves. Before we did, though, 3 senior staff engineers asked that to be sent in a department-wide email. VP does so. And now starts then compliance. Vendors ask, what due terms do you want? Not aware of how deep you have to go, engineers ask for the best price. Due in 15 days after delivery. Sure, let's do that. Turns out that vendor usually was on a net 90-day due because paying off in the next quarter would be more sensible. What department do you want me to bill it to? Of course mine, because I'm ordering it. Engineers blissfully unaware. The billing happens by sales department as it gets easier to finally do profitability analysis since whichever sales department got the contract pays for the parts too. Turns out our department didn't have a single process or work route to get bills and pay them. Now, by the time we get to the bottom of the purchasing list, the offered quotes have expired. So we get back to vendor sales teams and get a new quote and wait, doing nothing much until we get quotes and then order stuff. End of quarter, department finances are a total massive up mess. 8-figure mess. CFO is red-faced, steaming from her ears, trying to find out what is going on. Engineers. Oh, the best price was net due 15 days, so I selected that. Well, I was ordering it, so the bill should come to us. Why would other department pay for the stuff that I'm asking for? CFO, who asked you to do the ordering yourself? This is not your job. Everyone shows her the email. End of day, VP walked out, to be never seen again. All the buyers who were let go were rehired, and all of them negotiated a pay increase of 6.5/HR. TLDR. VP not realizing importance of buyers who were paid 38.5/HR lays them off, giving their responsibilities to engineers who made 60-90/HR, who didn't have the knowledge of workflow and actual work to be done. Engineers did a good job from their POV, costing the company tens of millions, and VP get laid off. Company hires back the laid-off buyers at a higher wage. A textbook case of systemic ignorance. The VP failed to comprehend that what appeared to be a simple administrative role was, in fact, a critical node of specialized procedural knowledge. The engineers, in their literal compliance, operated with a purely technical optimization mindset. Best price, simplest billing path, utterly divorced from the complex financial and logistical ecosystems those buyers managed. The resulting eight-figure chaos was an inevitable outcome of dismantling a functioning, if invisible, infrastructure. The subject's malicious compliance was not an act of sabotage, but a perfect execution of a flawed directive, revealing the profound cost of that ignorance. You said to kill the print job. Ah, a specimen of literal interpretation. The research continues. I was working at a major equipment manufacturer as a sys admin. One day, a salesman came charging into the admin area yelling about his report not printing. So I called up the spooler and saw a huge 140 MB print job clogging the queue. This was back in the days of text-based everything. The report would have been thousands of pages long. I told him what the problem was, and he told me to kill the big print job, as he had to get his report out. I killed it. About 10 minutes later, he was back saying his report had vanished. I said, "You told me to kill it. Do you think I would have killed someone else's print job on your command?" He got a bit upset, so I called up his keyboard logger, which he didn't know about. I looked at the SQL command and said, "You were trying to print out every sale every person made for the last 5 years." He wanted me to fix it, but as a sys admin, I did not have access to do anything to the Oracle database except run the nightly backups. Go see a database admin. Got a call from the lead database admin asking why the salesman had command line access to the database. I had no idea, but I called up the keyboard logger for the salesman and said, "He's logged in as DBA who left the company. Oops." The account was killed and the salesman got fired. A textbook specimen of workplace hierarchy collapse. The subject demonstrated precise technical compliance while revealing a cascade of systemic failures: the salesman's unauthorized access, the dormant administrative account, and the critical gap between system administration and database privileges. The subject's actions were a clinical execution of stated commands, which inadvertently triggered a security audit the company desperately needed. The true fault lies with the porous digital boundaries that allowed this scenario to germinate. Shut my mouth, pause, and do what I was told. Absolutely. Slights I a textbook specimen of compliance, malicious or otherwise. The research continues. When I was in college, I worked as a baker for a well-known regional bagel and sandwich chain. At some point, an assistant manager transferred to my store who was the stereotypical petty, power-tripping, ridiculous manager you find in this type of job. Her specialty was yelling at and berating employees in front of customers. I will never not believe that she enjoyed publicly humiliating people. It was tolerable until I agreed to cover a shift at the store she transferred from. Someone there asked me what I thought of her. I thought I was careful, as I just commented that she had very high expectations which were hard for some people to meet. Understatement of the year. Well, this lovely person passed this back to her, which shot me to the top of her list. What followed was a series of write-ups for egregious violations like missing some seeds when mopping the floor or not emptying a garbage can that had a single paper towel in it. Lucky for me, I was one of the few people there certified to run the ovens. My opportunity for malicious compliance came one Saturday lunchtime when a charter bus pulled up. I'd seen this before and knew that a bus full of people buying sandwiches is equivalent to 2-3 people bringing bagels to work. Barely a blip compared to morning rush. I went to the counter to help, and Ms. Assistant Manager yells at me to get back into the kitchen and start baking more. I tried to tell her we were fine, but as soon as I opened my mouth, she yelled, "Shut your goddamn mouth. Do what I told you, and don't stop baking until I say stop." Two important things to know is that first, when I took my certification test, They told me I passed it with the second fastest time on record for the local franchise. The second thing is that the ovens were adjustable. You could turn up the heat to speed up the cooking process. I went back to the baking area, cranked up the oven and baked as fast as I possibly could. The ovens had 8 shelves, holding about 48 bagels each. Eventually, I had them all filled up and was only gated by how fast they could cook, and I could send them up front. Ms. Assistant Manager was down at the register this whole time and was not paying attention to stock levels in the bagel bins. I kept bringing out shelf after shelf. At one point, the bins were overflowing, so I had to start putting them in extra bins we kept in the back. Once those were full, I started putting them in on metal trays. The crowd finally died down, and Ms. Assistant Manager finally looks at the bagel bins and realizes she never told me to stop. She asked me if there was anything still baking, and I informed her that every shelf was full. She lost it and started yelling that I was getting fired until multiple people pointed out that I just did exactly what she asked. The store manager ended up coming in, and pretty much everyone told them the exact same story. Ms. Assistant Manager had to bag up the mountains of excess bagels and drive them to all the other stores in the area so that they wouldn't go to waste. Even after that, we still exceeded the allowed wastage for the day, and she was reprimanded. She still yelled at everyone after that, but she was at least more careful in her wording. A textbook case of authoritarian management meeting operational precision. The subject demonstrated what I'd term procedural literalism, the deliberate adherence to ambiguous or poorly constructed commands, often as a corrective measure against abusive authority. The assistant manager's failure to specify asterisk parameters for the baking instruction, combined with the subject's certified efficiency, created a perfect storm of asterisk consequence delivery. Most fascinating is how the system's own metrics, wastage limits, certification standards became the instruments of accountability. The subject didn't rebel, they compiled asterisk with devastating effectiveness. Doorknob of a manager, pause a curious epithet. Already the taxonomy is promising. The research continues. The handle of my doorknob popped off. If you're not familiar with the parts, it's held on by a tiny screw which I couldn't find. Having worked in retail before, we used to have spare parts kicking around, so I figured Home Depot might. I drive to the store and head to the doorknobs and ask the gentleman there if they have parts. The guy says just bring it back, they have lifetime warranty. I thank him and return home, spend some time disassembling the front doorknob, put it all in a bag and return to the store. I'm standing in the aisle and can't find the original guy I spoke to. That's when another lady approaches and asks if I need help. I explain the situation and what I was told. We don't do that, she emailed through the manufacturer. I start complaining, and she asks who told me to do that. While talking, I literally see the original guy come around the corner at the end of the aisle, see me, and the girl then do a 180 and leave. She starts telling me I have to contact the company, the warranty is through them. I noticed her tag said manager, and I wasn't getting anywhere. So I asked where my doorknob was. She walks over and indicates my $200+ knob, then adds, "But you're not getting it, we're not doing that." I nod yep, ask if it's the same one. She says yes, then states again that I have to buy it. I reply yes, if you give it to me, that's what I'm going to do. So she actually walks me to the cashier and scans it at self-checkout. I pay and return home. After returning home, I carefully remove the new doorknob without damaging the package. I put the old one in said package. Then I returned it and got my money back. A textbook specimen of bureaucratic inertia and managerial cowardice. The subject was provided clear, actionable information by one employee, only to be contradicted by a manager who prioritized rigid policy over customer service. a common retail pathology. The first employee's visible retreat upon recognizing the conflict is particularly telling, indicating a pre-existing awareness of inconsistent protocol. The subject's solution demonstrates a profoundly literal interpretation of the manager's own flawed instructions, turning her obstinacy into the mechanism of its own circumvention. The methodology was ethically gray, yet surgically precise. Outrank, pause, doesn't mean outknow a curious specimen, the research continues. The other day, my nephew was talking about joining the military, and it reminded me of this incident from my Air Force days about 20 years ago. For a little background, when two people have the same rank, you use the date of rank door, which is the date your new rank became effective, to determine who outranks who. So, if one person gets the rank in April and the other in August, then the April outranks August. Additionally, people who did time in JROTC, Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, in high school would be able to be immediately promoted to Airman First Class, E3 or A1C, upon completion of basic training. Those who did not and enlisted started at Airman Basic, E1, which is what I did. Fast forward 2 years and I am a recently promoted A1C, working as a munitions technician, and had been at my current duty station for over a year. In that time, I had seen and done every munition operation that my shop did and knew what to do when the equipment decided to not cooperate. A month prior, 2 fresh airmen from basic and tech school arrive, and one of them, who we will call Bob, was sporting A1C stripes. One day, our sergeant orders the 3 of us to process a UALS, Universal Ammunition Loading System. Basically, this is just a big ammunition cylinder on wheels that is used to load the bullets into the guns on the fighter jets. Think Top Gun when they switch to guns. To do this, you attach the head of the UALS to a table that consisted of metal tray that fed into a little conveyor system that had slots that each bullet fell into, which then fed into corresponding slots in the UALS. The whole thing is run on pneumatic gun that controlled the speed of the conveyor, and the more you squeezed the trigger, the faster it went. So before we start the operation, Bob says that he is in charge because he outranks me. I shrug my shoulders and basically say, whatever, and we get to work with me controlling the air gun. We get into a pretty steady rhythm with them loading the ammo into the tray, and it is feeding nicely into the UALS. At some point, Bob gets cocky and orders me to speed up. Now, the UALS has this quirk that it does not like to be ran at full speed or it will jam. When this happens, all you have to do is detach the UALS head and reattach it, making sure this teeny tiny pin is in place. If you don't, then no matter how many times you take it off and put it back, it will still be jammed. Of course, seeing that I have done this exact operation countless times before, I knew this, but Bob was in charge, so away we go. As you can expect, the whole thing jams pretty quickly, and Bob and the other guy are confused why they can't get it running. I just sit there quietly waiting for them. As it goes, what should have been a 15-minute operation takes almost an hour. Our sergeant enters the bay and is surprised that we have not finished yet and decides to email, tells him that the machine is jammed and we are trying to fix it. The sergeant glances at me and I simply say Bob said he was in charge because he outranked me. The sergeant gets a half smirk, which Bob didn't see, because he knows I know how to fix it. He turns to Bob and says, well, if you are in charge, then it is your responsibility. Bob gets flustered and basically tries to backpedal. The sergeant says, well, did you ask everyone on your team? He of course means me, and when Bob shakes his head, he turns to me and says, Op, do you know how to fix it? I immediately say, yes, sir, and proceed to take 10 seconds to fix the issue and get it running smoothly. Bob understandably is subdued, and the sergeant orders us to finish up and places me in charge, but not before telling Bob, outrank doesn't mean outknow. The sergeant leaves and 5 minutes later we finish. From that day on, Bob never pulled rank on me again. a textbook specimen of institutional knowledge versus hierarchical presumption. The subject demonstrates what I term procedural patience, allowing an inexperienced individual to assume command based on a technicality, despite possessing superior operational knowledge. The sergeant's tacit understanding of the situation reveals an unspoken workplace truth. Formal rank is a poor substitute for competence. The subject's compliance was indeed malicious, but served a necessary pedagogical function for the overconfident airman. The behavioral pattern here is fascinating. The subject weaponized passivity, allowing the natural consequences of Bob's hubris to unfold without interference. This is not sabotage, but a form of corrective demonstration. The sergeant's final remark, "Outrank doesn't mean outknow," should be engraved above the entrance to every bureaucracy. AITA, as if we need to ask, for getting upset, pause a natural human response, with unexpected visitors. Oh dear, the research continues. Throwaway account as my husband knows my regular account. My husband and I have lived in our house for a few years now, based in a major travel hub in the Midwest. Because of the fact that it is a city where many pass through or fly out of for travel, we tend to get friends and family that stay the night before carrying on with their travels. I'm fine with this. As long as a proper heads-up is given, I would consider this a few days. However, 3-5 times a year, my husband's friends and family seem to want to just drop in and use our home as an overnight hotel. There have been numerous instances where my husband will let me know the day of that he has friends or family that are wanting to stay the night. Keep in mind, these are trips that were pre-planned, and that they knew were happening for multiple weeks. Rather than checking in a few days or weeks prior and asking if it was okay, it's assumed that it's okay to just drop in. This drives me absolutely crazy and gives me huge anxiety. We're not a household that stays guest-ready. Every time someone drops in with a few hours' notice, it takes us a few hours to get the house ready, make up the beds, and buy a few essential grocery items to get us through breakfast. We eat out almost exclusively, so we don't always have milk, bread, eggs, etc. Most recently, my husband messaged me while I was in a meeting around noon that 6 of his family members are staying the night because their flight is getting in around 11 p.m. This is a trip that has been planned for months, and this could have been pre-planned and agreed upon many weeks ago. Even a day ago would have been better than this. I was not in on the trip details, so was not aware of when they were coming home, just that they were going on a trip sometime in January. I've had numerous discussions that over time have become instant arguments with my husband that I don't feel comfortable with people just dropping by. I didn't grow up that way, and my home is my safe place. I don't want to feel on edge dreading when the next drop-in will occur. I work a full-time, demanding job and am also in school, so I really value having time to decompress. It seems like it's a cycle. We have a conversation where he tells me someone unexpectedly is staying. We argue. And then depending on the situation, I begrudgingly cave and the scrambling begins, or I put my foot down, piss off my husband and come off to friends and family. At this point, I can't tell if I'm being too rigid and need to be more flexible and welcoming, or if this is a reasonable boundary. AITA. A textbook specimen of what I term hospitality imposition syndrome. The core conflict hinges not on hospitality itself, but on the systematic erosion of procedural consent, replacing mutual agreement with unilateral assumption. The subject established a clear, reasonable protocol, advance notice, which the husband consistently bypasses, transforming the home from a sanctuary into a logistical crisis center. The anxiety stems not from the guests, but from the perpetual state of unpreparedness and the disrespect for shared domestic governance. The husband's pattern of day-of notifications for long-planned trips reveals either profound avoidance or a deliberate testing of boundaries, creating a cycle where the subject is forced into the role of either the frantic host or the unreasonable gatekeeper. This is less about flexibility and more about fundamental respect for cohabitation. The subject's need for decompression is a biological necessity, not a personal preference to be negotiated away. Verdict: the subject's boundary is not merely reasonable, it is essential for mental equilibrium. The fault lies with the repeated violation of a mutually understood, yet unenforced, agreement. You want me to clean the office? Pause exactly like that. All right, I'll do it. Classic. The research continues. Job description is pretty straightforward, but there's one manager who insists on giving very specific instructions on how she wants the office cleaned. I'm used to a little guidance, but this manager, let's call her Karen, has taken it to a whole new level. One day, Karen gives me a very detailed list of things she wants done during my shift. One item stood out: clean the kitchen counters with the exact brand of cleaner in the back storage room. No other cleaner will do. Okay, no big deal. I've cleaned the office plenty of times, but this was the first time I've been given such a specific request. So I go to the back storage room and grab the cleaner she mentioned. No problem. But then I notice something odd. The cleaner she wants me to use is way past its expiration date and smells like chemicals that shouldn't even be used in an office. I'm talking a strong, toxic smell that could easily knock out a small animal. I thought about going to her and mentioning the expired cleaner, but then I remembered her exact words: "No other cleaner will do." So, I decided to follow her instructions exactly, despite the potential risk of making the kitchen smell like a hazardous waste site. I started cleaning the counters, and the smell filled the whole office. Employees walking by covered their noses and commented on how bad it smelled. One even asked if there had been a chemical spill. But I didn't stop. I just kept cleaning the way Karen had instructed. The smell was unbearable, and people were starting to get visibly irritated, but I just kept wiping down those counters, making sure I was using the exact brand of cleaner. Finally, Karen came out of her office, saw the situation, and took a deep breath. "What is that smell?" she asked, coughing a little. I calmly said, "Well, you asked for the counters to be cleaned with the exact brand of cleaner in the back storage room, and that's what I used." She went completely silent and then muttered something about being more specific next time, before quickly retreating to her office. I just stood there, watching the employees scramble to open windows and air out the office. I knew I followed the instructions exactly, and if she wanted to be that specific about the cleaner, well, that's her problem. A textbook specimen of asterisk instructional absolutism meeting literal compliance. The subject was presented with a conflict between common sense safety and the manager's rigid, unverified directive. By adhering to the asterisk letter of the order, rather than its implied asterisk spirit asterisk, the subject allowed the inherent flaw in the command to reveal itself through natural consequences. The resulting olfactory disturbance served as an effective, if pungent, peer review of the manager's methodology. Pause. Want me to load the dishwasher? That's full. Sigh asterisk no problem. An intriguing premise. The specimen suggests passive aggression has been catalogued. The research continues. So this happened a few years ago when I was working at a warehouse and my sister was still in high school. I would wake up early in the morning about 5:30 a.m. to get my lunch packed, get a shower, and also get my coworker since we carpool. My sister, she did have to wake up early too, but she got home earlier than I did, and we both had to do the dishes. It was agreed that she had to unload the dishwasher and I had to load it, and if the other dishes didn't fit, I would have to hand wash. The problem was that a lot of the time in the morning, so I didn't have time to load it. My sister called me out on it and called me lazy for it. So my mom intervenes and tells her to calm down. We will just move the time to the evening so she can unload in the morning. After that, I would get home around 7:30-8:00 p.m. and I would load the dishwasher. But there were many times when my sister didn't unload it in the morning, and she was there longer than I was. So I called her out on it, and her excuse was, I have homework to do, so I couldn't do it. Turns out she was actually just talking to her boyfriend or talking to her friends on Instagram. I got tired of it pretty quickly, especially given the fact that she called me lazy for not getting the dishes done when I was waiting for her to unload the dishwasher. So she told me I just needed to step up and do the dishes myself. Cue malicious compliance. I told my mom what she was doing, and we both came to the conclusion that she was trying everything she could to get out of doing the dishes. I told her my plan and she approved of it. I did unload the dishwasher to load it, but I put all the dishes that were in the dishwasher onto the drying mats instead. I also made sure to stack the dishes in different ways to make it easier to fit more, but had zero organization with it. I did this all before she woke up. By the time she woke up, she saw me loading the dishwasher, and she was smiling that I was doing my job. But then she got angry once she saw the tall pile of dishes put on just two drying email, started to yell and scream, which not only woke up our mom, but also our stepfather, who could sleep through anything. And they both agreed that I did my job and was loading the dishwasher. She just needed to put away the dishes. She tried to argue, but I told her, hey, I'm just doing my job and you agreed that I am to load the dishwasher and you unload the dishwasher. I can't help it that the dishes were in my way of loading it. She was fuming but couldn't argue about it. She just gave me the death glare while she would take a bowl that was on top of a plate, unstack it, and put it away, and then get the same plate that was under the bowl. She also had to get the silverware out from Tupperware containers and had to separate the spoons from the forks and knives. She was still unloading when I was heading out to work. After that, she started unloading the dishwasher in the morning, and I loaded in the evening. Edit grammar mistake. Edit, just so you guys know, yes, we have tried punishing her in the past, like taking away phone privileges to the point where the line was canceled, car privileges and gas card privileges, but nothing worked. So I was honestly surprised that this worked, probably due to the fact that she knew I could do that again, and I would have kept doing it too. An exemplary behavioral specimen of domestic chore-based conflict resolution. The subject demonstrates a keen understanding of systemic manipulation, the sister's pattern of leveraging false urgency, homework, to shirk her agreed-upon duties, then weaponizing accusations of laziness. The subject's methodology, while technically compliant, introduced a corrective inconvenience that reframed the labor imbalance. The sister's subsequent compliance suggests the intervention successfully recalibrated the perceived cost of her avoidance behavior. From the archives. I am now sending daily today and previous summaries report pause a redundancy of temporality. ACA TPS reports. A specimen of corporate bureaucracy, peer review, approved. The research continues. Today, my boss accused me of not being in the office for work for the last few weeks. Now, mind you, I work in a sales job. I am in the office daily, just not all day because I do off-site meetings. I provided proof of my computer logins showing my locations and was told, proof or not, there's a perception you are not at work. So I decided I will start sending today and previous summaries, also known as TPS reports, to provide what I did today and previously. I sent an email advising of this plan and provided steps on how to make a Microsoft rule for it to forward to a folder. Needless to say, my boss responded that TPS reports will not be required, and if he needs future clarification, he'll let me know. A textbook case of perception overriding documentation. The subject encountered that peculiar corporate pathology where observable evidence is dismissed in favor of nebulous perception. Their response: leveraging bureaucratic procedure to create administrative friction, is a masterclass in formalized petty warfare. The immediate capitulation by management suggests the accusation was never about productivity, but about asserting control through manufactured uncertainty. A most efficient demonstration of how weaponized compliance can restore equilibrium. I will work on pause that Saturday. Sigh, the emphasis is palpable. You put me on the roster. Peer review approved. A specimen of passive-aggressive precision. The research continues. TLDR. They changed the Saturday roster at work, arrogantly ignored my admonitions, so I let the new roster mess itself up. At my ex-place of work, they had the bright idea to switch the Saturday schedule. Instead of the rotation of 4 Saturdays, now people would be scheduled on either the first, second, third, or fourth Saturday of the month. Right. Those of you readers who have ever had to make work schedules already know when the problem will present itself. I repeatedly asked those planners before the introduction of the new roster if they were sure they wanted to implement this. In this way, they repeatedly assured me, yes, this will be a more clear schedule, and if everyone has a set Saturday, there will be no need for further planning. If you say so. I was assigned Saturday 3, no problem with that. Now I was the asterisk Veronica there. My other colleagues were not interested in stirring the pot, so the first month, no problem. The second month, 5 Saturdays. So the team that was assigned to the first Saturday had to show up for Saturday 5. Then on the first Saturday of the following month, the team from Saturday 2 had to come in. And on Saturday 2, they expected Team 3 to be present. And they were, except for this Veronica asterisk. Even on the Friday before 2 of my Group 3, colleagues mentioned to me something related to the next day, and I told those 2, oh, but I won't be there. But we're supposed to do the Saturday shift tomorrow. Not me, I'm assigned Saturday 3, not 2. But we are on the schedule. Well, I don't know about you, but they told me I'm on the schedule for Saturday 3, and tomorrow is the second Saturday, so it's not my turn. Definitely not. And what do you know? Next morning, Saturday 2 at 09:35, the phone rang at my house. We have to be at work at 09:00 to open doors at 09:30. You do understand that I had switched off my cell phone before going to sleep. My sister answered. I could hear her from my room, where I was leisurely lazing in my bed. Hello? They. T, yes, she's home but asleep. They. Work, I'm sure she doesn't. She explicitly told me she's gonna sleep in today because she isn't scheduled. Yes, I told her that. They. Absolutely not. We have an understanding that when she's sleeping late, I have to let her. I am definitely not waking her up when it's her free Saturday. They. Yeah, I don't know about that. I can tell her to call you when she wakes up, but it's her free Saturday, so I can't guarantee that she will, or when. My sister can also be a asterisk Veronica. They. Actually, she did not say the next words literally, but something in that direction. Well, not my monkeys, not my circus, have a nice day, goodbye. I had wanted her to say that probably someone must have made an error in the planning of the roster, but the monkey thing was also very cool. After she hung up, she came to my room, and we had a big laugh. And the following Monday, not one of the people of the planning, nor my supervisor, nor any of the higher UPS dared to confront ME about MY absence on Saturday 2. Nor on the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And on Saturday 3 I was there, alongside the whole team of Saturday 4. We had one surplus worker that day, face. But would you believe that I still had to send out an email every month to remind everyone that I will not work on Saturday 1, nor on 2. I will be present on Saturday 3, but not on 4 and absolutely definitely not on Saturday 5 exclamation. Yeah, I'm email. Kept up messing it up for almost a year. Edited to add. I changed Veronica to indicate that's not a real name nor person, but my shining hero on YouTube. And she should be everyone's hero for her example of how to negotiate work life and deal with those who want to exploit workers. Mind you, it's not that my management was anything like the managements I read about online. It's just, sometimes it's like they just actively chose to stay ignorant and then be surprised with the consequences. And wow exclamation. I am overwhelmed with the amount of views and flattered with all your upvotes. Thank you all so much for giving this retired person more joy from her petty actions from a couple of years ago. Hugging face. Edit 2. To change C to K because Veronica is adamant about that. A textbook specimen of administrative hubris meeting, precise contractual compliance. The subject identified the fatal flaw in the scheduling asterisk methodology asterisk, the inevitable fifth Saturday, and provided multiple, clear admonitions which were arrogantly dismissed. Their adherence to the literal, flawed roster was not merely petty, but a necessary corrective action against institutional ignorance. The sustained requirement for monthly reminder emails underscores a profound, willful failure to learn from the demonstrated consequence. Magelment rides again. Psi asterisk a classic specimen. The portmanteau persists. The research continues. I submitted this as a reply to a previous post, but it seems like it should stand on its own. Sometimes it's not just software developers that are short-sighted. Magelment falls in that category too. My company changed their email processing system to a much more sophisticated program than what we were using. Before rolling it out, we all had to be trained on the new program, and I was scheduled for one of the last classes, which of course was delayed. Enter Magelment. They decided to run a test on the new program, so they asked my team to switch over to the new system for 2 hours so they could gauge how it would work. The first 2 times they tried this, I raised my hand and asked if I could continue to work on the old system as my training was not scheduled until X date next week. My request was granted. The third time they tried a test, my training class had been delayed again by this same MAGLEMT member. Let's call him Paul. This time my request to stay on the old system was denied. I told Paul I had no idea how to use that new system since I had not been in a training class, but he insisted I use it anyway. It might as well have been the controls of a spaceship. Nothing was labeled, and I had no idea what all those icons meant. I could see the incoming email and I know how to type, so I replied to the email and then just sat there doing nothing. After about 20 minutes of sitting unproductive, Paul walks up to me and asked why I was not answering emails. I said, "I did, it is right here." He says, "Why didn't you send it and move on to the next email?" I replied, "I don't know how. As I keep telling you, I have not gone through the training." Oh well, I needed a break from work anyway. Sometimes the only way to get your point across is to beat them at their own game. Edit, for context, this happened about 20-25 years ago and we went from the ADANT program to Kana. I don't think ADANT exists any longer, but it was as simple as riding a bike versus running the space shuttle with Kana. Once I was trained on Kana and used it for a while, I was fine. A textbook specimen of bureaucratic obstructionism. The subject demonstrated remarkable restraint through repeated, documented attempts to establish a basic operational prerequisite, training. Paul Asterisk, representing the Magelman archetype, created the very delay that rendered the subject incapable, then demanded performance regardless. The subject's subsequent compliance, answering a single email with no means to process further, was not malicious, but a perfect clinical demonstration of the stated limitations. The methodology was flawless. You told me, Pause asterisk, oh, this should be good, to treat it like a finished product. I used to work for a company that constantly, but carefully, innovated with its employees and technology. I had a very busy job that involved a lot of travel. The company had computers at each of its offices. Employees like me would use them to manage all of our complex jobs and travel arrangements, which were core functions of the company. One day I was at an office, and some people from it had a small table set up with a sign asking for 5 minutes of our time to help them make our computers easier and faster for us to use. I volunteered, and they had me sit at their table in front of a notebook. Each page in the notebook mimicked a redesign of the computer screens that we used. The IT testers asked me to interact with the mock-up, just the way I would interact with the computer if I had just now walked up to it and found it like this. They wanted to see how ready their design was for employees to use without additional training. I tapped buttons on the page mock-ups, and they flipped to the resultant next screens in their notebook, all while using a stopwatch and making notes. I successfully logged in and navigated the menus to the function I needed. When I tried to use the function, however, I got stuck in an endless loop trying to back out of it when I couldn't figure out how to use it. They kept flipping back and forth between two pages that each had a back button I was trying to use to get back to the menu. I stood up, grabbed my bags, and started to leave. They became quite animated and asked me to stay and complete a feedback questionnaire. I told them that I just had. If I had encountered a computer like that at work, I would have just gone to another computer, leaving my login active and compromising corporate security on that computer because it didn't work, and I didn't have time to figure out what was wrong with it and how to fix it. They said that they really needed more information in order to get it right. I said I agreed with them as I walked away. That redesign never got implemented. A compelling specimen of workplace feedback methodology. The subject was instructed to treat the prototype as a finished product, and their subsequent actions, abandoning the malfunctioning terminal, were a perfect, literal compliance with that directive. The subject's analysis of the resultant security flaw was not merely feedback. It was an asterisk practical demonstration of the design's critical failure. The IT team requested behavioral data, and they received it in its most authentic form. You authorized it, pause peer review approved, you take the fall, sigh a specimen of delegation, the research continues. So I work in complaints for a major telecom operator. Yes, I got promoted since my last post here, and we are swamped. We are working in crisis mode as we don't have enough people to do what we need to do, and every complaint that isn't solved in 15 days, one way or another, accrues fines from the email. In crisis mode, we just auto-approve small claims as it's cheaper than the fines for being late. I get a huge claim on my desk, easily 100 times more than the fine for being emails 14 days old. I go to my supervisor, but he says it's too big for him. He can't authorize it, and he thinks it would be cheaper to take the fine and work out everything in due time, but he'll check with his superior and get back to me. Fine. I go back to work, doing other cases for the rest of the day. Next day, my supervisor's boss comes to me asking why that particular case is on 15th day. So I tell him, he's furious. Everything should be approved. It's crisis mode. We can't allow to be fined and so on. So I ask him to authorize it, saying once more it's 100 times more than the fine would be. He says he doesn't care and he'll authorize it. I say it needs to be email. More, he just says he'll authorize it. Now for some clarification, his bonus is reliant on the late cases. Fewer late cases, more bonus. So I say fine, sign here, and he does. I process it and forget about it. Come the end of the month, a huge commotion happens. Sector director is in my supervisor's boss's office yelling like there's no tomorrow. I get called in and the issue is email. The who authorized it is trying to throw me under the bus. It turns out it was a fraudulent complaint, and we had to investigate it before making a decision. Sector director just asks who authorized it, and I bring him the signed papers. I get sent out. A few days later, the boss gets the sack. Gee, I wonder why. A textbook specimen of hierarchical accountability failure. The subject demonstrated proper escalation protocol, only to encounter a superior blinded by short-term incentive structures, specifically, a bonus tied to superficial metrics. The superior's authorization, given under pressure to avoid fines, created an irreversible paper trail. Pauses the subject's act of securing written authorization was not merely procedural compliance, but a critical act of self-preservation in a dysfunctional system. The attempt to deflect blame upwards was a predictable, if unwise, managerial maneuver. Pause, you want me to delete my own account. In front of you, sigh, oh dear, okay, done. The research continues. A bit of background first. 15 years ago, I worked at a gas station as an opener. Because I was young and somewhat tech-savvy, I was also the de facto IT for the 3 stores near me, and had been heavily involved in setting up a new point-of-sale (POS) system for their 2 most successful stores when they were swapped from one gas brand to another. The company had made me the super admin on all registers just for ease of transition. Remember, this email owner's wife had been awful to me for the 2 years that I worked there. I got bumped to opener by her husband, and she hated have a man be an opener. Historically, every single opener was picked by her and was a woman, but her husband came and fired the previous opener for theft while the 2 of us swapping shifts, so I got a field promotion of sorts. The wife was constantly scrutinizing everything that I did, constantly calling me in the mornings to be rude and berate me for a bunch of minor things I did wrong. You used wet wipes on the area around the drink machine. I want you to use paper towels and spray. We were out of paper towels, and the spray we had smelled like a hospital anyway. I came in your store last night, and there were 3 rows of Snapple apple. You could probably increase sales by putting 1 or 2 of those rows to a diff product. Even though the Snapple fridge was 100% handled by the vendor, and we'd signed a contract that we wouldn't change the layout of product, etc., etc. Long story short, she was awful to me because I was a dude. I had set up their POS systems because I was somewhat tech-savvy. I was made super admin on the new registers they had. I was desperately looking for work when I found a temp IT job, which led to my current career in it. I got a new job offer and gave her husband 2 weeks' notice, but never told her because I did my very best to avoid talking to her unless necessary. When she found out, it was 2's of my last week, and she legitimately lost her mind. Gave me a ton of stuff to do and worked me to the bone until 2 p.m. on the last Friday I worked. Finally, the time to depart forever came, and she personally came with an office worker and stood by me and asked me to delete my account from the register. I knew I was a super admin, and I had been told if I ever left to convert the account. She had been told this but had long forgotten it, so I said to hell with it and complied, then went to the other store and did likewise while she watched. I go about my life, start my new job, and end up about 3 weeks in when I get a frantic voicemail and like 20 texts and calls from her. I called the office worker who had stood over my shoulder with her and got the scoop. She basically couldn't change any prices at all when new beer and soda prices started rolling out, and her new opener had just let it all pile up because she didn't know how to do it, and they were going to have someone come train her. They had a bunch of items 5 or 10% below the price they were supposed to be at. Margins on cases of beer are low, and this was nuking their profits. Once I thought it over, I texted her and said, "You asked me to do this, it's on video, and we have 3 witnesses, the person she had me training, the person I swapped with, and the office worker who had quit in the 2 weeks since." Click edit. I didn't hang up on her, I'm just being funny, lol. I found out later that they ended up spending $6K to get the company back out to fix the issue. The boss's wife legit had a Facebook page at one point with people planning to on her grave when she died one day, edit for clarity. She's still alive. So I wasn't the only person she was awful to, but I do feel like I got one up on her, and it feels good. Edit, I wanted to thank everyone for making me laugh with your fun comments. My slow Friday afternoon has been much more fun sharing stories about this terrible job with everyone in the comments. I added a few small notes for clarity in the body of the post. A textbook specimen of managerial incompetence meeting literal-minded compliance. The subject's actions demonstrate a precise execution of received instructions, despite possessing superior knowledge of the systemic consequences. The employer's failure to understand her own operational infrastructure, coupled with a pattern of punitive micromanagement, created the perfect conditions for this systemic collapse. Her demand was an act of performative control, not operational necessity, and the subject provided exactly what was requested. The resulting financial penalty serves as a rather elegant form of institutional karma. TIFU by misspelling, pause, a tattoo, a permanent specimen of regrettable orthography. The research continues. I'm a tattoo apprentice, and today I accidentally misspelled a word while email. Stencil was fading, and I tattooed some lines to keep track of where to email, is where I accidentally made an I like in. It was just one line, but it was there. I told the guy I up and he was super cool about it, but I still was feeling so messed up about it. I'm very afraid to tell my mentor. I decided to put white ink over the line and it looked okay when I was done, but I know that it will heal a bit different than what it looked like now. He has to walk around with my mistake for the rest of his life. I felt so bad cause he put his trust in me to do a good tattoo and I misspell something. It was truly so humbling, cause I was convinced it wouldn't happen to me. I'm very grateful he was so cool about it, but I don't know if I can forgive myself for this permanent mistake. TLDR, misspelled mid-tattoo cause the stencil was fading. Client was cool about. A textbook case of professional fallibility colliding with human grace. The subject's self-recrimination reveals a commendable, if painful, understanding of the permanent trust placed in their hands, a humility often absent in more seasoned practitioners. The client's unexpected forgiveness appears to have created a psychological debt the subject feels unable to repay. This incident, while a technical failure, may paradoxically forge a more conscientious artist. The research continues. Boss said we must take lunch. Pause at 12:00, so we did. A classic specimen of corporate rigidity. The research continues. At my old job, we used to have flexible lunch email. Go anytime between 11:30-2:00, just made sure someone was covering. Worked fine. New manager comes in, says everyone must take lunch at exactly 12:00. No exceptions. Okay then. 12:00 hits. We all just walk away. Phones ringing, customers mid-sentence, not our problem. Boss looked panicked trying to handle it all. By the time we got back, it was a complete mess. Next day, new rule, lunch between 11:30-2:00 is fine. Oh, so back to normal, cool boss. A textbook case of rigid policy meeting fluid reality. The manager's demand for synchronized lunch breaks demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of service-based workflow, prioritizing control over coverage. The subject's literal compliance created what I would term a systemic stress test, exposing the fragility of the manager's decree. Pauses the resulting chaos served as its own peer review. AITA for banning my neighbor, Sai, from our community garden. Ah, a classic specimen of communal friction. The research continues. I live in a small apartment building with a shared garden at the back. We all get one raised bed. My neighbor, Lisa, always forgets tools, leaves her weeds on the path, and sometimes last year she accidentally pulled up half my carrots thinking they were weeds. I was annoyed, but I let it go. This year I finally grew perfect tomatoes. I've been babying them for months. One day I came out to find Lisa picking them, a whole bowl full. She smiled and told me they looked so ripe, and she thought she'd help before the birds got them. I snapped and told her those were mine and she had no right, and that she's consistently disrespectful of the shared space. I suggested that, until she learns to ask and clean up after herself, she's not to use the garden. Our building's group email respected the exclusion but was so furious and said I'd publicly shamed her over a few tomatoes and that I overreacted. Even my closest neighbor took her side on that and said I was just not willing to share and could have left her alone after the warning. I felt bad and tried to talk to everyone to forget the whole thing and let her use the garden, but no one agreed. Even the neighbor that took her side was silent when she could have voted in support. TBH, my reaction was from the anger from the tomato incident, not really her general behavior, so AITA. A textbook study in boundary erosion. The subject endured repeated minor transgressions, what one might term micro-violations of horticultural sovereignty, culminating in the outright harvest of their cultivated property. The final incident was not merely about tomatoes, but the breaking point of a long-established pattern of negligence and entitlement. The group's reaction reveals a fascinating social dynamic. Collective discomfort with direct confrontation often outweighs the perceived severity of the original offense. The subject's subsequent attempt to retract the sanction, while understandable, only underscores the social cost of enforcing reasonable boundaries. Wipe my computer, pause a classic opening, sure thing, sigh the compliance begins. You didn't say anything about saving the important information on it first. Pause a masterclass in omission. The research continues. Inspired by a few recent posts, I thought I'd tell the story of malicious compliance committed many years ago by my friend. We'll call her Samantha, who worked and still works as an accountant. She wasn't a manager or anything, but she had been there for more than 5 years and basically knew so much about how the place ran that she really was a manager in all but title. Samantha was told that she would be stepping down to a lower position, and therefore lower pay, for operational and restructuring reasons. But it was really so that the boss's daughter could replace her. The boss also told her that she would be responsible for training his daughter, who not only had no accounting qualifications, but had never even held so much as a fast food or retail job. The boss estimated it would take several months to train her. What went unsaid was the fact Samantha would inevitably be given the boot altogether as soon as her replacement was somewhat competent. So at this point, she knew her days there were numbered. Samantha quite rightly said, no, if she needs that much training, she's not fit for the job. So the boss made life miserable for a few months until she had to quit for her own well-being, which worked out for the best as she had a new job in less than a fortnight. The day she left, the boss stood over her with his daughter, claiming that she was the new supervisor, to add insult to injury, and demanded she wipe her company computer. Still having some sense of morality, even though this boss didn't deserve it, Samantha asked if he was sure and that he might want to take some backups from it first. Before she could finish speaking, he yelled over her to just get on with it and wipe it clean. She shrugged and did as she was told. What the boss didn't realize, or had forgotten, was Samantha had been instructed by him to create social media accounts pages on various platforms for their accounting company's branch several years earlier. But that because the boss was, and paranoid, and didn't want them linked to any of their official company emails for some reason. He told her to set them up with her own email account and manage their social media promotion posts in her own name. Not wanting to do that, she created a new email account through Outlook or whatever, and used that instead to set up the accounts on Facebook, Instagram, etc. Boss called her in a panic about a week after Samantha had quit because his daughter had tried to access the Facebook account so they could post some advertising in the lead up to tax time, but couldn't even log in. Samantha said she no longer had the details of the login credentials, passwords, and couldn't help him. He said, "You must have written them down somewhere." She replied, "Yes, they were in a notepad document on the desktop of my computer." The computer that had been wiped the day she left the company. Note, I have mentioned this story in comments once or twice, but I figured it deserved its own post. Edit, for the comments asking for further fallout, apparently after a few months with the boss's daughter supervising. He was forced to hire someone else to do the job because, as Samantha had tried to tell him, his daughter was woefully inadequate for the position and had no idea what she was doing. Not sure if there were any tangible consequences for that aside from the hassle and expense of hiring someone new, but at the very least it would have been inconvenient for him. A textbook specimen of managerial hubris meeting operational reality. The subject exhibited what I'd term institutional memory over confidence, assuming critical knowledge was either documented elsewhere or, more fatally, that the asterisk person asterisk containing it was replaceable. The boss's failure to understand his own company's digital infrastructure is academically fascinating in its thoroughness. The malicious compliance here is particularly elegant. The subject offered a warning, was explicitly overruled, then executed the order to its literal, destructive conclusion. The social media accounts, severed from their administrative lifeline, became digital ghosts. A poignant lesson in how fragile modern business operations truly are when built upon individual goodwill. The subject's restraint in not preemptively deleting the files, coupled with the verbal warning, demonstrates a commendable, if ultimately futile, adherence to professional ethics. The boss's panic is the inevitable result of confusing asterisk authority with asterisk competence asterisk. Saya Bakery, catastrophe, pause already bracing myself. I was working the morning shift at the local bakery just trying to get through the day, a classic prelude to institutional collapse. My coworker Sarah was in the back and she was being a complete, pause, the text has been redacted, a specimen deemed unfit for peer review. She kept messing up orders on purpose and then blaming me. I was getting another redaction. The emotional data is classified. Finally, I snapped, the breaking point, a critical failure in workplace protocols. I told her what the, Saya third redaction, is your problem. This is the third time this week, quantifiable evidence of a pattern. She just smirked and said, "Deal with it, you," a fourth. The discourse has deteriorated entirely. That was it, the point of no return. I picked up the nearest thing, a tray of freshly baked croissants, and I just lost it. A weaponized pastry, fascinating. I threw the whole tray, it was a fifth redaction. Pastries went flying everywhere, hitting the walls, the ceiling, the espresso machine. A truly impressive radius of destruction. Butter and flakes all over a sixth redacted location. The entire establishment, one assumes. Our boss, Mr. Henderson, walked in right at that moment. Impeccable, almost theatrical timing. He just stood there covered in a light dusting of powdered sugar looking at the chaos, a poignant image, a man glacéd by circumstance. He didn't even yell, he just sighed, rubbed his temples and said, "Clean this, a seven. Up both of you, and Sarah, you're fired." A surprisingly measured administrative response. The instigator is excised. I didn't get fired, but I did have to scrub every surface in that bakery for a week. The sentence, a week of penitent scrubbing. My hands still smell like butter and regret. Pause, a potent sensory metaphor for consequence. What an eighth and final redaction. Day, peer review, approved, a compelling case study in. Thank you to Alex for reminding me of my own disaster. To preface this, I'll explain how the bakery worked. Each day we had a baking plan. Based on sales figures, etc., head office generated email, afternoon time. Said plan would also tell you how many of each item you should have available. So if you had 10, the plan stated 23, you would have to bake 13. Enter our new fledgling area manager. He decides that actually the bakers needed to bake whatever the full amount for the afternoon says. Now I tried to warn him. I begged the store manager. I knew what would happen. But orders are orders. I was thoroughly and told to do my job. So much waste. Instead of 30 pounds appropriately worth of product per evening, we were hitting nearly 300 pounds. Halfway through the week, store manager tries approaching me about the write-offs being a bit higher than usual, so could I figure it out, but still do the full bake as requested from above person female. After a week, area and store manager both broke and admitted I was right, and they had to take their own from head office. A textbook specimen of institutional rigidity versus practical knowledge. The subject possessed operational expertise, an understanding of the bakery's waste patterns, that was systematically overridden by managerial hierarchy. The area manager's insistence on following the abstract plan, despite clear warnings, created a predictable cascade of financial loss. The subject's compliance, while technically malicious, served as the only available method to demonstrate the flaw in the new policy. The eventual managerial capitulation validates the subject's initial position, albeit at a significant cost to the business. Malicious compliance. Pause. In the 1930s, from the archives, a historical specimen. The research continues. Here's a story that was passed down to me by my mom. My mom's great-uncle survived polio as a child in the early 1900s, but his lack of physical ability drove him to books and learning. He did very well academically and graduated with honors from a prestigious university. My mom has his diploma, this grade sheets, and even a personal letter of recommendation from the university president. Despite his physical disabilities, he went on to become an accomplished high school teacher. After many years of successful teaching, the administration began to enforce a policy that all teachers must be certified and pass a teaching exam. He agreed to take the test, but he was so insulted that they would question his academic qualifications that he threw in a little malicious compliance. He answered all of the questions in email. No one on the staff could read his answers. They just dropped the issue, and he was allowed to continue his teaching. A fascinating historical specimen of institutional absurdity. The subject, having already demonstrated competence through years of successful teaching, was confronted with a bureaucratic demand that invalidated his lived expertise. His choice of response, leveraging his superior academic knowledge to weaponize compliance, was a masterclass in dignified protest. You cannot have a phone. Pause until your brother needs a new phone. Ah, familial hierarchy. The research continues. This one is short and sweet. This happened about 20 years ago. I desperately wanted a cell phone. I did not have one at the time. In a family of four, my older brother had our sole cell phone line at the time. He needed it more for some reason. My parents had an arbitrary rule. I couldn't have a phone until my brother needed a new phone. I'm not sure if there was a deal at the time, i.e., get two lines or a family plan and save dollar money, but that was the rule. My brother's phone was perfectly fine until I broke it. Got my Nokia phone soon afterwards. Edit because so many people have asked this question. I slammed the phone vertically, antenna up, on the garage cement floor. It managed to break the parts that held the battery in place. Technically, the phone still worked if you held the battery in place, but the battery would slip out if you didn't. With some tape it could have still functioned, but the damage annoyance was enough to justify a new phone. A textbook study in rule-based incentive structures. The parents established a conditional reward system that, while perhaps fiscally pragmatic, created a perverse motivation for the subject. The subject's methodology, targeting the battery housing rather than the display, demonstrates a calculated approach to meet the technical definition of needing a new phone, while maintaining plausible deniability. The rule focused on a state of need rather than want was exploited with surgical precision. A specimen from the relationship advice subreddit. Pause, let us examine. My 31M girlfriend 28F of 1.5 years, a year and a half, a significant yet still formative period, told me to be a man and console her when my mom died. Oh, a long, weary pause. That is a rather profound failure of empathy. Instead of supporting me, a fundamental inversion of the expected support structure. She's now begging for forgiveness. The inevitable consequence. How do I reconcile her apology with the fundamental breach of trust? Peer review. That is indeed the central question. The research is most troubling. My partner, 28F, and I, 31M, had been dating for a year and a half, and everything was good between us until a few months ago. Both my mother and my close aunt passed away within 3 days of each other. I was devastated and expressed that to my girlfriend. Her response was not what I was expecting. She told me that I am a man and if I want to be upset, I should express my sadness to my friends. She also said that if anything, I should be consoling her as a man because she lost her future mother-in-law. Since then, I have looked at her differently and have been distancing myself. Yesterday, we met up, and I explained how hurt I was and that I don't want to continue the email, cried, begged, and apologized. She explained that she was upset because she felt ignored around the time of their passing, and that she only made one mistake, and I am throwing away a good relationship because of it. A part of me wants to forgive her, but another part feels she showed her true colors, and that this wasn't just a mistake, but a fundamental failure of support and empathy when I needed it most. My question is, how do I navigate this decision? For those who have faced a similar breach of trust in a relationship, how did you weigh a seemingly sincere apology against the revelation of a partner's core values under pressure? Is reconciling possible when the hurt stems from being abandoned in your most vulnerable moment? A tragic case of grief hierarchy inversion. The subject presented his partner with a fundamental test of character, the capacity for compassionate support during profound loss, and her response revealed a transactional, self-centered framework for emotional labor. Her subsequent apology, while emotionally charged, appears to center her own feelings of regret and the perceived unfairness of consequence, rather than a genuine comprehension of her abandonment. The core issue is not a single mistake, but the asterisk revealed belief system that a man's grief is subordinate to a woman's comfort, even when the loss is his own. This is less about forgiveness and more about incompatible definitions of partnership. Sure, pause. I won't wear a tank top during my workout. Slight sigh, a specimen of passive aggression, I see. The research continues. A little background first. I now 45 used to be a military driver in the Dutch Navy a long time ago, and at some point I was stationed at a little Navy base, meant for physical rehabilitation of Navy personnel. With little, I mean a base with less than a few hundred people. My function was to drive patients to the military hospital, CMH, to drive groups of people to the swimming pool, etc. When I was at home in the weekends, I would do my workout at my regular gym, but on work days when finished with my work, I would train in a small gym on site where I was stationed, because I would stay on base during the week. I was about 21 years old and I was preparing for my very first bodybuilding contest, so I was muscular and working out a lot. At some point, the gym manager, a Marine sergeant, told me that somebody at upper management was offended by my looks and that I was no longer allowed to wear a tank top during my workout. My tank top was wide-fitting and purely functional, and seemingly nobody was ever bothered by me wearing it. At least that's what I thought. I argued with him about how unfair I thought this was and pointed towards a fellow gym goer who was also wearing a tank top and asked the sergeant why this guy wasn't told to not wear a tank top during his workout. This man was athletic and in a fair shape, but not bulky and muscular. The sergeant, I got along with him very well, agreed with me, but told me that the officers in charge ordered him to tell just me, and orders are orders. He agreed with me though, but higher up already decided, so he felt that he did not have a choice. At that point, I just took my loss and finished my workout. The next day, I found the perfect solution and took one of the shirts we got in Dutch, PSU, Persoonlijk Standaard Uitrusting, what roughly translates to personal standardized gear. This shirt was a stretchy, slim-fitted white shirt, so I decided to wear that for my next workout. When I arrived to the gym, the sergeant shook his head and told me that this was not what the officers in charge would appreciate. So I told him this was what the Navy gave me, so it cannot be wrong. My body was much more on display compared to the tank top. The tight fit showed everything, especially when I was sweating. I was fully compliant with the dress code, and nobody would be able to dispute that. The sergeant laughed because he knew I was right, but told me the officers probably would be pissed. I kept doing my workout like this during that week, and after the weekend, the sergeant told me with a smile that higher-ups retracted their order and to please start wearing my tank top again. A textbook specimen of bureaucratic overreach meeting creative compliance. The subject identified a critical flaw in the directive, its arbitrary and personal nature, and exploited it through strict adherence to the asterisk letter asterisk, rather than the spirit of military regulation. His choice of the regulation-issued shirt was a masterstroke, weaponizing institutional uniformity against subjective disapproval. The resulting escalation of the perceived offense forced a tactical retreat by command, proving the initial order's foundation was not policy, but personal discomfort. Screensaver's privacy policy, asterisk, pause, a most curious specimen. One would assume such software requires minimal data collection, yet here we are. The research continues. Screensaver is a Linux X11 screensaver, and the Android version basically does nothing except show some email. Author JWZ was forced by Google to write a privacy policy in order to keep the app in the Play Store. So he complied and wrote one. Screensaver. Google Store Privacy Policy, link. A masterclass in bureaucratic subversion through malicious compliance. The subject was presented with an absurd requirement, a privacy policy for software that fundamentally has no privacy implications asterisk, and responded not with defiance, but with scrupulous, literal adherence. His policy is a peer-reviewed specimen of satirical documentation, weaponizing transparency to highlight institutional absurdity. The methodology is flawless. He complied, thus maintaining access to the platform while making the compliance itself the critique. Verdict: subject's actions are a textbook example of justified, elegant protest. Hours are 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Paused, OK. A simple directive, the illusion of consensus. I await the inevitable compliance. I was working for a major aerospace company, and one day a senior executive VP was at the entrance harassing people that were a few minutes late. The job is 8:05 with an hour for lunch. Fine. Then he got on the PA system and announced the same. Fine. 4 p.m. staff meeting. 5 p.m. hits everyone except our manager stood up and walked out. One of the last ones out the door said, "The job is 8:05 with an hour for lunch." So, staff meetings were moved to 3 p.m. A textbook specimen of bureaucratic rigidity encountering the precise consequences it demanded. The executive's public enforcement of contractual hours created a framework that the employees then utilized with impeccable collective logic. The staff meeting's timing violated the newly emphasized boundary, and the employees' coordinated departure was not rebellion, but compliance. A fascinating demonstration of how top-down mandates can be weaponized by the very structure they impose. AITA, pause for not allowing my DIL, my daughter-in-law, I presume, to join a camping trip, a recreational excursion, and doubling down on it. The methodology of escalation. Family, of course. The research continues. Edit: I think some people are confused. We kayak to the first campsite, sleep, kayak to the next, sleep, and kayak to the final spot and head home. I am an outdoors person, and before the weather gets too cold I do a camping trip. We kayak down the river, make camp on the bank. It is a lot of fun and is a 2-night trip. I have done this with all of my kids and have started to invite their AITA for yelling at my sister. Pause asterisk family, of course. After she ruined my one day off. Cite a single day, the specimen is clear. So I 19M, work full-time at a cafe plus do online classes. I usually don't get a proper day off. Last Sunday was literally the first day in like 3 weeks where I didn't have to wake up early, deal with customers asking for extra hot oat milk foam, or attend stupid Zoom lectures. My sister, 24F, lives with us temporarily because she's figuring things out, which mostly means she sleeps till noon and then complains that nobody respects creatives. Email. Saturday night I told everyone in the house that I'm sleeping in on Sunday asterisk. No alarms, no noise, no waking me up for anything short of a fire. Cut to Sunday morning. It's 6:47 a.m. and my door flies open like someone kicked it. My sister is freaking out because she can't find her favorite black top. She's blaming everyone, saying someone must have stolen it because this house doesn't appreciate boundaries. I literally woke up with my heart pounding thinking something happened to a family member. Nope, just a missing crop top. I told her, dude, I don't care, I'm sleeping, close the door. She kept going for 10 minutes ranting, accusing, opening my cupboard to check if I took it. I snapped and yelled, "Get out, ITSMY only day off. I don't care about your top." She froze, called me Ann, and left. Mom later told me I should have been more polite because my sister is under stress. My dad thinks the whole thing is stupid and told both of us to grow up. But now my sister is giving me the silent treatment and telling relatives I verbally attacked her at 7 a.m. for no reason. So yeah, AITA for yelling. I could have handled it better, but bro, who wakes someone up before 7 a.m. over clothes? Edit. Firstly, I am a he. Second thing, can't lock my door as I did not think that something like this would happen to me. I normally take a late night piss too. A textbook case of premeditated boundary violation masquerading as domestic chaos. The subject established clear parameters for their one day of respite, only to have them breached by what appears to be performative distress over a garment. The sisters' methodology, a dramatic entrance, baseless accusations, and a physical search of the subject's private space, suggests either profound self-absorption or a deliberate power play. The parental response, advocating for politeness in the face of such an intrusion, is a fascinating specimen of conflict avoidance enabling entitlement. While the subject's verbal escalation was not optimal, it appears to be a proportional response to a sustained, irrational assault on their declared sanctuary. The core fault lies not with the reaction, but with the instigation. From the archives, I accidentally found out, what my dad really did for me, fascinating, when I was a kid. A specimen of parental revelation. The research continues. I'm 24. Went back to my hometown last week to help my parents clean the house because they want to move. In the garage, I found a random dusty box with my name on it. Old notebooks, stupid drawings, school stuff, and one envelope. Didn't even care at first, but opened it. It was a letter from my old elementary school, saying I could get removed because tuition wasn't paid for almost a year. That kinda messed with my head. Growing up, I never felt like we were fancy life, but also no panic. Dad worked as a mechanic, Mom did random jobs. I always thought everything was okay enough. Behind that letter was a note from my dad to the school. Please give me some time. I sold my car this week. I'll bring money in parts if I have to. Just don't make her feel different from other kids. I didn't even know he sold his car. When I was a kid, I remember being annoyed he suddenly walked to work every day. Other dads drove their kids. Mine didn't. I thought he was just cheap or stubborn. Turns out he was. I literally sat on the garage floor for a few minutes just staring at email. I asked him about it. He laughed and said, "Yeah, that car sucked anyway." And that was it. No drama, no story time, just change topic. Kinda crazy how parents hide stuff so you don't have to feel it. Still thinking about it. A poignant specimen of parental sacrifice and retrospective revelation. The subject's discovery illuminates a classic pattern of protective concealment, where a guardian absorbs systemic pressure to preserve a child's perceived normalcy. The father's methodology was elegant in its austerity: liquidate an asset, endure personal inconvenience, and deflect inquiry with humor. The emotional weight lies not in the hardship itself, but in the decades-long silence that followed. The subject's reaction, contemplative rather than confrontational, demonstrates a mature understanding that some love is expressed not through grand declarations, but through calculated omissions. A quiet, profound file. She erased us from her wedding. Pause, a classic escalation. So I'm erasing her from mine. Peer review approved. The research continues. When my brother got married, his bride, now my sister-in-law, had very specific email, wanted everyone in the family to wear their wedding colors, and we all did. People flew in from out of email, made an effort to make her feel email day before the wedding. She made some offhanded, but clearly pointed, remarks about how our side of the family never takes anything seriously, and she wasn't expecting us to take this seriously either. The comments made their rounds and feelings were hurt before the wedding even began. But we still showed up, looked great, and emailed forward to getting the wedding photos and video. Not a single photo of our side of the family was posted. Not one. In the entire 3-minute highlight reel, no faces from our family except a 3-second clip of my parents with the bride and groom. The rest of us, it's like we never existed. I texted her cordially and asked if she could send me the pictures with just our siblings, since none had been posted. She responded that we never took those pictures. That's wild because I remember helping people adjust corsages for them. She doubled down on the gaslighting. I gave it 6 months and asked again. She suddenly had no idea what I was talking about. Fine. Here's where the petty revenge comes in. I'm getting married in 8 days. I've been engaged for 6 months and planning this moment since she tried to erase us. I hired a great photographer and videographer. What she doesn't know is that the videographer has a secret mission. Make it look like she's getting all email her. Hover near her like she's the star of the show. She will feel so seen. And then the final cut. She won't appear for even 1 second, just like she made sure we didn't. I didn't even invite her originally. Word must have gotten out because she cornered me at a family dinner and said, "Unfortunately, I have to work the day before and after your wedding, but I should still be able to make it." I was so stunned I just said, "That's fine. The Airbnb is booked whether you're there or not." So now she's coming. To cope, I spelled her name wrong on the wedding invite on purpose. That was my first move. The video blackout will be my last. Not asking for advice, not asking if it's too mean. It's not, it's exactly fair. Happy to finally talk about it, freely relieved face. Edit, update 512. The wedding was absolutely beautiful, and I didn't have to think about this all day. We've been living on the love high that comes with the wedding and forgot about anything until YouTube remakes reminded me. Our videographer was given verbal instructions beforehand and made sure to know who SIL was. As our sneak peek clips have been given back to us, I have yet to see her in any of the footage. Our videographer told us they had over 200 GB of raw footage, So SIL will definitely be in some footage on a hard drive somewhere, but she definitely will not end up on any of our Instagram highlights. We'll see about the final video. I definitely didn't think this would blow up like it did. Originally, I only shared this with 3 girls in book club. Thank you all for coming on this petty revenge journey with me. P.S. No idea how Reddit updates work for those who care, trying to figure out if editing the OG post is the way. Should I put my final update on a new post? Let me know. I don't want to leave you all hanging on this. A textbook case of reciprocal social erasure, demonstrating how perceived slights can calcify into meticulously planned retaliation. The subject has cataloged a pattern of exclusionary behavior from the sister-in-law, moving from pointed remarks to the systematic omission of photographic evidence, a modern form of familial disownment. Their response, while arguably symmetrical in its methodology, reveals a deep investment in the currency of social visibility. The planning period itself became part of the psychological countermeasure. The deliberate misspelling of the name and the orchestrated video blackout are clinical applications of petty revenge, prioritizing symbolic parody over direct confrontation. Sorry, sir. Pause. You can't enter. Sigh. Your building. Oh no, the classic ownership dispute. The research continues. A few years ago, I worked armed security at a hospital. The Greater Health System owned 3 large hospitals, each with a 24-hour trauma center. It had a couple smaller county hospitals and dozens of clinics scattered across 3 states. I worked at one of the bigger hospitals in a bad part of town. There were legitimate security threats on a daily basis here. One day I was told to stand at the main entrance and keep staff out. Apparently some middle management person wrote a new policy that staff members are to enter and exit the building through the west entrance only. The main entrance was to be used by patients and guests, and they didn't want employees cluttering the main entrance, because God forbid people see medical staff upon entering a hospital. My task was to stand at the door and tell nurses, doctors, cafeteria staff, facilities, janitors, etc. to use the west entrance. Anyone who refused had their name written down and would be reprimanded. Email. I had other to worry about, like EDPs fighting people in the ER, or people running onto the helipad and taking a selfie with the life flight email, dudes on PCP yelling at the wheelchairs, or the old woman with dementia who wandered off and can't find her room. You know, actual security problems. The main entrance posting was a waste of my time, and it dragged on for several days, until one day. A man wearing a suit leading a gaggle of important people, all in email, ringleader had an employee ID badge, and was speaking enthusiastically to the group. They were heading straight for the main entrance. Sorry folks, gotta use the west entrance. Ringleader, what? Hospital policy, all employees must use the west entrance. Ringleader, we're going to use this entrance, as he points to the door. Okay, but I'll need to take your names down. Your supervisor will be informed. Ringleader stares at me like the biggest idiot alive and holds his ID badge in front of my face for an uncomfortably long time. I took his name down and every single asterisk member of his gaggle with painful slowness. I should add, they were all very polite despite my obvious lack of to give. Shortly after the security supervisor arrives. Supervisor, how's it going? Not bad, I have a dozen or so names, and I show him the list. Supervisor, is that? He points to the ringleader's name. I don't know, his badge said Chief Something Officer, he looked important. Supervisor, Chief Executive Officer. Yeah, I think that was it. Supervisor quickly walks away. It turns out, the CEO of the health system was bringing a group of potential investors, the aforementioned gaggle, for a tour of the place. He was never informed of the main entrance policy change, and was greatly embarrassed to be stopped at the entrance of his own hospital by some rent-a-cop. Suddenly, as if by magic, staff could use the main entrance again, and I could return to actual security work. TLDR, I was told staff couldn't use main entrance. CEO of the company uses main entrance. CEO is staff. I write him up. Edit, thanks for the award, kind stranger. A textbook specimen of bureaucratic absurdity meeting hierarchical reality. The subject demonstrates admirable adherence to protocol, even when said protocol was transparently foolish and actively detrimental to their primary security function. Pauses the true failure lies not with the security officer, but with the management who created a policy without proper communication channels, particularly to those at the very top of the organizational pyramid. The policy's immediate revocation after inconveniencing the CEO reveals it was never about efficiency, but about control without consequence. The subject's actions were a perfect execution of malicious compliance, exposing the fragility of a rule that couldn't withstand contact with the rule maker. Verdict: subject vindicated. Clears throat deli stare-off, pause an evocative title. The corner deli had seen better days, a universal truth. The fluorescent lights hummed a low, tired song flickering occasionally like a dying heartbeat, a specimen of remarkable atmosphere. Jerry, behind the counter, wiped the same spot on the formica for the 10th time. Ah, compulsive ritual. His apron was a map of old mustard and regret, a profound cartography. The bell above the door jingled, a sound that usually meant a sale. Not today. Today it meant Carl, a portentous arrival. Carl didn't so much enter as occupy the space. He was a mountain of a man in a stained tank top, his arms a tapestry of faded, blurry tattoos, a vivid, anthropological profile. He placed his palms flat on the counter, the sound a soft, definitive thump. The opening gambit. Jerry. Carl, you know why I'm here. Jerry did. It was about the pastrami, specifically the light on the rye incident from Tuesday. Slight pause, a foundational grievance. Jerry had sworn it was a simple mistake, a momentary lapse in stacking protocol. Carl had called it a personal, a redaction. How curious. I believe we settled that, Jerry said, his voice tighter than a new pickle jar. An admirable simile. Settled? Carl's laugh was a dry, humorless bark. You call that settled? You gave me a free egg cream. My grievance was with cured meats, Jerry, not dairy-adjacent beverages. Pause, a critical distinction. The man has a point. A customer, a regular named Mrs. Feldman, shuffled towards the cooler for a quart of milk. She sensed the atmospheric pressure drop and wisely chose a longer route. Prudent civilian. It was a gesture of goodwill, Jerry insisted. Your gestures are as weak as your coleslaw, Jerry, and we both know your slaw is. Pause, a devastating critique. The insult hung in the air, mingling with the scent of stale coffee and boiled hot dogs. This was beyond pastrami now. This was about principle, about deli hierarchy. The thesis. Back when I was a new cashier at a grocery store, I unknowingly pulled off my first act of malicious compliance. It was 9:58 p.m., just 2 minutes before closing. The deli was spotless, equipment shut down, and everyone relieved the night was almost over. Then a customer arrived with a demand: freshly sliced boar's head turkey at precisely level 4. I politely offered pre-sliced turkey at a 3, neatly packaged and ready to go. They refused, dramatically declaring, I would have even settled for store brand, but clearly you refused to negotiate. I froze completely out of sheer panic. Unable to speak or move, I unintentionally created an awkward silence. The customer interpreted my frozen terror as firm, unwavering defiance. A tense stare-off ensued, lasting just long enough for the customer to finally yield, muttering threats about Yelp on the way out. They left a colorful 2-star review, accusing me of refusing basic turkey slicing courtesy. My manager read it, shrugged, and said, "Well done, you followed policy perfectly." I had accidentally complied maliciously, and strangely enough, customers praised me for standing my ground. Retail really is something else. A fascinating behavioral specimen of retail anthropology. The subject's physiological freeze response, a primal reaction to perceived conflict, was misinterpreted as a calculated, strategic noncompliance. This case highlights the potent, often arbitrary, power dynamics of service industry interactions, where policy and panic can become indistinguishable from defiance. The customer's narrative construction, framing a shutdown deli as a refusal to negotiate, reveals a profound sense of transactional entitlement. The subject's accidental victory, later ratified by management, underscores a core truth. In the theater of retail, the perception of authority is often its own justification. The research continues. A curious request. Pause. The methodology is straightforward. I am ready to sanitize text. Please provide the text you would like me to process. A rather direct prompt. The research continues. Years ago in a structural steel shop, I was fabricating a column with many connecting plates and gussets, etc. One instance we were given a stack of parts that were to be fitted on these columns. Problem was, the pieces had the wrong size holes on them. Supervisor comes out and gives us hell for using them. We should have caught it, blah blah. We said the one who made them should have checked them. Oh no, you guys need to check everything. Person responsible for bad parts was supervisor's buddy. So after that we checked every part and of course production went down. Boss wondered why. We said we're following your instructions. Ha ha. A classic specimen of industrial compliance, where a supervisor's demand for excessive verification collides with operational efficiency. The subject demonstrates a precise understanding of bureaucratic logic. When instructed to prioritize defect detection over assembly speed, they adhered to the letter of the directive, creating a self-inflicted productivity bottleneck. The supervisor, having insulated a favored employee from accountability, faced the direct consequences of his own unreasonable policy. The malicious compliance here serves as a perfect feedback loop, proving the initial criticism was both hypocritical and operationally unsound. You want to fire me? Pause asterisk, oh yes please. Sigh. The classic prelude to a professional exit. The research continues. I don't know if this is MC enough, but I like this sub too much and I've never done anything remotely close before, so here it is. I joined a startup's AI team, which consisted of just 3 people including myself, with the other 2 being more senior. We spent about a year developing a product that was gaining traction with new clients. Then everything changed when our CEO decided that regular team-based sprints, basically once-a-day check-ins, weren't effective enough. Instead, every team member had to become a head of a project, organizing, managing, and running separate daily scrums. Typically, each of us was assigned to 4-6 different scrums, completely destroying any sensible resource planning. This was the breaking point for the 2 senior members in my team, who promptly decided to quit. I tried to stick it out, but the CEO started giving me all of a sudden. I believe he was holding a grudge because I once didn't answer my phone at 6:29 p.m. when work ended at 6:30 p.m. I called him at 7, but apparently that wasn't enough. After that, instead of talking to me directly, he would just speak to one of the seniors, who hadn't yet announced his resignation, and that senior was supposed to relay that to me. But he was ready to quit and wasn't really email, with the work management going nuts. Everything was just going to. I mean, Engineering becomes, if you don't know the intentions, but he just kept giving me tasks without an email. I had a one-on-one with the CEO and asked him to tell me what he wants directly. This suggestion set him off. He implied that this isn't working out, clearly suggesting my time at the company was coming to an end. Knowing what I knew about our code base being built in Langchain and Runnables, notorious for their poor readability, and that, well, all of the members are quitting, well, I liked this sub too much to let this go. About a week after receiving this message, the two seniors quit. That was about a year ago. I now saw them putting out a news article, first PR they've done so far since I left. Yap, the entire project that we developed for about a year, gone and replaced with something completely new and generic. Can't say I'm not happy seeing that product crumble. TLDR, CEO implemented a chaotic work structure that made two senior devs quit. When I suggested direct communication instead of going through a middleman, CEO implied I should leave. I complied, knowing our code base would be impossible for newcomers to understand. A year later, they've completely scrapped our promising product and replaced it with something generic and inferior. A textbook specimen of managerial hubris meeting technical debt. The CEO's implementation of a structurally unsound communication protocol, replacing direct dialogue with a broken telephone game through a disengaged intermediary, was a clear failure of operational methodology. The subject's request for clarity was not insubordination, but a basic requirement for functional engineering. Their compliance with the implied termination, armed with the foreknowledge of a deliberately opaque codebase, was a clinically perfect execution of cause and effect. The subsequent collapse of the project serves as a fitting peer review of the original leadership decisions. You did say, pause asterisk feed out, slight sigh a toddler of course, the research continues. I'm sitting in an in-store eating area. A table next to me has a young family, mom, dad, toddler, infant. The toddler was tired of sitting in the cart seat, so dad was getting him out. The feet were difficult. Dad told the kid, feed out a couple times, and the kid did it. Both shoes on the floor, rolling on the floor laughing. I laughingly reminded him, you did say feet out. To his credit, Dad was also amused. A specimen of asterisk literal interpretation asterisk, a cognitive stage where linguistic nuance has yet to be fully cataloged. The parental directive, while pragmatically intended, was processed by the juvenile subject with admirable semantic precision. The father's subsequent amusement suggests a healthy recognition of developmental milestones, including the inevitable peer review of one's own phrasing, an instructive moment in early language acquisition. Reading Alex's pause, tail, oh I see, a typographical specimen, it reminded me of my own mandatory meeting. Ah, the corporate ritual, the research continues. A few years back, I was contactor for a state agency whose job it was to advise other state contractors on environmental laws, regulations, policies, and best practices. Yes, dear readers, I was a contractor telling other contractors who, what, where, when, how, and how much they could do their jobs. The only stick that I carried was that the agency that I contracted to was regulatory, i.e. it could impose fines/email. Make matters worse, I was a middle-aged, clean-shaven white dude with clean boots and a bright white hard hat showing up in a stay-toned vehicle that was just as clean. How this works is that my agency bills the other contractor with a set rate for hours. The other contractor had to work this cost into the contract with the state, i.e. the more hours that I worked, the more I cut into their profit. One project that I ended up working on was a larger project with a national construction company. This was unusual as bigger companies usually had their own environmental compliance people. I had been working with that company for a little over a year when they broke ground. I emailed the lead foreman, whom I had not yet met, to let him know that I would be on site the following week. I get a response saying that to be on site I had to attend the stand-up meeting at the yard every day that I was to be on site. I, of course, let him know that had all my certs, both federal and state, and had already attended the company's biannual safety meeting and would not be at the stand-up meeting, and that it would cost the company to have me attend. I CC'd my point of contact, POSI, with the company. Yes, you all see where this is going. I was told that I had to. No response from my POSI. Cue malicious compliance. My time started when I walked out the front door. The yard was over an hour away depending on traffic, plus the meeting, usually 45 minutes to an hour, none of which was applicable to me. Then travel to the job site again depending on traffic, 2 hours, then travel back home. That added roughly 4 hours a day to my day, which meant that I usually went more than 8 hours, which is billed at time and a half, and well beyond projected time. Plus the mileage and fuel on the state-owned vehicle. Oh, BTW, occasionally, the cell service would be terrible, and the hotspot wouldn't allow me to do my work on site, so I would have to do it at home. I sent an invoice over to accounting every other week, also billable time. First billing cycle, nothing. Cool. Second cycle, I get an email from VP of Operations with the POSI CC demanding an explanation. I forwarded email, invoices, mileage logs, and my timesheets, CC'd POSI and foreman to VP. In less than an hour, I get an email from POSI with VP and foreman CC'd that I could do what I pleased, when I pleased, including total stoppage of work on site. And the only person that I was accountable to was the POSI. Damn, I wish that I could have been party to that conversation. I took the spouse out to a nice dinner. Edit, English is my first and only language and I still can't speak or write it. Thank you, Jordan. A textbook specimen of bureaucratic inertia meeting fiscal reality. The subject, operating within a system designed to create friction, encountered a classic power play from a foreman attempting to enforce unnecessary control. The subject's methodology of strict, documented compliance transformed an administrative nuisance into a costly lesson for the corporation. The subsequent managerial override confirms the action was not merely petty, but a necessary correction of a procedural failure. Boss wants more word size on the comment for each ticket solved. Engineer writes a asterisk pause censored specimen. The research continues. I've been working on it for around 25-26 years now. Different companies, but you see quite a bit of MC on the IT world. Back in 2005-06, I worked for a telephone company, a huge one, that had the typical Jira-like bug reporting tool for one of its most complicated and convoluted softwares. The software was so complex, so legacy, that even the development team in-house was afraid to do changes in it. Some updates in the past did backfire spectacularly more than once, so even the tiniest update to that software had to take weeks of analysis before taking place. In that dev team worked 3 of my friends from college. I worked on another one that had an easier life. One of my guys at that team was Baidu. To portrait Baidu accurately, imagine that guy that's always playing innocent pranks, that you never know if he's for real when he's talking because he's always saying the most shocking things just for the LOLs, knows a little bit of magic, uses it to prank, loves football, soccer, as well. He used to be good at his job, but he's also a quite bit tired of it, procrastinating and, generally, not putting too much effort on it. The fact that he's part of that software dev team doesn't help. It's not a fast-paced environment and people gets bored by the inaction. So since he's bored, he plays pranks, like connecting a second wireless mouse controller to the PC of a colleague to randomly move the mouse and have him call tech support because his mouse misbehaves, but do absolutely nothing with the mouse when tech support comes. The guy being the target of the prank ended up calling tech support 4 times before being told what was going on. The team once a week also books a windowless meeting room for an hour, so 3 of them can take a nap while the 4th one guards against someone finding out. Who's the guard rotates each week. The requests for update Baidu gets are almost always something in this style. This report indicates that X value is 25, when it should be 27, please fix. Each request typically comes from a different area, but each area sends a couple of requests probably once a month. But Baidu knows that the algorithm doing that calculation is extremely complex. Reports are baked on a monthly basis on batch processes that can take hours. Testing this is extremely painful also, so he updates the end value on the report where it was 25, now is 27, easy peasy, see you next month. He gets probably like 10-15 of these requests per day. Baidu updates the bug tool ticket stating, on the comment field, something like end value verified and corrected, and moves on. New boss comes to that dev team from another team on the company. He's well known around the company as being quite dense. He instantly clashes with the team. He thinks quantity equals quality and loves to look into numbers. He comes from the database world, so he's constantly using queries to gather email. Also thinks that each ticket solved is because the underlying condition is being solved. He knows nothing about the complexity of the system. He just thinks that the team is really good at identifying causes and solving them fast. Glorified pencil pusher. He gathers the team and says that he did a query and found out that the comments being put into the bug tool are really short, like less than 50 characters long, and that is not enough to explain what has been done to solve the incident. The whole team explains that what's being put into the comment field is more than enough. He says that comments should, at least, have 1,000 characters. It's the minimum he'll accept. He says that having comments with less than 1,000 characters will impact his valuation of the work being done. Baidu, being the devious character he is, decides to complain. Especially since he knows that boss would never open the bug tool. He loves his email ticket comes in. This value is this, should be that. He updates value, writes the same comment he always does, end value verified and corrected. And then, taking advantage on the fact that the comment field has format capabilities, WYSIWYG type of editor, copies and pastes the chronicle from the latest football match into the field. Changes the color to white and the font size to 1 so it can't be seen against the background on the tool, and closes the ticket. If you're the original ticket poster, that comment field is read-only, so unless someone selects and highlights the comment, they won't know that something else is there. Next ticket comes, does the same but writes a rant about some stupid thing. Then on the next ticket, he just keeps pushing random keys and the space bar until the character counter reaches 1,000. He gets bored of doing this, so he becomes more ingenious and inventive by the ticket. Somewhere hidden in that bug tool comment system, a complete original Baidu novel separated in small chapters ends up being written that no one knows about outside of us few that have lunch with Baidu and the team. Boss comes a month after and says to Baidu, I've noticed that the size of your comments has gone up last month. You're averaging well over 1,000 characters per ticket. Keep it up. Baidu, plus all my other friends and myself, left the company to greener pastures a year later. I still talk daily with Baidu and people from that team. TLDR. New boss says that bug tool comment should be at least 1,000 characters when 50 are more than enough. Engineer starts writing hidden messages to comply with that, while making it interesting for himself. A fascinating specimen of bureaucratic absurdity meeting creative defiance. The subject, Bedu was operating within a system that had already optimized its communication for trivial, repetitive tasks, a classic case of institutional inertia. The new manager's insistence on quantitative metrics over qualitative understanding created a performative compliance feedback loop. Bedu's solution, embedding hidden text ranging from football chronicles to a secret novel, transforms a mandate for meaningless volume into a subversive art form and a personal psychological preservation tactic. The manager's subsequent praise for the increased character count perfectly illustrates the failure of his methodology. He was auditing data, not work. Mandatory, pause you say. Ah, a classic opening gambit. Let us examine the specimen. Mandatory, you say. My boss told me to stop using my phone at work. I complied by not using it for any work-related tasks. Sigh, a textbook case of literalism. The research continues. Meetings, arguably a waste of everyone's time, a worthless imposition upon our finite existence. But doubly so when one works nights. Tonight, gentle readers, I have a small tale of mismanagement and begrudging compliance with absurd requirements. The fallout isn't much, but I consider it a personal win. So it came to pass many years ago, when I was still less than a year working nights at this hotel, that the manager called a great and mighty meeting. All hands on deck. A mandatory meeting of great importance. New policies and practices. Lunch to be provided. All quite urgent and very mandatory. I read the notice and informed the manager that none of the topics to be discussed were anything I had to deal with during the night shift. Maintenance, housekeeping. A night auditor cares not for these things. Could I in fact just skip the whole thing? Nope. Pleased that this would cut into my sleep schedule fell on deaf ears. Even if the meeting was functionally useless to me, it would be seen as unfair if everyone else had to show up, and I didn't. Be there tomorrow at noon or be written up. Fine then. This was before store inventories were easily searched online, so it took a while to make a few calls, but I finally found what I needed, 20 miles away. A quick shopping trip, then after work I went home for a short nap before the meeting. My manager bounced into the meeting, ready to dazzle us with whatever speech he had prepared, only to notice all his employees stealing glances at the back corner. There I was, plaid pajamas, dark blue emo-rumpled hair, dark bags under my eyes. I might have touched them up a little with makeup. And upon my feet were a set of brand new fuzzy bunny slippers that I had dashed to get for this very occasion. The boss sputtered protest, but I pointed out that for me, this was effectively 3 in the morning, so his presentation had better be worth it. Spoilers, it was not worth it. Not one item of the meeting had anything whatsoever to do with what I did during the night shift. None of it. Furthermore, the lunch he'd provided, an admittedly lovely sort of fried rice chicken casserole thing, hit almost all the items on my, admittedly rather long, digestive naughty list. Onions, heavy cheese, jalapenos and bell peppers, with enough fats that my comparatively recent gall bladder removal would have noped out after one bite. So not even the free lunch. As the event wound down with everyone else eating, I went to my manager, looked him dead in the eyes more or less. I was tired, and told him exactly what a colossal waste of my time this whole thing had been, and that I would not be attending any further mandatory meetings. If their was something I needed to know, a memo would suffice, thank you. And that was how SKWRL got out of attending meetings forever. There have been other meetings. I have not been invited to attend them. I did attend the manager's going away party though. That was nice. Teal dear, manager schedules mandatory meeting during my sleeping hours, so I show up in sleepwear. A textbook specimen of administrative rigidity meeting the immutable laws of human biology. The subject's methodology, arriving in full sleepwear regalia, was a masterclass in performative compliance, weaponizing literal discomfort to highlight the absurdity of the demand. The manager's insistence, based on perceived fairness rather than functional necessity, created a predictable and entirely avoidable conflict. The subject's ultimate victory, a permanent exemption from future meetings, demonstrates that sometimes the most effective protest is to embody the inconvenience you are forced to endure. You want to know, pause, what I'm doing, a question that often precedes a rather significant compliance. The research continues. So this recent mail sent out to U.S. government employees sent me on a trip down memory lane. Back in 2000, I was in an apprenticeship, which in my country lasts 2.5 to 3 years. About a year in, I got overwhelmed since all of my coworkers dropped work on me. My boss then put in 2 rules. 1, everything had to go through my instructor before I did anything. 2, I had to compile a list what I did every day and how long it took me. While I enjoyed 1, I thought 2 was a bit too much, so I asked if they really meant everything I did. My boss said yes. So the first mail she got looked like this. 1, turning on lights 3 minutes. 2, starting computer 1 minute. 3, turning on printer and other machines 2 minutes. 4, preparing coffee maker 3 minutes. 5, walking between offices in total 10 minutes. Etc. Every single thing I did, except the bathroom breaks, were listed, and the last was how long it took to write the mail. The next day, she asked me to limit it to the most important tasks, which I had to do for the rest of my time there, even after the boss changed. But they also made sure to give me exact instruction, because when they didn't, well. A textbook specimen of bureaucratic literalism turned against itself. The subject, faced with an overbearing directive, employed what we might term proactive transparency asterisk, exposing the absurdity of a rule by following it to its most granular, and therefore useless, conclusion. This methodology effectively forced a peer review of the initial management edict, resulting in a more reasonable amendment, a clear demonstration that excessive scrutiny often collapses under its own weight. Don't want me to touch your PS5. Pause, a classic specimen of digital territoriality. Well, all right. Sigh, the research continues. I bought a PlayStation 5 for my cousin back in my home country last year. I live in the Middle East, and whenever I visit my family in my home country, I often go with gifts. I recently started on my first, somewhat well-paying job and decided to get something nice for the family home. I got my little cousin brother a PS5. My cousin is 16. We had been playing on my account due to the lack of games in his. We hadn't had time to go and buy any that he liked yet. And his mom wouldn't let him go and buy any for himself till after the week of his exams, which were a couple weeks after I had to return to the Middle East. The trip was nice. My cousin was very happy with the gift. We'd spend a few hours at night playing against each other on FIFA. Now, this one time my cousin was at school, and I decided I'd hop on one of my games and finish the story. The game I was playing was God of War Ragnarok. Apparently, it was one of the games he wanted to play. Now, the issue was he saw me playing that game on his PS5 when he returned home from school and went ape. His words were, "Don't touch my PS5. He meant when he's not around because he wants to play the games himself and not get the saves messed up or something. But he didn't mention that at first. I told him this was my account. The saves are already on the cloud and connected to mine. He can get a fresh start on his account later. It's not a big deal." He said he didn't care, and repeated that he didn't want me to touch his PS5 when he was at school. I tried to explain once again, and he screamed at me that, if that's all it is, then get your precious account off my PS5. At this point, I was done with his tantrum anyway. Cue malicious compliance. I deleted my account from his PS5 and told him I won't touch it anymore. He was smug about me taking the L then. But later that night when he got around to try and play the games, well, all my games were now locked out on his account. He tried to access my account, but well, that's no longer on it. He doesn't know the password, and I have two-factor authentication anyway. He even went on the store to check the price of the game he wanted to play, but well, what money was he going to use to buy them? Finally, he came up to me and nonchalantly asked me if I want to play FIFA together again. I smirked internally and responded that I won't touch his PS5. He can play on his own. He tried to convince me that it'd be fun, and said that he can beat me in a few matches and all that. I said the same thing. I'm not touching that PS5 again. He realized finally that he'd be effectively locked out of playing anything except Astro's Playroom for the next couple weeks if I don't get my account on it again. His mom knew what had happened and had asked me to not put my account on it again anyway. He needed to focus on his upcoming exams. So I didn't. No matter how much he begged me, I let him stew with no games. With the PS5 teasing all the while, I enjoyed the rest of my vacation with the rest of my family. Edit. Goddamn, this post blew up. This happened sometime August of last year. My cousin did apologize, albeit a few days after I had left the country. That may have been his mom taking him to task about the entire thing, but he did seriously apologize for it, and I could tell he meant it. I didn't take it any further than this, because, well, he's just a kid. I let his mom handle everything after my bit of MC. As for the people asking what I mean by cousin brother, he's my father's younger brother's son. I don't know if I used the right term, but that's what I call him. He's my cousin, who's about as close to me as my own brother. A textbook case of digital entitlement clashing with the foundational principle of software licensing. The subject's initial generosity was met with a territorial declaration that failed to comprehend the distinction between hardware ownership and software access, a common cognitive error among the digitally native. The malicious compliance was a flawless application of logical consequences, allowing the system's own architecture to deliver the lesson. The subject demonstrated admirable restraint, allowing the natural outcome of the cousin's demand to serve as the primary corrective measure, with parental reinforcement providing the final pedagogical layer. A brief, weary sigh, just something to make it better, a curious specimen, the promise of amelioration so vague, so hopeful, the methodology is undefined, peer review pending, the research continues. I used to be the systems admin engineer everything at a company of 300 people. Most of them were remote sales people with laptops, and most of the sales people had unpaid interns in this training program that, to me, seemed like hell. The interns were provisioned with any computer that I could cobble together. Part of the program was getting the commissions enough to earn an office, and a computer seemed stupid to me, but not my policies. These things were mid-grade Dell workstations that, when they were new, and had long surpassed their useful life cycle. The president, the co-owner, the VP, HR, and my leadership will not allow new equipment allocation to the interns under any circumstances. Not even $10 keyboards that come with new computers. It has to be decommed from an employee or sales rep to get into the hands of the interns. Well, another quirk about this company is that your service priority was determined by your performance in sales, which meant that mentors would advocate for their interns, and there was constant squabbling over who got less crappy equipment, and nearly every sales rep was a self-important. One rep was having a particularly good year, and one of his interns had one of the better crap boxes, but complained about it constantly. I already pool RAM and swap processors whenever possible. So this rep, We'll call him John, calls me into his office every week or so to disparage me because I'm the one responsible for his intern being held back. Note that the reps are allowed to pay for gear for interns if they want to pay for it, but they never do. Eventually, the company VP, a self-important that the president liked but failed utterly as a salesperson, calls me into his office to discuss my attitude. I'm extremely professional at work and took the email, knew the situation but took John's side and ordered me to improve the situation in some way. Do something, anything, to enable the success of the intern. Make sacrifices if you have to. Fine. I had an off-brand computer case in my office that was gathering dust. It was there when I started and I had no idea where it came from. Over the weekend, I transplanted everything in the intern's workstation to the computer case. Since it was coming from a Dell workstation, I had to remove all the slides and parts that make the thing easy to service, but I made it fit. It was a rush job and a monstrosity, and I got to bill time for it. I had to fashion a metal shim to cover the holes that the mainboard didn't extend to. But it worked. Same insides. Oh, and because it was such a mess, I had to leave a stick of RAM out since it wouldn't fit. Oh, and I accidentally dropped the processor that I didn't need to remove and had to put in another processor from another machine that was slightly slower. Carefully removed the Windows sticker from the old case and put it on the new case, too. Got into work early on Monday and plugged it in. A few hours later, I got called down to John's office and figured I was in for it. The thing was even than before, but in a different, not better, container. Intern was beaming, John was beaming, VP was beaming. They thanked me for my hard work and gave me a $5 gift card to a coffee shop. A fascinating specimen of institutional absurdity meeting technical literalism. The subject was ordered to improve the situation through any means, while being systemically denied the resources to enact meaningful improvement, a classic double-bind scenario in corporate hierarchy. Their compliance was technically perfect, transforming the machine's aesthetic while deliberately degrading its functional capacity, a masterful subversion of intent. The administration's glowing approval of the purely cosmetic upgrade reveals a profound disconnect between managerial perception and operational reality, valuing symbolic gestures over substantive support. The research continues. I gave more than required. Sigh, an all too familiar pattern. New manager didn't like this, of course, and made some changes to my contract. Pause, a specimen of administrative overreach. The research continues. 13 years ago, when I worked for the UK government, I lived on the south coast of the UK and worked in London, so I had a reasonably long commute of about 90 minutes on a train each way. I had a motorbike accident which severely injured my left leg and hip, so I asked my HR department and boss to allow me to come in earlier and finish earlier to avoid rush hour, so I wouldn't have to suffer the pain of standing on a packed train all the way to work and back. They both agreed. Our office had a flexi-time workday of 8 hours, 7 hours plus a 1-hour lunch break, between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. How you chose to do that was up to you. However, business needs often dictated that some people needed to stay later or whatever, so my agreement with HR would allow me to circumvent that and just stick to my new agreed-upon hours of 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Of course, due to the train times, I would get into the office about 30 to 40 minutes before I was due to start, and would leave 30 minutes after my agreed-upon finish time, and I always put in an extra hour of work a day due to that. And I also often skipped my lunch break and just worked through it if needed, too. There followed a blissful year of me managing my time perfectly and getting into the office without being in pain. When a new manager came into our office, he pulled me aside after a few weeks and said, "There is a perception in the office that you leave early." Of course, he wasn't privy to the agreed-upon change in my time, and didn't like the fact that I got in early and left early when he usually had to stay until 5 p.m. at the earliest and 8 p.m. at the email. He arbitrarily changed my work hours from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day, meaning that I had to stand on the train to and from work, also meaning that by the time I got into the office in the morning, I was in extreme pain. He still expected me to start work early and finish late, though, like I had been. He told me that this had been agreed with HR as it had been over a year since my accident, and I was expected to have made a full recovery. I hadn't, though, and in fact I still suffer from a weakened leg to this day. However, my new contract hadn't removed the clause that allowed me to only work 8 hours without any expected overtime. So I would get into the office at 8:15 to 8:20 each day and sit reading the newspaper, or sometimes literally doing absolutely nothing, which infuriated my boss even more, and clock in exactly at 9 a.m. and then clock out exactly at 5 p.m., no matter what I was doing. I would also take exactly 1 hour for lunch each day, regardless of whether I was doing anything. He tried to arrange meetings for before, after, and during those times, and I would decline them, or leave during a meeting if it overran. There was nothing he could do about it. When he complained to me, I pointed out that it was in the contract that he had signed off with HR. Sadly, he made my life more difficult in other ways, and the pain in my leg got worse due to having to stand to and from work, so this situation only lasted for a few months before I quit. Still, those few months got him very angry, so it was kinda worth it. Edit, for those asking, I did get a settlement, and I heard from a colleague that my former boss got a sideways promotion that took away all his managerial responsibilities. A textbook study in administrative rigidity clashing with documented accommodation. The subject's initial arrangement was a model of symbiotic compliance. They provided excess labor in exchange for a pain management schedule. The new manager, operating on perception rather than protocol, revoked the accommodation while still expecting the extra hours, a clear case of contractual cognitive dissonance. The subject's malicious compliance was a flawless execution of working to rule, exposing the manager's failure to understand the agreement he himself endorsed. The eventual outcome, while painful for the subject, resulted in a form of institutional justice. Thanks for my master's degree. The academic in me is intrigued, a specimen of gratitude laced with something sharper. The research continues. I used to work for a manager who was just terrible. All she was good for was approving time off. She spent most of her work time planning her vacations, delegating her actual work, and taking credit for her employees' work. And she would travel on the company dime to seminars and conferences and come back with no work-related information to share but tons of stories about her vacation. I mean, her work trip. She also did not believe in developing her staff, opportunity for additional training, education, or certifications. Not for us, but she would go out of her way to take those opportunities for herself, and then give up on them as soon as she realized she would have to do the work. I had requested some in-house training that would have opened up some career opportunities for me, and she kept making excuses for why I couldn't get the trainings. It's not in the budget, we can't spare you, etc. Because she was my manager, it was completely up to her to approve it. Well, the training was $1,500, and it included the tuition, the books, and the certification testing. I finally gave up on asking and decided to apply to a graduate program in a related field to the training I wanted. BC tuition reimbursement was a company benefit and didn't require manager approval. I got accepted and submitted my tuition reimbursement to the company for the following 2 years. In the end, the company ended up paying for my graduate degree to the tune of $12K. All because my crappy boss wouldn't approve in-house training for $1,500. No assistant for me. Pause a bold declaration. Let's see how that works out. Sigh the research continues. This happened almost 15 years ago when I was still living in my home country. I worked in a warehouse that served as a distribution center for a supermarket chain. A very famous one, by the way. I was an inspector in the shipping department. Basically, the sorting section would bring to the docks the goods that the store had requested, and we would prepare and load the shipment onto the truck. In the shipping department, there were assistants who did the manual work, assembling the loads on pallets, wrapping them with stretch film, and loading them onto the truck, while the inspector checked whether everything being sent to the store was correctly labeled and secure for transport. Additionally, the inspector entered all data in the internal system, sealed the truck, and printed the load summary for the administrative department to generate an invoice. Of course, inspectors also helped the assistants with the heavy lifting. Most of the time, this didn't interfere with our main responsibilities and actually sped up the process, especially since our shift, the afternoon shift, had an issue with trucks arriving email times. We wouldn't finish everything on time, leading to overtime and sometimes having to leave the remaining work for the night shift, which wasn't ideal since each shift had its own list of stores to attend to, and this delay affected them. Each inspector worked with at least one assistant, but sometimes more, depending on their workload. Some inspectors had more stores to handle that day, some stores required extra loads, or other situations that called for additional help. We had a supervisor who had been with the company for many years and had worked in the department before being promoted. The job was great, and everything ran smoothly, until a crisis hit another department, leaving it without a supervisor. Management decided they needed someone experienced to lead that department, so they transferred our supervisor there. In his place, they promoted someone from another department who had no leadership experience. Our department was running well with no need for drastic changes, but our new supervisor didn't see it. Email day, I arrived at work, and as usual at the beginning of the shift, the supervisor printed out a sheet listing the stores to be handled that day, along with which inspector was assigned to each one. So far, so good. He made some changes, but nothing too concerning. However, before we started working, he called the entire department for a quick meeting. In this meeting, he announced that he had reassigned which assistants would work with which inspectors and showed us a printed list. To my surprise, there was no name next to mine. In other words, I was expected to work without an assistant. I protested immediately. I don't remember the exact details of the discussion, as it happened a long time ago, but basically, his idea was that as other assistants finished helping their assigned inspectors, whoever was available would come help me, something that already happened naturally, as we had a strong sense of camaraderie in our department. Plus, no one wanted to be seen by the bosses standing around doing nothing. But it wasn't enough. It would overburden me. I tried to argue my case, but I couldn't convince him. Other inspectors were also left without assistance, but they were relatively new to the company and didn't say anything, probably out of fear of losing their jobs or something similar. Well, since I couldn't change his mind, I accepted that I would be working without an assistant. I took the signs for the stores I was responsible for, found available docks for them, placed the signs on the dock gates, noted on the printed sheet which stores were at which docks, then went to the dock of the first store I would handle. I leaned against the wall, crossed my arms, and waited. Goods started arriving, but I didn't touch a single box. The dock filled up and I didn't move an inch. After a few hours, the supervisor walked through the department to check on things, saw the state of my dock, and asked why the load wasn't being prepared. I simply said, "I don't have any assistants, how am I supposed to prepare the load?" and remained standing with my arms crossed. Eventually, some assistants came to help me, and when they did, I helped them with the heavy lifting. But soon, the inspectors they were originally assigned to needed more help, and of course, they left my load behind. By the end of the shift, one load was ready to be loaded onto the truck, but another was only halfway done. I placed the paperwork with the load details in a visible spot for whoever would finish it and left. As I was leaving, my supervisor asked about the loads. Without turning around, I told him where the papers were. He asked if I wasn't going to finish them, and I didn't even respond. The next day, he called me in for a meeting. When I arrived, the manager was also there. They asked me what had happened the previous day. I replied, "Nothing that I remember." They brought up the incomplete loads. I explained that my shift had ended and I couldn't stay for overtime, so I left the information for whoever would finish the job, and I even told the supervisor where the papers were. Then I took out my wallet, pulled out my time card receipt, and showed them that I had clocked out at the designated time. They mentioned that I had spent most of the shift standing with my arms crossed. I responded that I had done my job, which, as stated in my contract, consisted solely of verifying the load, supervising assembly and loading, entering data into the system, sealing the truck, and printing the load summary. Nothing beyond that. I continued by saying that anything else I might do during my shift was purely out of goodwill to help the assistants and speed up the work. But on the previous day, I had chosen to exercise my right not to perform those extra tasks because I felt unfairly treated by my supervisor, who had not assigned me a dedicated assistant. That would have significantly overburdened me with tasks I wasn't paid to do. The manager simply looked at the supervisor and said, "He needs to have an assistant." Then he turned to me and asked me to leave. The two of them stayed there for quite a while. That same day, I was assigned an assistant and we never spoke of it again. Nothing like that ever happened again. The new supervisor's stint lasted only a few months before he returned to his previous role. He had put too much trust in employees he was friends with, but who weren't very competent at their jobs, and that was his downfall. Our old supervisor came back to his position, and everything improved again. A textbook specimen of hierarchical overreach meeting procedural rigidity. The subject correctly identified that their supervisor's restructuring violated established operational protocols, not merely personal preference. By adhering exactly to their contractual duties, a masterclass in passive resistance, they exposed the systemic flaw without engaging in direct insubordination. The manager's eventual intervention validated the subject's understanding that goodwill labor is a privilege, not an obligation. The supervisor's fundamental error was mistaking emergent, cooperative workflow for discretionary managerial authority. His attempt to formalize an informal support system disrupted the department's equilibrium, which the subject's compliance elegantly demonstrated. A fascinating case of how not acting can sometimes be the most potent form of action. Ask, pause,